Well, welcome back. I'm glad that you made it. Good to see you. I got a nice community here of traders ready to go here for today. So let's start it up here. Hello, traders. Hello, friends. Hello, family. And everyone else, welcome to TopstepTV. And once again, here today, we really got a badass, kick ass, all star lineup today. You're going to like the Thelma and Louise segment we have today. That's going to be really fun. But hey, you're not going to find another show on the internet with Thelma and Louise. Anything like ours that we offer: education, trading buddies, market knowledge, swag, education. Did I say that? Oh, there's just so much. TopstepX, lots of cool stuff coming up today. This is opening call. He is Bob Euchre, and I'm Yogi Berra. We have an informative and education. What are you seeing, John? You seeing something out there?
Yeah, there's people working or fishing out by the pond, and they're making Lacey go crazy.
Fishing out by, well, some people are hungry. These homeless people, I tell you, that's their local store. All right, you chase them out there with some bear spray. That'll get them off in there. Zap them with the bear spray. Get off of my pond. But hey,
I'm going to be off screen for 1 second. I'll be right back.
You go right back. Okay, I got it. Here we have an informative and educational show for you today. And every day we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and that guy who we know is Tim. Yes, Tim, who is rooting for those Red Sox. And of course, even that voice in your head that's telling you, no matter how good you are, you're going to lose 1/3 of your games. No matter how bad you are, you're going to win 1/3 of your games. It's the other third that makes the difference. That sort of goes also like we had yesterday with trading. So no matter how good you are, just keep your focus. All right, so let's get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend and trading mentor, our very own man who is just a bit outside, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Did you just go a bit outside there for a little bit? Maybe
Just a bit outside. Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everyone.
outside.
Welcome to the opening call, Wednesday, May the 8th. As always, our focus here is on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Looking forward to an interesting trading day. We've got a little bit more information or economic and talking Feds today. Could make things a little bit more interesting for us. Looking forward to a good day.
Me too, and hopefully everybody else. Okay, let's get busy here. The Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ they didn't do much here, basically unchanged. Some of the indices in Wall Street were mixed yesterday, if you do remember, pulling some steam out of the recent rallies in equity. This was in part by the softer than anticipated monthly U.S. jobs report last week, and many investors have pushed forward their project timeline for the Fed rate cut up to September from November. But remember, it's up to them. All right, a lot of wishful thinking. It would be the first cut since the central bank lifted its borrowing costs to more than a 2-decade high in a bid to stop the elevated inflation. However, the guy with the wrench that threw it into the gears, our good friend Neil Kashkari, who was in chat yesterday, said that in the SA Tuesday that a host of recent economic data could suggest that the monetary policy may be less restrictive than officials had initially thought. Oh, goodness. As the result, price growth may be settling above the Fed's stated 2% target. So, yeah, he put a wrench in the kibosh, and we did see a lot going on here. But otherwise, Johnny, what do you got for us here is for your news?
All right. As far as economic numbers this morning, and at 6 o'clock this morning, the mortgage applications and rates came out. Rates came down just a little bit. The previous week, they were 7.29%. They came down to 7.18%, bringing a 2.6% rise in applications. 9 o'clock, we have wholesale inventories, 9:30, crude status. The API announced about a 500,000 barrel boost last night, while the EIA is expected to bring a 1.4 million barrel draw. 10 o'clock, we start with the talking Feds. Jefferson speaks at 10, 10:45, Fed Collins speaks. At noon, Fed Cook speaks, and there's also a 10-year note auction at noon. So that's going to be interesting. These are, of course, all in Chicago Central Time. Earnings, Toyota came out today, beating revenues, pretty much flat as far as earnings per share. Uber misses on earnings per share, but beats on revenue. Anheuser-Busch beats on both. Why wouldn't it? And Shopify also beats on both. Why wouldn't it? After the close today, we've got ARM, which is a chip maker, and Airbnb after the close. The VIX this morning up about 1.75% at 13.46, still really low. Dollar index up slightly at 105.6, and the yield on the 10-year up a little bit this morning, 4.5%. And as far as known economic numbers, that's what we've got. Remember, everybody, anything can happen, and we will profit from it. Looking forward to a good day.
Thank you, Johnny. Crude. Dude, where's my crude? Well, right now, we're still holding under $80 a barrel here, 77.75. Yeah, 77.73 right now. It is moving just a wee bit. Crude prices retreated today as the industry data showed the increase in U.S. crude inventories. That was a sign of weak demand in the world's largest energy consumer. We did see U.S. crude futures trading 1.1% lower, 77.50, and it's even lower right now here. Well, actually, right now it's right where it said, 77.70. My bad. Brent dropped 1.1 to 82.24, and data from API, American Petroleum Institute, showed yesterday that oil inventories grew 0.5 million barrels in the week of May 3rd, coming ahead of expectations from a draw of 1.4 million barrels. U.S. officials talking about the EIA, like Johnny mentioned later today. Johnny, you were in a health club. You joined a health club. Were you in a health club? You were in a health club.
I was for a long time. I'm not currently in one, but thinking about joining kind of the local
it's like
village
what, $10 a month
here.
You know, something really cheap, $10 a month. I know I got one by me. Luxury fitness company Equinox is launching a new membership that costs more money than more people make in a year. What are they thinking? The program is going to cost $3,000 a month.
Holy cow.
They better come to my house, wake my ass up out of bed, feed me breakfast, and then drive me to the club.
They better do the workout for me.
That too. So they're talking about $40,000 a year, basic membership. So their mission is helping people live 100 healthy years. I wonder if you get your money back if you die before that. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to go to my $10 a month health club and work out there. James, our good friend, Jimmy James. Guys and guys and girls, you gotta give James a lot of credit here. He's just back there. He's like our den mother, making sure everything is in order. James, you got the tip of the week here for today. And yes, reinvent yourself. I might have said this earlier this week, but continuous learning and development. Maybe I didn't. Traders, you need to reinvent yourself at times, all right? Commit to lifelong learning. I know I can speak for both of us here. We're learning new stuff each and every day. I tell you, there's just no end to learning this business. Okay. And the thing is, it includes education, maybe some certificates, like we're doing the Series 3 here, workshops. Here at Topstep TV, I mean, there's a lot of education and knowledge that is shared here at Topstep TV. So remember, continuous learning and development. John, what do you got to add to this?
Well, I mean, after 32 years as an active trader, I was kind of thinking about the number of times I've had to reinvent myself in this. And I feel like I'm currently in a period of reinvention as we speak. So, things change, people change, markets change, people change markets. It's just part of the journey. Be ready to reinvent yourself. Realize when things maybe aren't working well, and think about who you are as a trader. I've gone from a scalper to a swing trader to a day trader to a day trader and a swing trader, and then a day trader, and trying to get back to some shorter time frame opportunities. It's always something more to learn, a way to do things better, and just be ready to reinvent sometimes. You
There you go.
think about well, Madonna. Madonna's reinvented herself dozens of times throughout her entire career, and she's still out there doing it. So something to say about reinvention.
Don't be well. Okay. Okay, John. I'm going to leave that one and walk away from that one. But Madonna. Hey, guess what, folks? I got something really cool here. Okay. This is because you asked for it. All right. This is why we have our TopstepX, where you can request suggestions for TopstepX. What do we need? What can we add? Remember, don't be afraid. Put that suggestion in there because we have did this because many of you have asked for it. Now check this out. You can select your favorite symbols, your favorite products. Remember, we had that. There it is, right there. Look at that. You can put your favorite, and now when you go to it, they're going to bubble to the top. They're going to be at the top where you can just sort of click and you are ready to trade. So, like to thank our production, our tech team, and all those that are developing that. Yes, we do listen to you because we love you. So there you go. And I tell you, like we say, there's always stuff in the works. We got stuff on the front burner. As we get it done, we will release it. So hopefully that helps you. Another thing too, stay tuned throughout today. We're going to be talking about the tilt. Yes, the tilt. That is the real-time indicator that gives you behind-the-scenes sentiment of thousands of top step traders. It's that little scroll that you see going right above here. You can see it right there scrolling. Right. Top one is the markets. It's going to give you the percentage of who's long, who's short. And if you see right here, these are the people that are making the money. Right? People making some good money here. So follow along to that if you're wondering what that is. But we're going to be talking about tilt a little bit more. And also this week, all right, please don't ask, but we will have a fire drill. We will have a fire drill for you guys and girls. Um, so that's going to be sometimes this week. And honestly, I don't know. John, do you know? I don't think John knows. No.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And what, real quick here before we get into the charts, please remember to be kind to your support reps. Okay, support agents, they're people too. All right, they have worked their asses off lately, well, all the time, honestly. So be kind to your support person, and you never know what being kind can do for a situation or issue. So be kind. But otherwise, without further doing anything that we do, Johnny, let's do the charts. John, what do you got for us today in
All
those
right.
lovely
Well,
charts?
first, I was very excited to see that we were able to favorite our products here. We just talked about that yesterday on Ask Anything, and there it is. It's already in there. That's just so fabulous, and I hope everybody really enjoys that. All right, let's take a look here at the S&Ps and on the daily chart now. So, we know we've got a short time frame rally going here. My question is, how good is it doing? Yesterday, the volume was okay. I mean, it was higher than Monday, but Monday was a half a holiday. I don't think that the volume was all that great yesterday, and we lost about 2,400 in open interest. Kind of inert, but it just seems and looks like the upside auction has been getting a little bit tired in the short time frame. It seems to be seeking new business and new impetus, and we'll be getting more impetus today, tomorrow, and Friday. We're starting to come off a little bit here. Um, is there bad news? Well, we do see uh, Treasury yields creeping to the upside a little bit here this morning. That may be part of it, as well as there's a lot of earnings due out today. A lot of earnings. We're kind of rounding the final turn for earnings, but still just be keeping an eye on all of that. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. I've got a little kind of a head and shoulders here for us on the 30-minute chart. All right. So, uh, as far as overnight inventory, I got to get this indicator on here. I don't know why that popped off, but We've got the range from yesterday. We've got settlement from yesterday, which is 52.1375. 213.75. I'm going to just put that right on there. So overnight inventory is short. We are opening with a gap below yesterday's range and below settlement. I was kind of looking at this head and shoulders, but if we were to look at the neckline, which I'm kind of viewing as the low right here, maybe the low from the overnight today, it looks like we've already kind of reached our target for this. For a head and shoulders pattern, you look at the neckline to the top of the head, and then you measure that to the downside. It looks like we've pretty much gotten to that level. Now, one of the levels that I'm kind of focusing on this morning is the base of the late spike from Monday. The base of that late spike in the S&Ps is 51.99.5. We are now below it. This should have been relatively supportive. It has not been. If we return to it, it might be a little bit resistant, and we'll take a look at that as the day goes on here. The profile yesterday, very narrow range yesterday. A normal variation day, neutral. The range yesterday, entire range for the regular trading hour session yesterday in the S&Ps was 21.25 points. We haven't seen a range that small since the beginning of April. So the momentum to the upside seeming to fall off. Head and shoulders pattern probably already got to its target before the open here. We're going to see what this market does on the open. Remember, we do have a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, that has me looking for opportunities to the short side. A closing of the gap and reacceptance of value pushes us back to value high from yesterday at approximately 52.21. So that 51.99 level, that the base of that late spike right there, 51.99.5, is going to be somewhat pivotal for me today. If we start to kind of close and show some participation above that, maybe we'll close the gap, get back into value, and see the value area special situation play back up to 52.22. Or if we can't close that gap, if we find resistance at that 51.99.5 level, we'll look for the market to rotate back lower. There's a naked point of control down here. Volume point of control, 51.84.5. That could be easily visually targeted. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. So the NASDAQ had a little bit of trouble here at weekly kickoff high. It really centered around, price really centered around that yesterday. Volume was just okay. It wasn't tremendous, pretty low volume. Open interest was lower by about 1,600. So no new buying or no new business coming into the market up at this level. But when we're looking at a trend, we're looking for more business and more new contracts to be created. And that did not happen either in the S&P or the NASDAQ yesterday. A little bit of a warning shot for any kind of upside continuation. These markets need new buyers to come in and try and push this market higher. So again, we need new data. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so let's get this scaled. Trying to move relatively quickly here. So we've got the same kind of head and shoulders. We've already reached the target from this head and shoulders on the 30-minute chart. So I'm not really looking at that as something I'm going to be using today for opportunities. It's already played out. What I'm thinking is the base of the blade spike was the low from the overnight yesterday. How did these? I can't figure out how I did this, but I got to get these indicators on here. And settlement, again, my apologies, 18,199.5. That's going to be close enough for rock and roll. So overnight inventory is now short. We do have a gap. The gap close for the range gap is 18,166.5. Where's the late spike from Friday? From Monday? 18,154 even. 18,154 even. Boy, that's a ways back up to the upside if we're going to look for opportunities there. The Nasdaq has already traded to the point of control from yesterday in the overnight session. That point of control, volume point of control on this platform is coming in at 18,101.5. Okay, we've got we did close the gap here. Last week's low might be an interesting area for an execution. The profile yesterday again was narrow, normal variation, extreme day. In other words, the points of control were in the lower half or the lower quarter of the profile, and now we're starting to see some direction to the downside. It'll be an interesting trading day today, especially with the talking Feds that we have coming out, and that noon 10-year auction. All right, the daily, we're still holding our structure on this head and shoulders pattern on the daily chart here in crude oil. We're still holding pretty much true to it. The volume yesterday indicated a little bit of short covering. When we get a little bit closer in on this, we really had a couple of days of balance. That balance was probably enough to even out inventory. We lost 16,000 in open interest yesterday. That would be an evening out of inventory, and the market seems intent on continuing its push towards that weekly kickoff low of $73, which is basically the measured move from the head and shoulders that we've had up here for a while. So I think it was on like about the 17th when we said, okay, we may be setting up a head and shoulders, and it really just kind of followed suit with what we put on this chart. I don't know how that happened. I couldn't do that if I tried, but volume was all right yesterday. Losing open interest in balance makes sense. We're going to see if we can see some continued selling coming into this market to get us back down to that $73 level. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. So we did open with a little bit of a gap. No gap. We've tested to this naked point of control here, 77.5. That is a visual target. The market seemingly rejecting down below that. We've got the point of control from yesterday at last week's low, 77. Let's call it 78 even. All right, everything is his own. Apologize for the dog there, and I'm going to see if we can't find some sort of acceptance inside value from yesterday in crude oil. If we reject it, then I could see this market kind of falling back to the downside. And take a quick look at gold here now. The daily chart, short time frame balance remains. I mean, look at this. This market is really just range bound. Short time frame balance, short time frame controlled. Volume remains very low. It's just continuing to trend to the downside as far as volume is concerned. Overnight open interest is inert. We added 1,000 yesterday. That's not really going to be very impactful or helpful for us. Onto the 30-minute chart. All right, so the range from yesterday, no real overnight inventory. We did take a little bit of a push to the downside here, but we're back inside range and inside value. This 2320 level, which was a previous weekly kickoff level, was supportive yesterday. If we can't hold inside the range from yesterday, and we could see price kind of come down here and test down to this naked point of control down here at 2307, 0770. If not, I mean, the market is really range bound. It's still in an area of potential repair. In other words, we haven't tested to this naked point of control. We tried to yesterday. We haven't tested to the naked point of control below that. When we kind of range between those, there's a probability that price could reach out to both sides. Take your deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. By all means, remember to pray for peace. Let's have a good trading day.
I'm with you, buddy. Let's have a great trading day. And that's going to be up to you. It's going to be up to each and every one of us and how we approach it. Remember, stay positive. Positive mental attitude, PMA. All right. Sounds like a bunch of BS, but if you set yourself in a way like that, positive mental attitude, you're going to start the day out good. I'm guaranteed you're going to have the rest of the day, but it's going to get you in the right direction. Hey, we've got an all-star cast, like I said earlier today. I mentioned fast market guests. Check this one out. We got Hoag. Yeah, that guy. Deanna. Oh, yeah, you remember Deanna. Anne-Marie. Yes, Anne-Marie. And MP. Michael Patak's going to be with us here also. So we've got Deanna, Hoag, Anne-Marie, Michael Patak, and Jack will be driving off camera. Power players, Hoag, Dolby, Nick T. We've got TopQuiz with Jack and Alyssa. Dolby is going to be talking to David Green, our good friend. David will be with us here at about 12:30. 1 o'clock, Dolby, Hoag, and KV with PAYtience with KV. And the end of the day, we do have Jack, Dolby, Coach Dakota. And don't forget tonight, hopefully he's feeling better, Dakota with slow markets. That's going to be it. We're going to take a timeout. Johnny, I need some more coffee. I will meet you at the coffee machine and we can gossip. Sound good? All right. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Hello, everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
And hello, Jack. Let's get our horses in the gates, donkeys, ponies, llamas, whatever you're racing. Nice to see you, Jack.
Nice to hear you too, Eddie. I'm Island Jack, filling in for MP's Island version for about 30 minutes until whenever he can get on. But don't worry, we got a great show for you today. 2 of our stars are here. It's great. Is this the first time that we've had Deanna and Anne Marie in the same fast markets?
No, second. Yeah.
Yes, second.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time I've been with you during fast markets when you're both on.
Yes. It's going to be fun.
I'm honored to be here with you.
Yeah.
Well,
Likewise.
perfect.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's
Yeah.
like Hollywood Squares, all these celebrities.
We are about a minute away from the opening bell, 20 seconds to be exact. I have the credentials to the house account, which I have fired up. I can be the implement of destruction here if need be. So let's see what we can find as soon as this opens.
All right. Deanna?
Not as soon as it opens. Yeah, it's
And
going
Marie?
to be a bit jumpy. Yeah, I don't want to be grasshoppering into a trade immediately.
Ding, ding, ding,
All
ding.
righty.
Okay,
All
and I'm
right,
long
here we
50.
go.
We are open.
No, Deanna, that's not the ice cream man.
Yeah.
What have you been watching
yeah.
this morning, Deanna?
Oh, I was trading gold. I actually passed the combine. So
Oh, nice.
Nice.
let me drag this over. Yeah, so I was TopstepX combine of 150K. because I wanted a bigger one to make it more interesting. And here it is. I don't know how much you can see that. It's the same one that I was using last night when we did market stalking with D. And this morning I had a failed auction in gold. So I went in with 2 contracts and moved away. I added another 2. And then it just ran to my 2.4R target, which was at 23.23. And that was it.
Excellent.
I spent the rest of the morning doing tanning because it's a beautiful day in London today. So I was just out in the garden enjoying the day.
Nice.
So yeah, we'll see what this
Dee,
session brings. Yeah.
what time was that long?
That was I gotta convert that. That was very early. So it was around 10 a.m. my time. So minus 6 hours. What was that? 4 or 5 a.m.
10 a.m., 4 in the morning
4.
here.
Yeah. So very early. But, that's when London moves. So if I was going to
Right,
trade
exactly.
my London things, I have to get a position in around about 4 a.m. CST. And then you get that nice run, and that's it. If you don't catch it, London is a bit of an oddball. If you don't catch that first move, it's probably not going to happen until COMEX opens. So, you have to be a bit more careful about timings. But yeah, it worked out. It was my failed auction. I'm probably the failed auction queen at this point.
Yeah.
That's my favorite setup. And
I love that
it has
too.
a very high probability. So yeah. And it also came from an interesting area on the daily chart too. We had some demand there, bottom of the range. And it just presented itself. And it was an eyesore. It's like, how can I not take this?
Yeah.
What told you that you needed to watch for the failed downside auction?
A couple of things. So if I go up to the daily chart first, there's this bullish engulfing that was sort of coming from the bottom of the range. Now, whenever I see a bullish engulfing, in my eyes, that's a newly formed demand area, which might give way to a failed auction on an intraday level. So today, I'm going to go back down to a 30-minute chart. So it's a confluence of multiple time frames, effectively.
Okay.
So my system is a bit slow today. Hold on, let me just close up some things.
While you're closing
Just
out
to-
there, since
Yep.
MP's not around, I got my notepad out, John. John, what are the levels? We caught a Andre's not here, so I'll say we caught a bid a little bit in the NQ off at about 30 points. Up to
Yeah.
18,110 coming back in a little bit.
So, you want NASDAQ or S&Ps, Jack?
Well, let's pull our guest. What do we want to trade today? I hate the NASDAQ, but I'll do
There
it.
you go.
I hate the NASDAQ too. I mean, YM or ES would be my 2 choices. And Marie,
Let's
what
take
do
a
you
look at the
reckon?
ES.
I know you like
I'm good
NQ.
with going along. I'm good with
Yeah?
going along. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So,
You can look at the ES.
one of my main numbers this morning I'm looking at in the S&Ps is 51.99 half. That is the base of the late spike that occurred late on Monday. Typically, that is going to be supportive if revisited in the following session or so. And it ran right through it on the way down. But if we do get an opportunity there, I view that as a good level to limit risk. Now, I know a lot of folks will be looking a little bit higher than that. We had some consolidation here on Monday night into Tuesday. Tuesday's lows kind of come into play there. We've got a little bit of consolidation here. So, I mean, I'm thinking if we do get an opportunity to kind of trade up against these supply levels here, this supply level in particular,
Is
we
that
want to see if we can get
5204? What is that number?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if we get that opportunity, the markets come off pretty good here. We are seeing the yields on the 10-year continuing to leak higher here through the session.
We also have an auction
Yes.
at 12 noon Central. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. That's all right. Just kind of looking here. We got Nvidia back down below 900. Meta's coming off its lows. Amazon trying to come off its lows. So D, you would probably agree in our time frame, we got to stay.
Yeah.
We got to try and stay a little bit patient here.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the daily chart now in ES. We are up against some supplies and up against what I like to refer to as the Q point. So what I like to do is make sure that there's an established swing before I'm going to start shorting anything.
Mm-hmm.
And ES is actually up against the daily Q high and the daily supply. Now, the daily supply is kind of levels upon levels, so that can be a little bit hard to read sometimes. But just by the fact that we are at this daily Q high, it's effectively a top quartile of an established swing. So it's something that I like to do. It is a part of my indicator. I effectively take an obvious low and an obvious high, and that has some of its own conditions that need to be fulfilled to make sure we are truly looking at a low or a high rather than just like a little speed bump. But then once I have that, if it crosses over 50% mark, I then trigger the top and bottom quartile. And that becomes a loose trade location just in case we're somewhere around there to maybe say, okay, maybe not, don't keep buying into the opposing area here because we are at the top of the swing. So while this is an equity index and it does have a strong upward bias, at some point you do get a little bit of room for a pullback. So that could be something that we're looking at. London already sold off quite significantly. I actually had a short DAX trade that kind of followed that move. And it worked out really nicely. It was a little bit of a fake out to the upside, but then there was no momentum and it just slowly fell back into the initial balance. And then after a while, it just smacked straight through it. So that's, pretty bearish.
Yes.
So I would concur that we do need a pullback and that we should probably be looking at a short at some point. So we'll see. I'm willing to give this a little bit of time to develop. We are below value from yesterday, so there is a chance for a gap fill on an intraday sort of day time frame. But do we have enough juice to get there?
Oh,
We'll
we got the
see, because the
juice.
auction could fail. The auction could fail before we get to that point because of where we are on the daily chart. So
the ES just came up and tried to grab 5,200, bounced off that for now. The old BFRN, so to speak. So I'd be interested to see.
And that's
once
where
again,
that,
I'm fine being
that's where the base
patient
late spike was on Monday. 199.5.
Yeah, that was a good trade. I was in on that. That was fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I caught it. Yeah, it actually saved my day. It saved my day. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, I want to see how the initial balance develops because right now we're not really. It's not exactly the biggest range. We're looking at like 31 ticks, and that's fairly low. And what worries me there is that we're going to get stuck in a relatively low environment, low range environment. You said we have earnings today. Is that right, Hoag?
There's a whole bunch of them. As far as the ones that are already out, the top ones, I mean, the highest, the biggest ones, Toyota, it beat on earnings. It beat on revenues, just as expected on earnings per share. Uber missed on earnings per share, but beat on revenues. Anheuser-Busch, of course, why wouldn't it? They beat on both, as well as Shopify. We do have ARM, which is a chip maker after the close, and Airbnb after the close. But I mean, most of the majors have pretty much already been released, where I think we're just kind of cleaning up the leftovers here overall. We have left the opening range at the low of the day in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. So as long as that's the case, I'm going to be cautious looking for shorts. I want to see some sort of structure before I do.
Well, I'm seeing a potential short not before the value low, which is all the way up at 52.12, let's say, just under. So I wouldn't be keen on trying shorts before we get there, to be honest.
I'm
There is
with
another
you.
setup that we could do if we get either a break of the initial balance upside, so that could be like our trigger point, and then if we don't manage to get in, a test of the initial balance high could be also something to look
Mhm.
at, and then to just run it up to value low. So that would be my first hypo, mean reversion
Okay.
back to value. And then from value low as a second hypo, if we miss the other things, from sort of 52.11, 52.12, which is the value low, to look for the short. So those are my two hypos that I would be looking at.
Love the hypos. Brian's informed us in the chat that Applebee's missed earnings. Take from that what you want. A good barometer of bagged mashed potatoes. What do you think, Anne-Marie?
I earnings, although a lot of people met their estimates, tremendous amount of downward guidance and downward forward guidance. And so a lot of them are getting pretty smashed. I mean, Shopify was down almost 15% pre-market. And so a lot of folks want to compare that to Amazon, which is apples and oranges in my mind. But nevertheless, I suspect there might be a relief bounce in the space, but the short action probably at resistance looks good to me. Also, you can see that I've got a couple of things positioned in there. My thought moving on, one of the hypotheticals that Deanna spoke about was, why not try to see if we can get along on the fade back into that heavy congestion zone and run it up the flagpole into the resistance area first at 52.04-ish and then that 52.12 that she considered. So for me, I'm looking for the fade of in the ES, since we're focusing there for now. I'm looking for the fade into 51.84 and a quarter or so, and if it holds it, we'll run it up into the VWAP, try to hold that 5200. And so we can look at a combination of maybe Coach J's large volume candlestick formation, and we'll use like a 15-minute in here. And then on top of that, we can look at Dolby's range box to give us our risk thresholds. That 51.88 that we really just came into and then moved right off, that was the real buy zone for us, and that happened, early.
Interestingly, that was the area where I consider the London session average low, and it literally just bounced from there.
Yeah.
So that was interesting, and this does happen intra-session and between two different sessions, where there's a range that happens before the main regular trading hours begin, and then they reverse it. So you have a potential to run a trade in the opposite direction until the real kind of larger time frame participants step back in. So I think this is what's playing out here, and that would be conducive to that mean reversion higher. So, we'll see what happens here. But for now, we are pretty directional upside.
Yeah.
They're being
Well,
pretty decisive.
for me, I think we're really sitting in just mean reversion. Intraday plays are mean reversion right now, because all of the moving averages are down across the board. We've got negative momentum. And so it's just, hey, overnight shorts or trimming their gains or having to get out at whatever level they're looking at. So I'm still looking at that mean reversion from a short action perspective up near. I really like that 5204 to 5208 zone. It looks super clean right now from a shorting perspective, but that's why I'm thinking about the long, to take the long mean reversion. I just didn't get it fast enough out of the clip. And so in the morning, because I have a tendency to trade a little bit faster than what the market auction profiles would allow, I'd slip down into that 15-minute area and see if we can stop heading lower and then break out. And so that would be a space where I would normally run into the trade and say, okay, it's breaking out above this area. And it's maybe sort of a little bit of a twist on the opening range trade, except I'm using 15 minutes and I'm trying to see that the price action is not breaking down. I think
So do you
everyone
use like higher highs? How
use
do you approach the
failure
trigger
to
point?
make, yeah, I use the failure to close lower because market support always comes from underneath.
Yeah.
It doesn't come from above. Selling
Yeah.
comes from above and support comes from underneath. So I look for it to stop closing new lows, and I will use that price action to let me do that. And then once it gets up over all the congestion, I'll take the long. And now we're creeping up into this area where we really could see the short action. So what I've done is I don't quite have the short set in the S&P, the E-minis, but I have it set in micros at the 5204. 5202 is the VWAP, but that's the resistance zone. I'm going to let the micros fill and then watch it hold in that space to see if now I can come in with a mini to confirm that space.
Well, we poked above 5,200. We're holding there at the moment. Let's see how long we can hold this for. And whether Ann gets her micros on. Let us know, Ann, if you start pulling pork. We'll call those pork sliders if you start doing the MES or whatever. Okay.
Sliders.
Sliders.
I want to know how they got that ridiculous name.
It was because White Castle.
No, but it's full port, like full portfolio. And then someone in the chat, I think they misheard it, and they said, "What's full pork?" So
I get that one. Pork. It's the sliders. Yeah. I don't know why they're called sliders.
Well, it started with White Castles, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is they're the ones that had the slider?
There you go. Sailors in the U.S. Navy would refer to mini burgers as sliders because of their extreme greasiness. This is just one or two bites.
I had a feeling it had something to do with sliding off the bun.
There you go. Slide right down your belly and out the other end. Whoop. There you go.
As we dance around 5,200 in the ES, which is what we're looking to trade, but we can do other stuff. We can. Speaking of sliding, we can oil it up too. We can do some oil trading.
Yes.
Oil it up. Yes.
I also ate at not an Applebee's. At a Chili's for the first time in 15 years that was not in an airport this weekend, and it was actually.
How was it?
It was fine, which I think is a good review. It was fine.
Okay. Do you get filled on your O2s, Emery?
I have it at I have it at 03, so it should come in. There it goes.
There you go.
Yeah.
And we're off. Just a little reference. Opening range in all three of our equities, the E-mini, S&P, NASDAQ, and Dow. Opening range, that first minute is the low of the session so far.
Yeah, so that's particularly bullish.
At 52, which was that late spike base from Monday. We skipped that because the opening range is the low of the day. Usually, if that's the case, I'm looking for longs early.
Would we consider putting out a runner then? It doesn't have to be the full 15.
Well, I mean,
we're not sure about the runner because we do have resistance coming up at 52.11, 52.12 on multiple time frames. So this can't be a runner, but we could do a scalp as a mean reversion up to that level, considering that all the other things are pretty bullish.
I don't know if you guys hear that, but apparently my ride is on the way.
What?
I did not.
Oh, the ambulance.
Yeah, you guys can hear the siren.
We missed it.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
I just had the ice cream van yesterday. It's the only sirens that I had.
The ice cream van?
I love
Yeah,
ice cream
literally,
vans.
as I was in the green room, we were like doing Marcus Stogie with D, and it was Eddie and Andre there, and suddenly there's like music coming out, like ding, 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 and I'm like, what? It's ice cream van.
They play like God
Like,
Save the
what?
Queen or something?
No, I don't know. It's some kind of little
That
children's song or
crazy.
something, or naughty, yeah, dingy, blingy kind of thing. So yeah, it was just a weird moment.
Blingy, blingy. I love that.
All right, so if we're
Lacey's
looking for
saying something. I don't know if she's saying buy or sell, but she's saying something.
saying something, okay. One thing that I like to do when I'm looking for a continuation trade and I don't have any obvious levels is to actually use Renko charts to look for a pullback and then to fish for a 2-candle reversal to the side that I want to go into. So if that presents, or if the opportunity presents itself, then that would be my approach for the mean reversion trade.
What size
Okay.
Renko are you looking at right there?
It's I'm using Ninja Renko, and I'm using 8 brick size 8. But then there's also an additional thing for the wicks and the span of when you want the next candle to be, and that's 4. So it's a pretty good. I prefer the Renko with wicks. I feel it gives me a little bit more information. It's a
So
it's a
you're
free
just looking
indicator
for
Ninja.
form, right? As opposed
Yes,
to
yeah, because I
actual
have all
level.
of my I just have all of the other information about the market on something else, and then if I'm looking at a directional trade, but I'm like, oh well, where do I go in? And then 30-minute chart doesn't allow me to minimize risk, or the other things are not allowing me to do the same. That's when you want to look at something like Renko, maybe even tick charts, just to see when that pullback happens, and then an early reversal, because you're at this point you're pretty sure that the mean reversion is on because of all the other parameters.
Have lined up.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Would you use a Renko chart like that to manage a trade?
Sometimes if I get to within 10-20% of my target, if it
The
reverses on me
10%
right
rule.
there, I will. Yeah. I also have a 3-minute rule. If it sort of gets to my target and in 3 minutes it doesn't kind of hit it, I will take it off. So I have a couple of ways to make sure I don't miss out.
Use an egg timer. The 3-minute egg timer.
I just drop down to a 1-minute chart and then just look at the timer. Or I can drop down to a 3-minute chart and then that already has a timer. So
NVIDIA popping once again. About
Shock.
$12. It'll do that a couple times a day, but just good to know.
Yep.
Thank you, chat, for bringing that up.
Yeah. Back up at 907, 908.
Pushing a little higher here. Full transparency, Hoag, in the combine that I'm trading. I have the house account right up now.
Mhm.
Once again, I am long the maximum size of a 2s 10s trade, the old steepener.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna do that till I pass the combine.
Have you made
I'm
any
about
money on it
600.
yet?
Oh yeah.
Ah, nice.
I gotta show you, James. Do you have that last photo I sent you of like the trading view chart? This has been like the 2s 10s yields difference, and that's good. That's a good range to trade. So we'll see how
Yeah,
it
it
works
does look-
out.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
The problem is we probably need way bigger size to make it feasible to work. Like even with 150K combine, you can only put on 10 by 5. But MP, maybe we'll loosen it up and we can really sling some bonds.
well, maybe bigger account sizes,
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
So, a level of interest from the chains is the gamma line at about 52.16, which comes right into D's number that's close by.
Yep.
What was that number? 52.12 that you had.
Yep.
So
Yeah, it's a zone.
that might end up being a little bit of a magnet, because it certainly was a bit of a magnet in the overnight and into the prior day that I can see.
And that's where the overnight high ended up happening, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right around that edge. And so a lot of folks have asked me Strategy Lab, through Strategy Lab or DM here and there, and they'll say, hey, you put up these gamma levels or you talk about them, how do you use them? So very quickly, I want to say, if I pop up a chart and it shows a gamma level of interest, then you know that the closer it gets to it, the more it becomes a magnet. But as long as it doesn't break through, the most likely thing it'll do is reverse. If it does break through, it actually creates an explosion to the upside, usually into the next gamma level or until it exhausts. And that's because the dealers have to rush in to shift their delta after the breach of that line. It's sort of like, let's say you're short here in one
or volume,
and you're playing pairs. If it breaks out of this edge, then you're going to have to increase your long on the other side if you're trying to balance your delta out, because you're trading a literal gamma flow. So I don't want it to get too wonky, but that's basically it. The second thing I want to talk about is why I take the micro and then watch the mini to stabilize. First of all, if the micro collapses, then that's great, nice, awesome. It'll tell me something about price action. It's a cheap way to test the market, but I'll be waiting on the 5-minute formation that says, am I failing to close higher? And am I breaking support? Now, I'm looking for a short. So I'm looking for the failure to close higher and then a loss of a support zone that I see that should be there. And so the 5-minute, I can feel that the anxiety that goes, oh my goodness, I got to get in a trade. I fix that anxiety event with the entry of the micro. Now
when you say support, how far is that? Like, what time frame are we talking about? How far is that support from the current price? Is it like a relevant support further away, or is it just nearby, something to tell you that the market is rolling to the other side?
Something nearby, right?
Yeah.
If I'm flat out wrong, in this instance, if I'm flat out wrong, what's going to happen with these 5-minute candlesticks? And let me.
Hey guys, an electrician is knocking down my door right now. I will be back in 2 minutes. Dolby may come in to fill in. We'll see how it works.
You can time check.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at, well, that's interesting. This is frozen. And I wonder, hang on. Let me do a save here. Okay. I'm just looking. First of all, when I take the trade, I'm either right or I'm wrong, right? And so if I'm looking at the formation and it's saying to me, hey, there's no weakness here, I'm going to be able to get out of that micro with a little bit or nothing. If I'm actually in the ES, it ends up being yes. Yeah. So it is. I use it for information. Like right now, I see it breaking to that north. Now I know that 5206 to 5208 area is really key for me. I have a box that's sitting right up at the top. You can see it right here. And so above that zone, I'm going to go, you know what? I'm just going to clip this micro off and just wait for my formation to continue. Because what it really is telling me is that long side action is still in continuation, because those 5-minute candlesticks are resolving to the upside. And let me put a 5-minute candlestick here.
Are you guys seeing anything that would be worthy of the house account here? Dee, I saw you were looking for a pullback in the S&Ps.
Yeah, we're not getting the pullback, and I don't really like doing breakout trades. I would rather have the pullback and then go in, or wait for my next level to come in. So
Okay.
the way
your
this
eyes
is
peeled.
looking, I would wait for 52.12 up to 52.16, which was Anne Marie's level. That's where the value area is. That's where
Okay.
the larger time frame supplies are. That's where the Asian high is, overnight high. So we've got a number of things that could happen there. And then if we get the value acceptance, well, maybe we can consider that springboard trade away from 52.12 and past 52.16. Why do I keep saying 2016? What the hell? So there's another setup there, a value acceptance, a special situation play. Which does have a bit of a sketchy probability when we've already had a mean reversion up to value. And that means that we might have an odd day, an abnormal day where, we might just run past all averages and everything. So I don't
maybe
think
we
that's
would look
the
for
kind of day. Yeah, so I'm
we were-
still on the short side there, but we'll see what
Okay.
happens. Again, we can't tell. It's market generated information. We'll know once we're there. But I mean, I'm still looking for this pullback to happen. If we get a pullback and then a reversal, then that's a house account trade into the value area low.
All right. Yeah, maybe we can see maybe we can get some sort of failed auction up near value low from yesterday. That would be tasty.
And what is that number?
Which
Value
number?
low for the S&Ps yesterday. D, I'm seeing a 52.12. 12, that's your number.
Yeah, same. Yeah,
Yep.
52.12. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Dolby's here. What's up,
Hi,
man?
Dolby. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing very well. How's everyone doing?
Daddy
Pretty
chill?
good.
Is that what
Good,
says
man.
behind
It
you?
is the-
Yes, that is correct. Daddy chill.
Okay.
the comma is the comma is good.
It's a meme from, I don't know if it's real or if it's a skit, but it's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. So yeah, they gave me the keys to the house account, which is crazy. I don't know who put all this crap all over this chart though, because I don't see a single box. What do we?
Well, put one up then, mister.
I'm about to. What are we trying to trade? ES?
Well, we're looking
Yes,
at some continuation in the S&Ps up to around the 52.12 level. 52.13.75 is settlement, but that takes us to a value low from yesterday. We want to see if we can find some sort of rejection of that level to look for a hypothetical for looking for a short up there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm trying to see what I have a 4-hour range high at 52.20, and then 52.03 and a quarter is my 4-hour range low. And it looks like we just ran the ups and the downs of both of those. So
yeah, we're in a mean
within a
reversion
range, it
back
looks
to
like.
value.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would think that just smashing along here would probably be, if I had to place a trade, that's what I would probably end up doing, just to see if we can get back up to one of these moving averages. There's a red line up here.
That
Maybe
is
we
the
go
idea,
up there.
but we would like to get a pullback so that we can limit risk rather than risking the entire existing initial balance, which would be
What's
about
the size of
14
that?
handles.
Yeah.
14 handles. That would be one hell of a stop even for me.
Yeah. Well, what point of control is it still 52.13.50? There's like almost three. There's like three little mountains here on this volume profile.
Well, point of control for now, for me, doesn't quite. We only have 2 TPOs. And volume profile, I don't really like to use volume profile for these sort of things, personally. So I
Why?
don't really base any. I just find that it's not really as accurate in a way, and then I also always think, well, if we don't have too much detail in the volume profile because we moved to some new levels, which was the case with equities, what do you use? It's like, it's great. You might use a point of control as a target, but I never use it to limit risk. If anything, I would use point of control from yesterday to maybe run a trade up to it. Because point of control, if we go back to what point of control is, I know it says point of control, but I keep saying this for like 2 years on YouTube. Point of control is the widest point of the profile. It means that they spent time there. We built the distribution there. It's effectively fair value of value. It's like middle of the middle. So it's bound to be tested at some point. That's the expected behavior. So why people will go, oh, now I'm going to initiate a trade from there. It's not working. I'm not surprised that it's not working because it's the middle of the middle. So, for me, it's not a very good way to limit risk. I like to limit risk at bottoms or tops of structures.
Extremes.
And that works much better for me. Yeah, extremes.
Yeah, we are getting a really nice 5-minute range in the ES, so it could afford a cheap trade as far as defining risk.
There's a bit of a speed bump here. There's a bit of a speed bump here on a 15-minute chart.
On the for ES,
we're kind of looking at this to be a bit of a speed bump.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want a bit of a pullback and then to go into a mean reversion trade up to 52.12s. So what are you seeing, though?
What do we think about trying it at the VWAP? Is that too much? Still too much risk?
Let me see. Is that overnight or session VWAP?
I think it's overnight. That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Overnight.
Yeah, it's overnight.
Okay. Let me just have a look because I need to have it on the chart. Let's see. Okay. I mean, overnight VWAP for me is right around here. I don't think that's far enough of a pullback.
Yeah. Cheap trade. Oh, guess we have to describe cheap trade. Hoag, how would you best describe cheap trade?
Well, cheap trades are pretty much what Dee was talking about just a couple of minutes ago. Anytime you're near an extreme of a range or one of your boxes, Dolby, you're looking to limit risk by trading at close to one of the extremes, which is, I'm completely concurrent with Deanna. Like if you're trading in the middle of the range, you're 50-50 as to whether you're going to have a winning trade or a losing trade, and your reward and risk are pretty much 50-50 as well. So, a cheap trade is any trade that you can take close to where the point of invalidation for the trade is, close to your stop level.
I like that point of invalidation.
Now, something to take note when it comes to initial balance is that very frequently the second 30-minute of the initial balance tends to give the pullback. So whatever happens...
Say that again?
I mean, yeah, sometimes. So basically the second part of the initial balance typically gives a pullback before it does anything else.
Okay, so it's that second 30-minute area. Gotcha.
Yeah. So we are now in B period of the initial balance. And this is another reason why I don't like to jump into like end of A period. Having said that, if we do get a bounce here from this overnight VWAP and we get another push higher, that could be a way to limit risk. I'm still not that happy with the pullback. To be honest, I would like it to be at least 50% of the previous TPO. And then to reverse, that would be pretty nice.
That takes us down to a nice little low volume node down there around 51.9975. Which is the base of the late spike from Monday, 9.5.
Okay. And just below the round number, which is always a good thing.
How do we feel about having the 9 EMA and the VWAP kind of being on an up tilt with the 200 and 100 on a down tilt? Is that just a hands-off situation? So it seems like
it's a sign of a cross current.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to me,
different time
it's
frames.
just like, yeah, different time frames, and also to me, if you're trying to do hyper accurate intraday trades, I don't find it that useful. It kind of
Yeah.
gives too many false positives, if you
Agreed.
will.
I say focus on
Yeah.
price.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same. Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been Andre who
I
put
mean,
all
it's
this stuff on
useful
this chart.
more for a directional trade. You know, it's useful to kind of go, oh well, we are below it or above it, or they're converging. But aside from that, just an overall feel of direction, I don't. I prefer to use other things.
Yeah. I mean, do we like the range is nice on the ES? I feel like we could define risk in the house account. I mean,
Mhm.
do we think that this VWAP is going to support here for ES?
That's what
We
we're
don't
waiting
know.
on, I
We're
think.
watching.
It might,
Yeah.
It might. Yeah.
unless it doesn't.
Yeah.
That is how
And if
that
it
story
doesn't,
goes.
then we've got the line below it,
Huge
right? That's
wisdom. Yeah.
51.99 or 97 and some change. What is that number? 50.
Something is choking my computer today. I don't know what.
Oh no.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, what's
Well,
up,
if
Kat?
we
What are you doing?
if we can, let's take a look around the other markets right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil opened, closed the gap right away. Crude oil is currently in a value acceptance type trade, although that is contrary to the bigger picture. We see lower highs, lower lows. I would be looking for an opportunity to look for a short in this.
Yes.
But heading back towards that settlement gap close does happen a lot. Here's
It
gold.
does. Yeah.
Here's gold. So no real overnight inventory, a little bit of volatility. I mean, this is a 30-minute chart here. A little bit of volatility in the overnight. We're still inside the overnight range. The market opened pretty much at settlement with very little overnight inventory. To me, I mean, if I look at this gold chart, we go into the Wayback Machine here, we're range bound and short time frame controlled. I'm really going to be focusing on any extremes for any opportunities that I'm looking for in gold. We've got a nice little 30-minute kind of range set up here, and focus on those extremes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for anything. Very small range yesterday. And now back to the equities. We're getting a little bit deeper of a pullback here, D.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Ooh, do we like buying that though, or no?
This is normal for the initial balance. You will always have one direction. It's kind of like a head fake almost. You always have one direction for A period and then another direction for B period, at least in the first few minutes. That's something that Eddie used to warn us on the Squawk radio that you guys used to have. Yeah, they're like, watch out for the head fake. And I didn't know what it was at that point. So I was like, oh, maybe I should have a look at this. And then I tracked it. And sure enough, there's always some kind of a fake out before the market continues. So watch out for the head fake. Where's the top of the opening range?
Top of the opening range is 51.96 quarter, D. Okay. Market did just kind of come down to that low volume node we were talking about at 5,200, 51.99 half, which is that base of that late spike we talked about earlier.
All right, let's see if we reverse.
Oh, wait, what?
Delta, we're positive 1,200 in the S&Ps. We're positive 2,400 in the NASDAQ.
What?
NASDAQ's a little bit more aggressive as the short time frame here.
So that's kind of making me a bit iffy about the long now.
Yeah. We also didn't really get back above this 18,178-ish area in the NQ, which I kind of have as support. So I wonder if we have like a support becoming resistance sort of situation.
I see that same number, Dolby.
In these indices. Yeah, number. I'll throw a little line on right there. But 18,178 in the NQ. And then for ES, is, let's say like 52.06 and 3/4 is kind of like a support becomes resistance area.
And
And,
the
See,
NASDAQ.
usually
My
in
mom,
these kind of situations, when we're like nitpicking on like trades, and it's like we have a good level up top, and we're trying to find a trade in the run up to it, what I would usually do, I would pop in an alert at my level of the high probability trade, which would be a short around 52.12, and then walk away. And then when
Mhm.
that would hit, I would come back to the charts. But
If you
having
want to
said
go
that,
on
we
my
do have
charts here,
mean reversion, so there is a possibility that this carries on. It's just, is it a high probability trade? How risky
or
is it
isn't
to
it?
take this now? Yeah.
I get the
Well,
profiles up here. Dolby
yeah.
value low from yesterday. TPO value low is 18,180. It's 2 points from where your level is.
oh,
So
nice.
this, this kind of puts us in a potential for value acceptance
Yeah.
or value rejection.
Yeah. We were talking yesterday about the indices and how they move. And, we were saying that if there's no news, typically the market just catches a natural bid.
Yeah.
I mean, is there something in the air right now to justify shorting
Right.
indices? Because it looks like that 5-minute range
I'm
held
just
really
going to
nice
say
in the
we just
ES.
had a reversal. We've just had a reversal on the Renko on ES.
That's why range
Right off
trading
that
is hard.
5,200 level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why range
So
trading is
this
so
would
hard because it's going to
this
look like
would have been my
garbage.
entry, and then I usually run a trade on about 8 or 9 handle stop.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
I don't
my
know.
approach. The
Yeah, I just,
directional trades, if I'm expecting a directional trade.
We've
Right.
also got a 0 DTE level in crude at 78.10, and it looks like it's rejecting off of that zone.
Mhm.
I'll have it up and I'll show you here.
Let's see.
Right, this zone right here that I've got marked.
Mm-hmm.
That is that's the 0 DTEs. That's a level of extreme importance for those traders there, and they're rejecting it at the first pass. And so the key event will be, do they reject and pull in a higher low, or do they reject and just collapse back into the VWAP? And we've got the EIA in 12 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah,
Right.
so EIA can put a wrench in the works. I don't like trading into it or around it. So usually what I will do, unless there's something like super obvious, like a failed auction at that point, I just stay out of it for at least 15 minutes, and then I look for setups, because obviously it's new information that's coming into the market that can completely derail any plans, and then it does nothing. Storm in a teacup sort of situation.
Yep.
Oh man, that 5-minute range trade would have been juicy.
Yeah. I took that, but it's only
nice.
in the micros.
Got it.
Yeah.
So we're getting a little bit of a pop off the lows here in the 10-year, and somebody was mentioning Chris Magachi was saying the dollar index is showing a little bit of weakness here. So
It
might
blew.
be kind
It
of
had such
pushing
a
us
strong
back
day
to the upside
yesterday.
here.
Yeah. I think it's just that's probably another thing that's giving gold a little bit of a lift, because it was just running up like crazy last couple of days. So what I don't like about this continuation to the upside off of the range, right? That's a nice scalping trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But notice what's happening at the top of this range. We're not breaching it. And so far, it's telling us we're landlocked here. Now, we could do a buy stop to enter on the break to the north, or we simply wait for it to come back and retest support. It just needs to show itself as a little bit stronger, in my mind, for continued
The only
upside
issue
pressure.
with a break with a buy stop is that we only have about 5.5 handles before we hit the value low, so it's not the
Okay.
biggest reward. I
Yeah.
would like to see
Yeah.
more space.
Gotcha.
So is it worth us, putting money on the line for a buy stop that might slip because of the bigger size as well? Because buy stop, you're not guaranteed the
Yeah,
price
for
like you are with
sure.
limit
Yep,
orders. So
for
it's a
sure.
whole host of slightly different problems when you're trading with a little bit more
Yeah,
size.
good
It
point.
doesn't really matter with like 1, 2, and 3 lots. It won't affect anything.
Yeah,
But you start getting into 15, 20, 25, 30, 50, 100. It's like buy stops and and sell stops are like you get a random price and you're like, okay, it's not good.
yeah, for sure.
What would that be worth? 20. Yeah, buy stops are tricky. That I'm not much of a buy stop or sell stop type of trader.
Yeah.
That's kind of the antithesis of being a range trader. That's more of like a momentum play to me.
Yes.
It is,
That's
yeah. Yeah.
that's best momentum versus best price, which is the two.
Yeah.
Anytime I get in,
Yeah.
True.
anytime I get long with a buy stop or short with a sell stop, it's a time stop. I want it to go
I would
now.
agree.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it has to.
Okay.
I think that's very similar to kind of how Rips trades too. It's like he's more of like a momentum
Mhm.
trader, and if he doesn't get the
Mhm.
price action that he wants him like quickly, he's gonna get flat. It's why I'm
Wow.
garbage at
Yeah.
doing that because I want to sit in trades, and I just
Yeah.
will eat it.
Same,
I'll just take it
Dobby.
right
I
to
have
the
the
face.
same thing. I could
Yeah.
sit in trades perfectly happily, no problem. Like obviously, I have some parameters that when the things are not going well, but like even if I'm in a momentum trade, I will probably enter it before it breaks any relevant levels, and then I will monitor it.
Yeah. Exactly. But I can't
Mhm.
do it. Like I would have to go into a practice account and just practice. You just have to really trust
Yeah,
your
I tried
instincts.
doing like the scalpy thing, and I just lose the plot after about like 5 trades. Even after 16 years, I'm just like, no.
Uh, well,
And then when all is
my
said and
parents.
done, I kind of look at the original plan, and I'm like, I could have just stayed in that like for
Yeah.
90 minutes. I would have made a killing. Like, what am I doing? In out, in out, in out. Like to me, it just doesn't work. But there are very few people in the world who can do that and remain profitable. Rips is definitely one
Consistently.
of them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But for somebody like me, I'm just like, no. I like Zen. I like to get a big chunk of the move. Have all of my levels in there and everything. Then we can trade nice and
Yep.
right. So we are approaching the 52.12 slowly.
Yeah.
Yep. We are at is that 200? No, that's the 50. No, not
52.07
NASDAQ
right now.
100.
Which is
100 moving average is what we're at.
NASDAQ leaking into value from yesterday, D.
Yeah, but again, with NASDAQ, the way I used to trade it during COVID is to only do something with the value low rejection if S&P gets to its value low first. And then to effectively use ES price
Okay.
action to position myself. So I wouldn't put too much stock in just like, I just find NASDAQ just does what it wants to do and wags past significant levels by about 50 to 60 handles. It's like, no, it's a big party. I don't like that.
Oh.
Whereas S&P is like, that's the level. This is what, even sometimes to the tick, it's so thick and, it's a benchmark. It takes a lot of money to move it. So obviously it's not as easy to slip past relevant levels as it is in NASDAQ.
Yeah. And as people mentioned in the chat, yes, that was my parole officer. I talked to him. Everything is good. But it's time to do a little line change here because our favorite new character on the show, I don't even know if he has I don't know if there's even doors. I don't think there's doors.
It's the Michael. There he is.
It's Island Mike.
I'm out. I'll see you guys.
Peace,
Bye, Dobby.
Bye, Dobby.
All right,
Thank you.
all right, all right.
Like the cha-cha, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Hey guys, What's up?
Hello.
Island Mike here. Island Mike here, coming in hot. Fixing my screwed up.
Nice tiki hut action.
Oh, it's raining
Oh,
right
you have
now.
one
I
of,
know I
you have
can't be
one
on
of
the
those.
beach.
You have one of those lights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
I
when you
actually
got
got
like
one
three
that's
kids.
a little bit. It's a little bit better. I use that whenever I'm at my mom's. So the difference is that it's got like a better clamp.
5
exactly
minutes
what
Slightly
mine
remaining.
different.
Yeah.
EIA coming out here in
Guys,
5 minutes.
I got the house account in front of me. I know Andre's
Yeah,
not
so
here
we
to
are-
execute.
We are talking about 5212 level in ES for potential short because that's the value area low. There's also some confluences with 0 DTE gamma. Is that correct, Anne-Marie?
And settlement.
Yep.
It's up at 5216. So we're coming up to it. So we're going to see what happens. And if we get some price action reversals, then that will be the account, that will be the trade that we're all agreeing on. Short from around
5
the
minutes?
zone 5212, 5212. Yeah.
Okay,
We're
so
focusing on ES.
you're talking about the ES, right?
Yes, yeah, we've decided to focus on the ES because it's slower. You know, we need time to talk things through, and it's just easier to manage.
Easier on our hearts.
Everybody's
Yes.
talking about the 12s. You guys are all liking the 12s up here?
Yeah, it's a zone between 12 and 16, so that is where we will be looking for price action reversal to happen.
12 and 16. All righty. We're keeping an eye on that one. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is coming down. I mean, it's no joke out here. The jungle, island, rains, they come down. You want some water.
Yeah.
Put your hand out there and you'll be taking a bath very soon.
I think
They
it's the
don't
beginning
call
of
them
the rainy
tropical
season.
rainstorms.
Yeah.
Yeah, monsoon or something.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we got stuck
Okay, great.
coming
you
back
got the
from
cheap flight.
Ho Chi Minh. So it was the monsoon. It was the monsoon
Actually, people
season.
people like going during the rainy season simply because it's cooler. The temperatures come
cooler,
down
yeah.
super quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but we had to, like, the plane had to land because something happened and they were like, we can't. So we were actually sat in Malaysia for a while.
I want to visit there. I haven't been there yet. That's on my list.
It's lovely. Everybody speaks English as well, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys
Ho Chi
are
Minh,
rating my
though,
shirt
pretty.
Oh, I'm
pretty
rating it
foreign.
right now.
All right,
Hey,
so
12s.
we're at the value. Let's see what happens there.
And you like it from a short? Only if
Yeah.
what? If touched or if
No, if it reverses, because there's a danger that we go into it and accept value, and then it's a special situation play that John talks about a lot, and then we might have another run through the value area, which also matches Anne-Marie's level of 52.16. Where we might have a springboard if we do accept value, so we don't want to see that. But we do want to see what the price does around that zone. So if we get, in the most perfect world, we would get a failed auction here. Then we've got a super high probability setup, a failed auction from value low. So we'll see.
Hey, real quick here, we've got about 30
Next 30
seconds.
minutes.
30 seconds here on that EIA. They're looking at negative 1,043,000. They were prior was positive 7,265,000. Check your positions. Make sure you're flat if you're trading crude. Be safe. Back to you.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah. Thanks, Eddie.
E-money.
Pro ball. Calypso style.
What's up? Actually got this shirt in Kenya.
Oh.
Really?
Can you tell us?
Looks,
Can you
it
tell us
looks
how much you
very
paid for it?
airy. So it looks
Like
like
$5
just
Somebody
that kind of
has-
thing.
Like
Somebody has a
We
fantastic
can almost
comment.
see your nip.
All right, we got the number coming out here. We do have crude coming in at negative 1.362. So they were pretty close. They were looking at a negative number here. Gasoline inventories 915,000 and distillates 56,000. And now post ad. Back to you, Calypso Michael.
Yeah, James, do we have that comment that someone sent in? Yeah, MP is borrowing clothes from Russell Brand.
That's a winner. That's
I mean, I
I'll
wish-
all day.
I could go into his closet. That'd be nice.
Get him to the board.
Hilarious.
Oh, that's good. So you guys got my screen up, don't you? I am sharing it.
I believe that's yours.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can see
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right. All right. So 09s came up to 11s.
We'll pull back off that close to 12.
Yeah,
Look
I
there.
took a test. I took a test short there.
Nice.
So,
we'll see
some
how
stats
it
that
holds.
that we need to keep in mind with ES and Q is that on most days you will get the break of the initial balance. So I would like to see that break as a high probability occurrence before I take a trade, because really only about 2% of the trades end up not popping the initial balance. So we do want to see the break of initial balance first before we take a trade.
Okay.
All right. So last week I talked about getting some stats about the IB extremes and how often one extreme of the initial balance, which is the first hour of the session, remains one extreme or the other. The NASDAQ actually has the highest probability of it. Of the last 30 trading sessions, not including this week, 86% one of the time, one extreme of the initial balance remains one extreme of the entire regular trading hour session.
Yeah, and it's not just 30 days either. So you guys had the guy from Edgeful here.
Right,
If you look there,
right.
they have those stats, and you can
They
go
do.
through 1 month, 3 months, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and the
Yeah,
stats are remarkably stable. So it doesn't change that much. It's
I
still
wasn't
the
smart
highest
enough to do
probability
that.
thing
I went day by day.
Oh, I jumped on it immediately as soon as you started talking. I was like, I love this. This is what I do.
I know.
I know.
It's-
That was
I figured
me.
you'd like this.
Love it.
But between the NASDAQ, ES, CL, GC, and the YM, of all of those products, 65% of
Yeah.
days have one extreme of the initial balance as the extreme of the session.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is a failed auction, really, if you think about it.
In essence, yeah, right?
68% probability that the auction will fail. So it will leave the high of the day, come back, or low of the day, and go all the way through. Or at least
So,
partial failed auction.
I thought that would be interesting for everybody to hear that stat.
That number that I had a couple of days ago for the target in oil at 78.30, I don't know, it was sometime last week or whatever. It came into that zone and it's immediately reversing off of that edge. So another really a great example of how those 30s and 70s or 30s and 80s sometimes work as the initial rejection zone in oil. The question is it going to hold above this gamma level at 78? Because remember, once it starts piercing that edge, the strength amplifies and it could continue to run. So this certainly looks like a pullback equals a buy zone. But so far, the small short that I took there is holding. I'm just looking for 5 minutes to confirm on the ES or, give me a little bit of profit before it turns into another push to the upside.
What was the high of that? Was it, what'd you get, man? Because the high of that was 11s, wasn't it? 50, 11. We're talking, guys, 15-2 11s.
Yeah.
52.
Yeah, if
52.11.
52.11 50 or something, 52.11, I got in at 52. The first one I got in at 52.08 and then 52.10. So I'm sitting around 52.09.
There you go.
Jack, you said you've got a little bit of news to bring us here. You ready, Jack? Jack.
No, he got taken.
That'll be
He
a
got
no.
taken by the parole.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to know what his crime was. Let's estimate on what
Well,
kind of crime.
Jack's been working at Topstep long enough, and that we didn't do background checks back then. So I don't know. It could actually be his parole officer. I have to talk to HR.
I'm thinking about what's the most hilarious
anybody way
crime
back
Jack
when.
might have committed.
Case in point.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Stop.
It's hilarious.
Well,
I
you
think
got
there's a law here in
back.
Illinois about excessive dry humor. So he might be pulled
What?
over for that, but we enjoy that.
He's very, very good at that.
Yes, indeed.
very good at
He's
that.
a very good straight man in any sort of exchange like that.
I got my old table, not my old table, my table that I was using yesterday, out there on the beach. It's raining, pouring right now.
Getting
I
rained
got this
on.
like smaller table. Yeah, so I kind of have a recliner, so to speak, right now. Little lazy boy out
I
here.
love the swing back there. Oh, holiday time.
Oh,
Michael, at
took
least
a
you got
nap
some
on that a couple days ago.
maybe some warm rain out there. We had about 2 inches of hail at my house yesterday.
Oh my
I
goodness!
saw that. Those pictures you shared. Yeah, you guys got quite a smorgasbord of different type of elements you got hit with. This
Yes, we
looked like.
did. Yeah, we sure
Yeah.
did.
We usually get a lot of rain, but we're having a beautiful day in London today, like proper spring/summer day. So I spent the whole morning just outside in my garden, enjoying it. It's very nice to
So-
get a bit of tan.
So
Well,
wait a second. When's the last time it actually hailed in Chicago?
a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't realize hail was a thing up there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And I don't know
And
where,
I know I
where
lived-
you at, Ann?
Right now I'm in Florida on the southwest Gulf Coast side.
Okay.
I have been
Okay.
in the Carolinas, but I lived in Chicago for 4 years. I don't ever remember
Yeah.
hail.
Hmm.
Oh, you get everything here.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember it because you're trying to block it. You don't remember because you're trying to block all that out of you. Like you would walk around the corner, downtown Chicago, get off work, walk out the Board of Trade. Right when you go through the turnstiles, you come out of there and you just be like whoosh, and you would cuss. I mean, I would at the top of my lungs. Sometimes it was usually after a bad day, and because you got hit with all this freezing. I mean, I'm talking February, so. Yeah, there's no missing that anymore. But Deanna, when it gets nice like that, is it anything like Chicago? Chicago, who we trade?
Yeah,
08?
yeah, it's very warm. Maybe it doesn't get as hot, but it definitely feels warmer than it is. And it's just the nature of this climate over here. Everything is a little bit amplified because of the humidity. So you don't need it to be super hot to feel really nice and hot. I mean, obviously, it's not like Spain or something. You go, it's like roasting, but it gets pretty warm, so it's very nice. Especially in May.
But
May
is it
lovely.
Is it like Chicago the minute that it gets decent weather where you can actually walk outside and breathe? Everybody, all the people start drinking. All the bars, pubs become packed.
Drinking.
In London, they never stop drinking.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Good point, Ann. Good point. That's one thing. It sounds like there's one thing you do remember from Chicago, Ann.
Yeah, one thing with Londoners is that as soon as it's like a little bit of sunshine, they're all out in the parks, kind of in their bikinis and taking tops off and stuff. And then the next day, everybody looks like lobsters because they all burn like there's no tomorrow. It's hilarious. So you always know when London has good weather. Red people everywhere.
And Anne-Marie, to give you an idea
what
of what Hoag was going through, here's Hoag's back porch yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was like
That's not as
bunch of
bad as
popcorn.
London.
Quarter
London
size.
looks like it's snowed in when we have hail over here. Like my whole car got covered in hailstones. It literally looked like it was snowing, and it was like
Hey, John,
March.
how many
Yes.
Kentucky snow cones can you make out of that?
You can make quite a few.
Say
Make
none,
quite a few.
please.
Although
Say none. Don't
I didn't have any.
don't eat snow, please.
Don't
Doesn't even matter if it's white.
Don't use the hail.
It's general life advice. Don't eat snow. Yeah.
Yeah, Frank Zappa. Yeah, good.
right.
Honest words from Frank Zappa.
I'm thinking about I might get a new roof out of it because there were some pretty good hailstones. I mean, quarter size.
Mm.
Oh my God. I told you guys about what happened to my daughter last week, right? She was driving and it came buckets. It totaled her vehicle, destroyed her vehicle. Just,
Really?
oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, it
it was
happens.
like, it was unbelievable. It was really unbelievable.
All right, so now I think we're going to get JD in here with some of our hot streaks coming up here. JD, are you ready?
What's up, guys? Man, I was really digging that conversation about summer drinking being for amateurs. That's some funny stuff there.
The air is always perfect for drinking.
Okay, hey, really quickly, JD. It's 2 10s, 52 10s on the S&P.
Yeah.
What do we
We're
have
looking for
level wise?
pop
Do you guys have
above.
anything?
So we need to have the initial bounce pop to the upside in this 30-minute candle, and then to
pop back
reverse
down.
even on a 5-minute chart. Yeah, and then we're gonna have a potential for failed auction short. That's when we'll be potentially pulling a trigger if we get those conditions. For now, it's
Okay,
trying to go
can you
above
guys
the
let me
initial
know?
balance.
Okay. I'm the executioner.
Yeah.
I know nothing except
Yeah.
how to execute. You guys are my guiding light. You guys are the trigger point that I need. When you say jump, I say how high. Well, actually, no, I'll just jump. But
We'll scream.
go screw. Yeah, thank you. I mean, it is okay. So just to help everybody out, that you're looking at the 52-12s. John, you're on, and you're in on this one. Deanna's in. So you're all in on this one, and you're liking it from a short in the zone between 12s all the way up to 16s. But execution only happens if what?
Price action confirms
Yes.
The breakdown.
the reversal.
In that,
Yeah.
We just took out the IB high. We want to see price come back inside the IB.
Yeah.
So is
And
this
to at
is this
least
starting
have
to be in the range then?
at least a 5-minute reversal. At least. For now, it's still pushing slightly higher, so we need to wait. We need to be patient.
You know, that's what Dakota kept saying yesterday, and I got to give him that because I get updates in our Slack channel. Dakota's up 2, then he's up 3, then he's up 4. I think he ended up 4 or 5. And the whole time while being sick, he even being sick, he was still kept saying, "Guys,
Crazy, right?
Stay patient, guys, crazy." That's super talented.
Do you know what? I actually trade better when I'm sick. I don't know what it is. Because I think you can't be bothered with like low probability setups because you're so knackered. So you're just like, oh, whatever. I just want this level.
It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing I'm going to say this, but I was in my mid to late 20s as a trader on the trading floor, and I traded better when I came in hungover.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because we would go out in Chicago, and I'd have buddies. We'd go out in Chicago, and it's a Thursday. It's a Thursday night. We usually use Thursday nights for synthetic weekends.
Everyone's hungover on Fridays.
Synthetic
Come
weekends.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you go in there and you trade, and
you smash it.
Yeah.
And you're like, what?
Yeah.
So why do you
Unless
think
you're
that
still there.
is?
Yeah.
Why do you think
I
that
think
is?
when
I think
we
it has
have
something to do with emotions.
Lower inhibitions.
Gotcha.
and yeah, lower inhibitions, but also I think productivity is not as high when you're like feeling really good because you feel like crap, right? So you can't be bothered taking low probability setups. You
so
only take what's
conservation of
obvious.
energy.
Yes.
I like
Absolutely.
it.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty emotional guy, so mine was always about like my emotions, because my emotions would be a little bit more subdued in the mornings. while I traded, and I did have them interfere with my decision making. Now, did I always make money? No.
Mm-mm.
The worst is losing
Made
money
it
and
even worse when you didn't.
going through that. Yeah.
Feel like crap and lose money.
I hate it when you're drunk.
Oh, Eddie, you're good.
I want to see it hit settlement here in the S&Ps, which is 52.13 and the orders. And then come
that's
back
exactly
to the
where
IB.
the edge of the 1 hour supply is. Right there.
So what? Okay, say it enters the. So we're looking for it to get above 12s, and then the range between 12s and 16s. But then what happens if it trades out of above 16? Are you guys talking about
It's
a
an
stop above there,
invalidation.
or?
It's an invalidation point. So I would probably aim for a stop at like about 17 or 18.
18 is the overnight high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And staying away from round numbers. So we don't want to stop at 15 or 20. So it has to be either 17 or over 20 somewhere, 23 or something. Depends on how far we go into this value. We might just fail the auction here, in which case, it's not even going to get up there. But if it keeps pushing, then obviously we might even have the option to put a stop above the 20s.
In chat, do you guys like this from the short side or the long side, or don't trade this at all? Up here, we're talking S&Ps. If you trade the NASDAQ, same. They move together. They're moving together today. How about that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. We'll get you guys input. We'll put a poll in here so you guys don't have to waste time clicking buttons. Speaking about clicking buttons, I want to get that keypad thing. Okay, we're trading 13.
That's pretty cool.
I know. I already got them talking. I'll go, guys, bump it to
Where
the
do you
top of the
get
list.
those?
I don't know. I'm going to find out right when we get TopstepX to enabled, or when I know it's going to be. Here we go. Short, long, or pass. Here we go, guys. Would you get short? Would you get long? Or would you pass on this whole trade right now? So far, the Kentucky Derby
when you say
horse
keypads,
is short.
What did I miss? What keypads?
Oh, they have these little, like
Stream.
little
He's
things
talking about
they
Stream
trade from.
Deck.
Oh,
like hotkeys.
Right. You mean
hotkeys?
Can I show you? I can't show you.
You
I've
have
got
one.
one of those.
You have one too. Everybody has this.
Yeah.
The cool kid thing.
What?
Yeah.
And so what are they called?
So we have
what?
Stream Deck. It's called. You can actually get a mini one. I don't like the massive one because my desk is not that big. Because I have.
All right, guys, we're trading 15s.
Yeah.
14. Yeah. So far, nothing to do here. We have to wait until it reverses.
Man,
NASDAQ's almost to the high of value from yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't go against trend until it breaks.
Yeah.
That is what.
Let's see what it does at the high of the session, high of the last night's overnight.
Yeah,
Okay, you're coming up to your 17s. You're coming up to your 18s.
As well.
Yeah.
Yeah. We couldn't
Those
take
that
the
are
trade
tuning in, we are talking. Don't take the trade. What'd you say, Johnny?
We couldn't take the trade because it wasn't validated yet.
Exactly. There's no validation of the trade yet.
For those that are new, they just showed up and they go, what do you mean by there's no validation of the trade yet? And if you could be as concise as possible, what would you say?
We need to see a reversal that closes one of the candles below the value and back into the first hour trading range. That's as succinct as I can put it.
I've got the profile up here if you want to show it.
Rob trades. I mean, I mentioned I like pulling triggers. It's not my trade. It's not all. We're all working together here. I don't even. I haven't even been in two of the markets, but I could sure Know how to click a button and enter a trade.
So the NASDAQ has pretty much completed the value area special situation play. But what we're looking for in the S&Ps for a short is for price to reject up here, come back inside the initial balance high here, which is 52.11 quarter, which is back below yesterday's area of value low, which is 52.12. So we're looking for some rejection up here, leaving a failed auction on the upside to look for a short to the downside. We do not have validation of that just yet.
Think about it as conditional logic and code. If this happens, we do this. If else, no action to be taken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank God I didn't go rogue. I would have been getting short around the 12s. Ian, are you still holding yours, or what are you doing with your
I
short?
am.
The
I am.
nines
I
thing?
actually added on the top ticks at around 52.17. So now my average is about
Nice.
52.13.
Nice.
So
Okay.
it doesn't feel happy, but I can see declining volume. I can see I know that there's a gamma level up there that we don't really want to breach. If it breaches, it's going to run all the way up to those 52.23s, 52.27s. So yeah.
Gamma girl. Or gamma.
Yeah,
You got me thinking the Greek. You got me thinking the Greeks. Were you ever in a sorority, Ann?
Oh, good heavens, no.
Greek system?
No.
Are you talking Greeks?
Not a sorority gal. Not
I know.
yeah.
Just a punk rocker out there, huh?
Well, I actually listened to a fair bit of heavy metal way back in the day, but I did. I know.
You and Dolby, he plays in a heavy metal band, right?
I did hear such a thing. We have not spoken about it directly, but I did hear that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of metal bands. A lot.
He's a mean drummer.
Yeah.
It hook, Rusty.
Yep. I'm not going to drop any names. Hoag knows.
Do we want to get the update here from JD or?
Oh yeah,
While we wait,
you got a speaker top of the hour here.
Go ahead.
Just a heads up.
Okay, top of the hour. We got a speaker at 7 minutes. Thanks, Eddie.
Oh, we can jam this in. JD, are you ready?
Let's do it.
Oh yeah, I'm here. Everybody set?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Hot streaks. We got some changes to the list from yesterday. Our current leader, Brian S., who's on a 26-day hot streak, did not trade, so he's off the list today, but his streak is still intact. And we also lost 3 traders due to drawdowns, Joshua, Rodney, and Hampton, also for drawdowns yesterday. Joshua was on a 23-day streak, Rodney was on 19 days, and Hampton was on 18 days. All respectable heaters, nothing to be ashamed of there. Nice job, guys. So that said, here is our list for today. Those hot traders streak out. These are the hot streaks. Yep. So that makes Kent our leader for today. Kent had a decent day yesterday. Picked up about $140 trading the MNQ. Yoke, Robertus, and Daniel are all new to the list today. Welcome to the show, guys. And our old friend Jacob is back. Jacob had a nice day trading the NASDAQ and is now sitting on a 17-day heater. Nicely done.
Nice.
All right. Yesterday's
Jacob is
best. Say again?
Jacob brings the heat, JD. Jacob brings the heat. What was his high water mark last time?
I think he was at 24. I believe it was 24 days last time he was on the list. So he's been on and off for a couple months now. He's a decent trader for sure. Yeah. All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here we go. Look at this list of all-stars. If you've been tuning into TopstepTV for a while, then these names should all look pretty familiar to you. David had a nice day trading the NASDAQ. Dakota spread some love around trading crude oil, NASDAQ, and the Nikkei. Dakota will be joining us for Power Hour at 2 o'clock Central Time today, so make sure you stick around for that. He's going to trade the close with Dolby and Jack, I believe. I should double check that. Next up, Nick T. You know him as Nick for a Tick in the chat. Nick was trading the ES and NQ yesterday. Nick will also be joining us in a little bit. Nick is going to ham it up with Hoagland Dolby during Power Players at 11 a.m. Central Time, so stick around after Fast Markets because we do have a stacked roster for the rest of the day. All right, next up, Eddie. Eddie's back. We've been seeing more and more of Eddie the last few weeks. He pocketed just over $2,000 trading the NASDAQ. And Brian rounds out our list of live funded P&L leaders today. Brian Halden close to $1,400 trading the ES and the Russell. Nicely done, Brian.
There you go.
All right.
Dakota makes the list yet again. Go ahead, Deanna, real quick. And JD, I want to hit you up. But
so
Deanna, what do you?
I'm just going to say we failed to make a higher high on a 5-minute chart in ES. And there is a reversal. So what we might want to do is front run a trade with a bit of maybe thoughts and then add to it if we get the confirmation back into the initial balance. What do you guys think?
When you say front run, what do you mean?
To put like let's say just 5 lots rather than going with full size, just to kind of test the waters.
Yes.
And then if it continues to go into the initial balance,
absolutely.
I'm down.
Love it.
All right. So we're gonna short, and I would give it about
empty.
9 handles. I would give it 9 handles of space here,
At
maybe
this
even
level.
10. Just to give us room.
Well, we don't
start.
We don't start with 5s though in the house account.
Okay, you can start with 10. You can start with 10.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Like this is just a
So we got
front run
10
idea, you know.
Yeah.
It's not confirmed, but it might save us
not
in trade
confirmed yet.
location.
Yes.
Yeah. And therefore give us a better average overall than if we were to wait for the full acceptance or rejection of value. So let's short 10 here.
Love
10
it.
ticks,
Okay.
10 handle stop. 10 handle stop. Yes, no? 9?
Yeah. 10 works.
Yeah? 10.
Yeah, that takes out the overnight
I'm
high.
on the offer. I don't do Andre's a market guy. Should I be a market guy on execution? Oh, I should. Okay.
Not if you get filled on the offer.
No. Win?
Okay. Mikey's chasing it. No, we're not. I don't know. I cancel that. I am getting just the worst execution. Like I'm on the.
Just go in. Just go. Whilst we were talking, it kind of dropped another six ticks. So.
We always got filled. Did we just get filled for 20?
Yes, sir. You did.
Are you in with 20?
I saw that happening in real time.
I'm working from the smallest screen on the planet right now. So the fact that I could even see this, I should not be executing, but like I had one working and I hit a market and I go to cancel. So
so
right
where
now
are we at?
we're gonna go.
What's happening?
Average price, 212s.
Okay, size?
Right here, right now.
20.
20?
Yeah.
He's in with 20, is he?
Look,
right.
I'm channeling my inner Dolby.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna caffeinate. I'm gonna caffeinate.
No.
Okay. This is how big. I swear to God, my screen. The window is actually this big over here. I have 2 screens.
We
and
do have a Fed speaking here just in a couple of minutes.
We do, yeah.
I got him. I'm watching.
Thanks, Eddie.
Where's my stop that we're putting this in for the house account?
So we had 10 handles from wherever your entry is.
Okay, 22s.
Okay, that's okay.
It is like the cell that I have to click into. You know what? I'll play. I'll play the game. I'll play the game.
You're short 20, Michael?
Yeah.
Ah.
He is. Yeah. So much for front running the trade.
Yeah, we're a little early. But it's all right.
I literally had a join ask, and then right when I had the join ask, it ticked down, and then you said hit it, so I put a market order in the same button right above it, hit that one. So by the time I went down to go hit the cancel button, I got ring a ding dinged.
So,
oh well, we'll see.
MP, if your screen's too small and you want me to do it or something, execution is my thing. I mean, like, I think that's a scenario if you want to get in like that, where if you want 10, you hit you hit the bid for 5 and then wait on the offer for another 5.
Well, I was on the offer. Yeah, that is true. But then I had to click to size down. And there's, all in all, I'm in a jungle and it's raining and I'm on vacation. The fact that I'm executing, but the trade is still the trade. And if it goes down because I got in too early, or not too early because I got into my 10 lot, I'll take the heat on that. I'll talk to the boss man that says, "Hey, your execution
we left
skills
single
need
ticks
to
below.
improve."
Is that making us nervous?
Yeah. Not yet, because this high is still there, and we do have a little reversal in the 5 minute. But we should start to panic if it goes above the high, because then we've got
Yeah, so we don't need to take all that risk.
Well, 20 lots, that's going to be interesting. Yeah.
We don't really need to take all that risk then, do we?
We don't. No. In that case, if it goes higher, just kill it.
What do you guys want? You guys tell me to do the trade. All I'm going to do is execute. That works out a lot better. Somebody goes, "I'm lit." I have not drank this entire trip. Except one glass
I'm
of
so
wine
proud of you.
2 days ago.
I
know.
am so proud of you.
I've gotten 4 acupunctures. I've gotten a massage. Yeah, I was stressed out. I don't know if you guys knew. I got in my report card, Michael, you need to quit being so grumpy. I was. I had to study for the 3 in front of all you guys. I had to pass the 3 in front of all you guys.
And I mean, you've got a lot of things on, so of course you're going to be a bit grumpy. It's like, come on.
Yeah. Started the house account, and they were trying to figure out the house account. Then Andre and I were arguing about the house account. We're in a good spot right now. Our relationship is strong. But yeah, you guys have been crushing it with the house account. I've been watching it. I mean, much better execution than I just did right now. I know that. Island Mike's definitely. My Island Mike mixes 2 words together: chill and relax. I'm very chillaxed.
Nice.
So I think this would be good to vote on air between the people. We did mean to put 10 on. We got 20 on.
Yeah.
We should probably get out of 10 contracts.
You don't want to be the accidental trader.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Especially now that we've got single ticks. And we opened this 30-minute bar in value from yesterday.
Well,
See, that was
remember,
responsible. Very good.
This is also a place we're going to see erratic price action because of the gamma level there. Yeah. So we might be able to ignore some of these ticks because there's arguing to force us out of this zone because it is the gamma level. So we might actually see it run in our favor even after the single ticks because the fighting there is a little more exaggerated because it's
closing out. We're closing out the
are.
single ticks now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign. We need a lower low, another lower low though, on the 5-minute chart.
NASDAQ closed out the single TPOs, but it also reached the upper extreme of value
The
from
other
yesterday.
side.
Yeah, it did explode.
What are we looking for as a target if this thing does go our way, D?
Well, if it's a failed auction, then you could run it, all the way to the other side of the initial balance. But at least to 5,200, I would say. So just over 1.4 R multiples.
5204 is the VWAP, just
Yeah.
as a side note. And there is, I see there's a big fighting zone somewhere around 5208, it looks like. I don't know why there's all that congestion there, 5208, 5209. But yeah,
Well, this is
I'm
where
seeing
they
the VWAP
ran up to the
5204.
value area and then started to try and make a decision of where it's going to go.
Yeah.
So that doesn't surprise
Yeah.
me, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good then. This is looking nice.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys told me to get out of 10 of them.
I know. I didn't say that.
We have all these videos online.
Because we were going to add
right
more.
way to trade.
Yeah, we were going to add more once we get this confirmation, because it's still not done,
Yes.
right?
True.
We don't have
True.
the price back inside initial balance. So this is still not done.
True.
This is still like anything can happen. We could bounce from the initial balance and then just keep going higher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And have you been watching, Jack, I want you to go right after this. And have you been watching the Tilt? Has it been doing anything?
I have not watched the Tilt today. But the NAS is 70% short, and the S&P is 70% short. So that tells us we should have a little bit of a bounce on the horizon, because these are key levels we're floating around.
Yeah.
Not hearing anything from Jefferson yet here?
Nothing from Wheezy. No.
Nothing.
She gets it.
Oh,
okay,
man.
Nothing from Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, the guy in the nickel. No, nothing. And $2 bill.
All right.
He rates. Still watching. Thank you, Hoagie.
Who's on the $2 bill?
Jefferson.
You say $2 bill? Jefferson.
Yeah.
I didn't
Is he on
know.
the 20?
I mean,
No, that's
Jackson.
Yeah.
yeah, Jackson's on the 20.
He don't deserve to be on that.
I only look for my friend Benjamin.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
I'm a
The
fan
only guy
of
that
Benjamin.
wasn't a president. How about that? How'd he get on there?
Because he created the FOMC.
Bastard.
He's the one I know.
That's true.
He deserves to be
That's a
burned
good
at the
point.
stake, not on a 20.
Yeah. We'll just print it. We'll just print it, Ann.
Exactly.
That's what he said. He's like, hold
Let's
on, what? There's a
create
printing
something
press?
that will allow us. Absolutely. Let's create something that allows us to manipulate currency.
Well, I mean, the printing press had just come out, right? Around that? I don't know. I'm just kind of saying something. I don't know when it came out.
Gutenberg
printing
invented
press
the
and-
printing press in the
Gutenberg.
1500s, right? 1580 or something?
Well,
Yeah.
you
Gutenberg.
got it sitting there.
Yeah,
You got it sitting there. And then the computer came out, and it was just like, just punch a couple keystrokes, and we add a zero to it. Here you go.
That's all she wrote.
There's more money. That's all she wrote.
I like this short. I think it's easy nicely.
Yeah, we
Hey,
just
Kevin,
need
I'm up.
years down into that
I'm off
initial
my-
balance, because the initial balance high is still causing
Yeah.
a little bit of trouble
Yeah.
there. So once that gives way, we can breathe a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I
Let's go.
see selling
goes up-
volume picking
Kevin,
up.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Kevin goes up. I'm off by 500 years. Kevin, we work in zones here. We work in zones, buddy.
Oh my gosh. That is the quote of the year.
I'll be right back.
there.
Oh,
We
man, this
work
20
in
lot would be very
zones.
nice. Yeah.
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 We're technically scratched on the trade due to my poor execution. Guys, that's how important, how important. This is a lesson. We're learning lessons while we're talking out of trade. Poor execution.
It's a process.
or
It's
chasing
still a
it,
process.
or-
It's a new thing.
Yeah.
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 Oh, I'm just saying in general. Yeah, no, in general in trading, you guys know when you get poorly executed trades, your entry,
Exactly.
or you get a double fill, and then you want to shave it off, and already went against you. Now your average price is even lower than where you were at. So if you didn't have it, now you got a crap entry. It's like, well, needless to say, our entry is the 10 or the 11s right now, because that's technically where that 20 lot peeled off 10, blah blah blah, puts us at. And the whole trade started around.
Yeah, I
Yeah, let
mean,
me see how tilt is shifted.
messing up the execution can really mess up the profit. I mean, it's happened to me before where I've
100%.
like
Oh
fat
my God,
fingered
right.
into like 100 lots
Yep.
instead of 10.
Yep.
And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Because you add another
Yep.
zero, and then before you know it, you're like, God, I need to get out of this, and then you get out, then you have a loss, but the trade is still valid. So it's like it's your
Yes.
fault. There's nothing wrong
Been
with the
there.
trade.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right, here comes the break. That's great.
yeah. We
So
just need to
next
sustain
time, Jack,
below it now.
since you're good
Yeah.
at execution, Jack, I would like you to execute. I would like to just be a participant in the conversation. Even when I come back, I think I might kind of do that too. Because I mean, like, I kind of want to call out the trade like I'm in the pit. If Andre does it, I'm like, hey, Andre, sell 10 more.
I like that.
You know, how you talk to your
Yeah,
talk to
I
your
like
broker.
that
Hey,
as
Andre
well.
said,
Mhm.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, Andre's been doing great with executions.
Yeah.
He's really been.
I know. I've been
amazing.
watching. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he had in his
So-
report card a lot. Go ahead.
No. I want to hear.
No, it was like everybody called him Andrew because I'm thinking that their phone auto corrected and they were doing the survey. Because I call them up. I go, hey, Andrew, what's up? Because it is like qualitative, like the feedback that you can leave for people. All right, it's selling off. Our trade is looking better and better.
Yeah.
So about those extra 10 lots in there, as we come into some kind of heavy congestion around 08, maybe 05,
Mm-hmm.
what are you thinking about slipping it back
if-
to normal size or taking 5 of them off?
I'm not in favor of partialing, but obviously that's just
Got
me.
it.
So
Yeah.
obviously whatever you
Oh,
guys want to do
yes.
there, that's fine. But for me, this is just
Deanna,
beginning. So it's just beginning to fail the auction.
Yeah, that's right. When it's moving in your favor,
and-
why? Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that.
I mean,
Okay.
I can see some congestion around the VWAP as well as we had like a rally-based rally on a 15-minute chart. So that
Mhm.
might be a good area to maybe clip some off. So
Mhm.
roughly 52.05,
Well,
the round
Mhm.
number.
52. Okay, cool. Because that's what I put it. You guys were talking VWAP earlier, and Mr. Execution right here, Island Mike, just went all the way down to the VWAP and just put this because I'm using my brackets on the TopstepX as you guys can see, 4,300.
Love
So
brackets.
you actually got an order there already, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, I have it sitting here, and I zoomed in so everybody could see it, and we could have this little action right in front of us. So that's what's happening there. And you're
That
now in the
Nash
money
chart
with your
was
average
awesome.
price.
Yes.
Have your average price at 13. Okay, guys, we've been talking this trade out. Very nice. Practicing a lot of Dakota techniques. Just repeating the word patience. Telling everybody to be patient over and over again. It works.
And I think we followed our decision tree pretty well as well.
Yes. I'm delighted with that. Truly delighted.
And I've been reading some feedback from folks who are like, trading, blah blah blah. Everybody does their individual trading. We wanted to make it. How do we take some of the brightest minds that we're working with and talking with? How do we get them to talk to each other? So then, newbies, fresh minds, I can start to understand, and they can follow one trade. Like Ann's jumping in and out, Deanna jumps in and out. Okay, well they have a house account that we kind of all, quote unquote, rally behind, not in a rally way because we're short.
Yeah.
But you get the point.
Yeah. And this trade is so pretty. It literally,
Hi,
what do we have? Like 5 points of heat, maybe. Not
Yep.
even that.
Yeah.
And now it's just doing beautifully.
So now it's just a
Are
matter
you
of
thinking,
where
Red?
do we want to take it off? That's the only question now.
Yeah. Well, it's always easy getting
Yeah,
into the
I'm in
trade.
trim
It's hard
zone.
getting out.
I for me, because I'm going to leg back in on the bounce if it bounces with a lower high. So this is a good trim
Okay.
area for me.
Okay. So should
and
we
then I'll
trim
Can I
then?
show you guys how cool? Can I show you guys how cool the trim is? Watch. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to trim, and then you're going to see what the brackets do.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Order filled. Look at it. I didn't have to change
easy,
anything, and now it changes
Yep.
everything to 5. And
I know I love
I
that.
personally like that because you can start to scale out of stuff. So we just lock.
Yeah,
lock
I
that in.
love that feature. I love that feature.
Yeah, it's so
nice.
easy.
And then now
It's
I
so
know
easy.
what I have left. Yeah, now I know what I have left on my. If it goes to target, it's 2100. I just have never had that before. I've always had T4 where it's the bracket orders, and I'm like, I think it's roughly like 1,000. Not trying to do math, counting
Yeah,
your chips.
because
I'm not trying to count my chips at the table.
you don't have numbers in
You
T4.
don't know.
You would have to like manually kind of
Yep.
keep it in mind. All right, it's like 10 ticks, 20 ticks. Oh, okay. But it's so easy. Like you get to see everything. I love the fact that they added the profit and loss on the dome as well.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's super
new.
nice.
That wasn't there.
Oh yeah,
before. That's something that was
I
in
asked-
R
I
Trader
asked-
that I always liked, but I absolutely
Yeah.
despise R Trader. So it's like just a blend of all the good stuff from like a
Yeah.
whole bunch of different places all in one.
Yeah.
So if we get the
Oh,
Deanna,
nice. Look at that.
This is a
There
failed
you go.
auction
VWAP
now.
is-
push that one
is-
through.
5206 VWAP, all roads lead.
Gorgeous.
Yes. Yeah.
So you want me to?
So we
just
could
do
close the
cut
trade
bait?
here and just call it a day. So
Call it a good trade.
yeah.
That closed.
There we go.
Closed.
Done.
Nice trade, guys.
Good job, everyone.
Michael needs
to work on
his
Nice.
execution.
That was tasty.
I need to work on my execution, but you guys read that one so well. Thank you. And
Yeah,
I
that
think
was
I cost
great.
the team. I cost the team $1,700. That's what I did. I cost
Okay,
us
that's all
$1,700
right.
bucks. This should be about a $3,000 trade almost. But that's why you don't put
Pretty.
rookies on up to bat when they're on vacation.
A very well
Yeah.
drawn
Jack,
play.
Don't
It was well
Don't
executed.
trade from vacations. Yeah, that's the moral of the story.
Yeah.
Do not trade from laptops. Yeah.
So
At least
Look,
get a
can you
mouse.
guys look at the chart?
Yeah.
All day it should have been 2,800, but now we're up 1,000.
Mhm.
But I'm canceling all. Okay, guys, this was a really they stayed patient. Even
Yeah.
Ann, you're still in? No, you got out.
No.
Ann, you're still in. You're out. Okay. So Ann's been in. She got in the 9s. No, she got in at the average price of 13s. We got in the average price of 12s. I screwed up with the fill, but all in all, this is what happened all on the way down after we talked out this
Yep.
trade. Yeah.
Beauty
And
of
now-
value area reversals and failed auctions.
Yeah.
That's what that
Uh-huh.
was.
I mean,
Yeah.
textbook.
Next
Our
one.
favorite.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's our favorite D.
Deanna
It is.
and Hoagland, great work. Now I got a problem, Jack. I need you to jump in.
Uh-oh.
What's the issue?
There's no extension cord out here, nor do I have the right plug-in in the Maldives. So I've been running on battery, so I just had a notification saying my battery's low, which gives me about 90 seconds with this computer that I have. So I'm going to get dropped right now, and I got to charge my... So I got to cut out, and I think we just got a good lesson here. So if I do cut out, great work. I really liked jumping in with you guys. Island Mike.
Loved having you here.
When do you come home,
Yeah,
Island
kidding.
Mike?
Island Mike will be home in a week. I'll be back in Chi City on Monday.
Where are we going for drinks?
I know. Coconut bar. Coconut bar. Hoagland.
Dance moves.
Look at that out. All right, I'm going to cut out look at that out. Great out. We got a great out. Good job, Hoagland, jumping in there,
Awesome.
talking about the 06s. Deanna
You got it.
and Ann, great job talking the whole thing out. Beautiful trade, guys. Hopefully everybody here in the chat learned something. And I am out. Jack, you take it over with that beautiful backdrop.
All right.
Good to see you,
I
MP.
gotcha.
Have fun, Michael. All right. Well, it was a good trade, D. Anne Marie,
Yep,
put up some money.
pretty good.
There's
Yep.
Jack.
Yep.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Is your parole
Yeah,
officer happy?
We were
He is-
discussing what kind of crime you might have committed to have a parole officer.
Yes.
I was looking for
Yes.
real things. I can't
Do
even
I look
imagine.
like someone capable of a violent crime? Probably not.
That's I
You never
literally
know.
I was
Yeah, you
drawing a
never
blank.
know.
That's true. Nobody ever knows.
That's what they all say.
Could go either way. Could go either way.
Nobody ever knows. I had a great short in the NAS that's now flat, and
Ooh.
that
Nice.
it was really nice off of that. Remember, Dakota was talking about 230, 240, all the way up to 260. And as soon as
Yep.
it rejected off of that number, I was like, I was waiting for it, but I shoved it. I had the limit order set. I kept pushing it up because I wanted to see the collapse of price. And so it did it really
Yeah.
nicely. But now is that zone around 180 where everybody was buying now
Mhm.
is sort of grappling with that edge. I wouldn't be surprised if we rotated all the way back down, to be honest.
Me
really
neither. I
wouldn't
mean,
either.
it's failing the auction as well. So that is the higher probability event now.
And the NASDAQ already reached the high of the value from yesterday. That's coming off back in the initial balance.
Yeah.
S&P's failed to go all the way to the other extreme of value from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a failed auction there. We're back in the IB. This is looking good.
Hmm.
That was a good out though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really pretty.
I think as we
Keep it
trade
like we knew
more
what we were
size
doing.
in that thing, we do have to talk and be like a little more savvy about the execution.
Execution,
Yeah.
100%.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like
I
we
mean,
talk
this is
about
why I
all the
was
time.
thinking we need some process, rather than just picking a level out of a hat and just going click. Like that was,
Yeah,
I wasn't
or
very happy with that
entering
process.
full size every single time. I
Yeah,
think that's
exactly.
a little
Yeah.
bit of an arbitrary. That's an arbitrary rule. It doesn't
Agreed.
feel
Yeah.
like it has a legitimate process sitting around it. I don't know.
Yeah,
But that's
exactly.
just
If you're
No, I
near
agree. I agree. Yeah.
if you're near a level like we were today, and your idea is that
Mhm.
you want to have like 15 contracts on, just get some on right away. I'm fine with hitting the market order there on like 5,
Mhm.
and then
Yeah.
backing off another 5, and then you have your level, you define your risk, and you do the same thing on the way down.
Yeah, you basically scale into a zone. Dolby
Yeah.
actually had a very good point where somebody was like, he was scaling into a trade within a zone, and they're like, "Oh, dude, you're doing a moron trade," and he's like, "No, I'm scaling in. I'm partialing the max position that I set for myself inside the zone. It's not the same thing
Mhm.
as the moron trade." And I think that needs to be a differentiation between those two. A moron trade is when it's going against you, you're just doubling down like an idiot and you have no idea what to do with it. Whereas scaling into a trade to get to the max position is entirely different.
Yeah, the key is planning, right? If you're accumulating
Yeah.
in a zone,
Yeah.
you are planning to do that. So always be careful
Yeah.
if you see someone trading and they don't say anything about scaling in and it's going against them and they're like, "Oh, well,
Right.
let's add some more here." That's the more
Moron
Yeah.
trade.
That's not good. Yeah. I like to use the MAE number to kind of scale in. And then also
And what
I
is
like
that
to do
number?
the third scale in. It's the maximum adverse excursion. So it's like effectively how much the trade goes against you, but it's still a winning trade. So when you go in, what's the drawdown that the trade suffers? And I actually have a slightly modified version of that parameter where I track it from my entry, because the traditional MAE number tracks any drawdown against your position during the trade life, whether it's in profit or not. But I don't care about that. I just want to see how much drawdown it actually suffered from the entry. So I modify that. And usually on some of my products, that's around about 18 to 22 ticks, depending on what I'm trading. So I would typically, if I'm trading with more size, I will typically use the MAE number or somewhere around there to add my, let's say I'm trading 15. So I would add 1 at the key level. So 5 at key level, another 5 at MAE. And then when it starts to move in my direction and gives me that confirmation, that will be the last 5 lots. So that would be my approach of systematically scaling into a trade with the help of some data.
Got it.
I like it.
You did your
And,
fair share
speaking
of that too, when you were prop
Yeah.
trader.
Yeah. I mean, you have to. You can't just plow in with your max size. That's just stupid.
You said it, not me. Speaking of which, James, if you want to show my screen real quick, I will fire up the house account, but I have peeled off most of the bond spread trade I put on last night, just leaving one runner. So we got 600 in the bank, and then I hope it comes back so we can put it on again. But once again, stuff like this is all about execution, especially in the bonds. If you guys give me 30 seconds, I didn't realize that MP was going to dip so quickly, so I need to go to my refrigerator and get another Kirkland brand sparkling water before we do the news.
No problem.
I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Specific.
If you guys want, while we're waiting for Jack, I could do the top 10 list.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
All right. Okay, here we go. Let's start with yesterday's best XFA PNLs. Here are those. All these traders are trading the NASDAQ exclusively. They like to live dangerously, huh? We have quite a few familiar names here. Hughes is back in the mix. Hughes is one of our top traders in the early days of TopstepTV. Pedro was one of the first funded traders that we highlighted on TopstepTV. He came in for an interview late last year. It was right around the time we started the broadcast. It's nice to see these guys back on top again, you know? Yeah, Drew had a nice day trading a pair of XFAs. We're going to see Drew's name again in just a few minutes. Drew, if you're watching, get ready for a surprise. And Jerry's back. Jerry was on our leaderboard for a couple of weeks before hitting a streak of bad beats. But he is back again, trading in 3 more XFAs right now. Way to step it up and fight back, Jerry. Go to Anya. All right. Here is the bottom half of our top 10 list. We've got Nick for a tick is back on the leaderboard. Nick is a live funded trader. Yep. You see him in the chat. He picked up about $3,200 trading the NASDAQ and ES yesterday, which was good enough to slingshot him into 6th place. Mm-hmm. We mentioned this earlier, but Nick will be joining us for Power Players in about a half hour or so. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. Salmon didn't trade yesterday. And he dropped from 6th down to 7th. Isaac took a drawdown, fell back down to 8th place. Alberto's new to the list. He picked up about $9,400 across 3 XFAs and jumped from 23rd up to 9th place. And Pin took a small hit yesterday, but he's still hanging tough in the top 10.
That's some stiff competition. All 5 of these are within $5,000 of each other.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Very tight.
Hang on a second. Someone's playing around in the production box. Let me get back to my overlays.
Tisk. Isaac saying he's up $2,500 in his live funded account today, trading the ES. Very nice.
Very nice. Very nice. All right, here we go. Can we get that drum roll, please, Eddie?
A drum roll.
I guess not. All right, let's see. There he is.
Back on the table. All right.
Let's get ice cream now.
Oh my gosh, this hilarious.
Okay,
Great.
we're gonna start at the bottom here. All right, Drew. We mentioned Drew on the XFA P&L leaderboard. Drew was in 21st place yesterday, and after picking up about 18 grand on a pair of XFAs, he's sitting nicely in 5th place today. Ming moved up to 4th place after a nice $5,700 winner yesterday. Wei and Sean swap positions again. It's been a real battle for 2nd place between these two traders. Wei picked up about $4,500 in profits, while Sean took a $4,000 drawdown. And Dakota, is anyone going to catch this guy? Look at that. He's up again. Account balance over $160,000. So we had a trader in the chat yesterday that actually challenged Dakota to a trade-off. I don't know if anybody saw that. And Dakota responded by saying, anytime, any place. Yep. When, where.
Yep.
I have that trader's chat handle. I won't call him out just yet, though. I don't know if he's in here today, but I asked him for his TopStep profile name so I could check out his trade report and maybe set up some type of competition or something, but he never got back to me. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you, though. All of us here at TopStep, we monitor the chat very, very closely. And if you want to step up, and call out another trader, be prepared to show your trade report with everyone, or we're going to throw you in the penalty box for the day. All right, guys?
Yeah. Or I feel like I want to see our good friend Gold Goblin. I would like to invite him on the show to live trade. Because from the chat,
let's do it.
This person seems like Paul
He's an
Tudor
all-star,
Jones on
right?
steroids, so we got to see it.
All right, that's what I got for you. Catch you later.
Perfect.
Thanks, TD.
Thanks, baby.
All right, I have the house account fired up.
I see nothing right now.
No, me neither.
Well, in that case, if nobody's seeing none, I'm seeing a bunch of stuff here called plugs. Can we jump in and do some plugs?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Thank you very much. TopstepX featuring the 10-1 micros minis. Now, for those that are new, did you know that traders can trade 10 micros for every one mini? Yes, 10 micros for every one mini. So just an example, 50K account, 5 minis, and you can trade 50 micros. Just note, please, it's 5-1 for silver, since silver is $25 a contract. The parity is currently available on TopstepX traders. Now you've got more flexibility to manage your risk, strategy, and capital with the ability to trade smaller position sizes. Trade your strategy with more precision and confidence, knowing more options are on the table. So once again, that 5-1 ratio for silver. Also, boys and girls, attention, please. Fire drill this week. Not today, but we will be having a fire drill this week. Keep tuning in to TopstepTV every day this week. Well, what's today? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You got 2 days here. Tune in, and we'll be giving away a free reset. One free reset to every good little boy and girl. You like what we're doing here to keep up with TopstepTV crew on Instagram? If we've got that link, I'll post a link here in just a little bit, but don't miss out. We've got that Instagram. Participate, be part of the community, and see what the hell we're doing when we're not on air. Back to you guys and girls. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Eddie. Call out if you see anything. I have a few news stories we should get through just because they might play heavily into TopQuiz later. So let me know if anything's moving, but we didn't see anything at the moment. So
nothing yet.
Let's do
I think it's a lull now because we have the lunch coming up like in about half an hour, so probably not much happening.
The crude long was just outstanding at that test of 78. Just really the key takeaway always is, but you can also see that with that gamma line that says, listen, if we break up out of it, we are going to accelerate because of trader repositioning. It's such a good indicator.
Where was that line again?
I'm going to look more into that.
78.
Because I'm really, really intrigued.
Yeah, it is fantastic.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Oh, you're very welcome.
All right,
Jack,
with
you're
that,
up.
yeah, let's hit a little news. I've been fascinated by this story in general, just the amount, and a lot of this is the AI stuff, but the amount of CapEx expenditures being done by the Magnificent Seven. Pointing out here that Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta to reach almost $200 billion. And we can zoom in on the next image is the chart itself so you can see this better. Is $200 million, $200 billion in cloud CapEx expenditure by 2025. And you can see just how, exponential that's going in a way. So if you want to know why NVIDIA is one of the biggest companies in the world, take a look at this. This is what's going on here. Obviously, there's going to be trouble if there's a lot of hope of what they can do with these things, but if it maybe doesn't pan out, if we're just left with bad chat GBT essays and deepfake videos of stars, well, that's a lot of cash to burn. Next up, just following up.
Or the government says something.
Yeah, or the government says something. They're known to do that. Bit of a sad story here. When I read the headline, I was like, never heard something like this before. But I believe yesterday, Bank of America investment banking analysts and associates are organizing for a strike. Now, you would think people of labor, the last person you think about is an analyst or associate at a big investment bank, right? You kind of know what you sign up for. You get paid a lot of money. But this is crazy. What they're asking for isn't that much. And what prompted this is that one of these analysts who was a former Green Beret died after working like 3 straight 120-hour weeks on something. So when you look at the demands here, it's just saying like, hey, a maximum of 100 hours a week, things like that. I gotta say, I have a lot of friends that went through it. Terrible culture in investment.
Oh my
banking.
gosh, 100%.
Yeah, we had people sleeping in the gym, on the loungers by the pool, because they just wouldn't get any sleep. So it was all people who worked with us, and I'm like, well, what's going on here? It's ridiculous. And you were expected to get into the office at 7 a.m. and then not leave until 11 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
That was like normal. And if you weren't doing that, it's like, oh yeah, you don't want this bad enough. It's like,
oh my goodness.
It's just perpetuated. It's just perpetuated by how things are done and who can be the biggest hardo. I would say that investment banking analysts and medical residents are the two places where, people can work hard, but don't work people senseless, especially if they're doing medical stuff. So we'll follow up on this. Bank of America is the company, in case you were asking. Some lighter stories. Netflix cut Kim Kardashian being booed at the Tom Brady roast, which, I do have some problems with this. You can't re-engineer history, Kim. If your jokes sucked, you got to let them play. But, when you're powerful enough, they will take away your heckling. Get the Nightbot out there. And, yes. And lastly, people were asking why Andre's out today. Maybe this has something to do with it. TSA discovered a bag with small snakes in a passenger's pants. They were smuggling these small snakes in, tied to their pants. Maybe an 80s star that you know. Chat, real quick, we don't need a poll, but chat, take a guess of where this airport was. Where do you think it's most likely that a person would be caught with a bag of small snakes?
I'm tired of these MFing snakes on this MFing plane.
They were almost there. Hoag, any ideas? The people are right. They're saying Florida. Of course it's Florida.
Florida, of course.
In Miami.
Yay! My state presents.
Was that you, Anne-Marie?
That was me. I couldn't help it.
So Andre will be back as soon as he's out of a TSA black site. And sorry about your snakes, Dre. And that's what we have for now.
And Jack, I'd be remiss if we didn't show this while we still have an opportunity. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it
Oh
up.
my goodness.
We made this months ago. We made this months ago. I forgot to use it, and I've been saving it ever since.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, I love that.
Hoag, I love your hair.
The hair. It's the hair that does it. Yeah.
Oh, that is beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man. That's classic. Love it.
A thorn between two roses.
Scenario, I guess that MP is Bosley and I'm Tom Green.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness.
How about these markets?
Hilarious.
Well, hey, with the silence, I've got some update that should really get the crowd going. You want to hear some updates?
Yeah, let's do it.
Always.
Crickets. All right, last night we released the following to TopstepX. Check this out. Ability for a trader to favorite your products on the product drop-down, okay? All favorite products will be moved to the top of the product drop-down list. So you can mark which ones you want. Now that's on components, right? Which one that you want, which one that you're trading, and when you open it up, you're going to see those first. Also, ability to export trades to a CSV from Trades tab. Also, the ability to export orders as a CSV from the order tabs. And check this out. This one's been asked a lot. We have added the 100 tick charts are released. So there you have it, little bounce. And there you have it for the updates here for Topstep.
Very nice.
Love it.
Thanks, Eddie.
Do we know when the trades are going to, are we working on anything that show the trades on the charts?
Yes, that is in the works.
Okay, excellent. Awesome.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful.
I just saw that on the list yesterday.
Fantastic.
And back to you, Jack.
What are we looking at here?
Thank you,
word.
Eddie.
We've just been caught in a peat bog for about 35 minutes.
Yeah, there's usually a bit of a lull around about this time. The only thing I'm seeing is that maybe gold might be failing the auction. We opened up inside value, tried to look above it. But again, it's getting a little bit too late for that, so I'm not sure how much legs that idea is going to have.
Oh, yeah, because they're about to close in just a couple hours.
No, we still
right?
have, a couple of hours, but lunchtime tends to be a bit kind of hit and miss. Usually, if I'm
Gotcha.
going to do a field auction in gold, it's best to do it earlier in the day.
Yeah. Well, we can look around the horn. We got limits for pretty much everything now. So oil, gold, the bonds. One of these days, probably why MP is still on the island.
One
I'm
of
going
these
to try and
days.
slap on like 100 by 50
on the bonds.
Bond spread in here. Yeah.
PDJ, yeah, Delta. I mean, it's you got to go in, and there's Lacey. Got to go in and vote for it just to bring it up so that it gets closer to actual development instead of just in review. I know we're looking for it. A lot of folks are looking forward to that Delta number. So go in there and vote it up. Find it here. Go into the roadmap and vote it up. Oh, I don't know if we have the right screen on there, but yeah, if you go to the little question mark on the left-hand side there, click on that, go into the roadmap and vote it up.
Well, if we can't find anything here in 3 to 5 minutes, this is like the carrot and stick situation. The stick is I'm going to hit everybody with a Series 3 question at some point.
Ah, yes.
Hoag, you know I got to take that now?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been through the book once. I'm going to go through it again and then just do it.
Yeah, I
Pretty
did
sure
the
I can pass.
RDR level 4 qualification, which is the equivalent over in the UK. And it was just, I've never used any of the stuff from that book, because it was even worse than the Series 3, because it's not really related to just the futures markets. It was just derivatives as a whole, and you can do securities module or derivatives. So obviously I went for derivatives. But it had like 3 different modules: risk, taxation, compliance and regulation. And you had to like memorize these stupid just equations, man. I like 13 equations in one of the modules that you just had to memorize off the top of your head. So I'm like, when am I going to use this as a prop trader? This is like ridiculous.
Oh, right.
But but I did it, and it was all right, but it was just like 6 months of hell.
Mm-hmm. When do you really need to be able to calculate by hand margins?
I know, that's absurd.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's absurd.
Sometimes I think they just do that. The regulators do that so they could just laugh at us and go, haha.
You have Collins speaking right now.
Joan or Phil?
It's not Phil.
Okay.
Isn't Joan dead?
Yeah, that was just about to say that. She would be like beyond the grave, so that would be a bit weird.
Well, that would be neither then.
That's why that's an event.
Let's go with Tom Collins.
That's why they're reporting it. Yeah, you're right.
Hey, gold off the highs. I'm sorry, crude off the highs.
Yeah.
Oh, really? A little bit.
Yeah, it was a good vision. D seeing that failed auction in gold.
Yeah.
We'll see if that continues to play out. But Collins is optimistic that the Fed can get 2% inflation in a reasonable time frame. The economy is robust. The job market is coming into better balance. Fed policy is well positioned for the current outlook. Monetary policy is moderately restrictive. Moderately. I don't expect the productivity jump to be persistent, and there are risks to cutting rates too soon. So they're going to keep rates where they are unless they don't.
Good to know.
Very informative. Yes. Yeah.
Right?
As usual. Yeah.
Well, stick around because later today we got Power Players. Hoag, you're going to be there for Power Players today, along with Dolby. Nick for a Tick's going to be there with some exciting news about his trading journey so far and his payouts. I'm doing Top Quiz with Alyssa, Shoulder Tab with Mick. David Green's on with Dolby for the group coaching. KV's practicing patience. And then me, Dolby, and the D-Man, the Utah Stallion. I'm trying to think of what else I can call Dakota. Dakota's going to be there.
Coal miner.
For Power Hour. Yeah.
He worked in a coal mine.
Dakota worked in a coal mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he was like a teenager. Yeah. Yeah.
You got to ask him
is he
about
like
it.
a vampire? Yeah. I thought Dakota was like 20.
He didn't stay long. He didn't stay long.
Yeah.
Well,
we will ask all about that.
Kind of a job you take so that you don't want to actually do that.
Exactly.
So I'm excited for Power Players. I haven't had the opportunity to sit one-on-one or two-on-one with Nick T. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
All right. Well, the markets haven't cooperated in the last couple minutes, which means, James, it's time to hit this Series 3 question. Michael, I hope you're listening in the Maldives. Ring, ring, ring.
All right.
Let's
have it. See if I can be wrong.
I think this one's easy today, too.
Good.
Which of the following is not an important fundamental influence on commodity futures prices in an agricultural commodity? Is it A, change in government agricultural policy? B, stated opinions of the officials of the various commodity exchanges? C, news regarding war or peace and money devaluation? D, political developments related to deficit spending, warfare, and foreign aid?
I'm going B.
Me too. That's what I think.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, we don't need the poll. This one's pretty
D.
straightforward. I thought it was interesting how they included. Remember, I take these from a book, but I like the idea of the news regarding war or peace and money devaluation. It's like a couple different things there.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they kind of go. Well, I guess they kind of go in sync with each other. War and money devaluation, certainly, but
Well, let's see the answer, James. Thank you, James. It was B. We're on our way to 70%, folks. Thank you,
There
Eddie.
you go. War or peace or money devaluation. Wasn't that a book?
Yes.
Or maybe that was the original title for it.
Yeah.
War and peace and money devaluation.
The brothers Karamazov and their horses and businesses. Oh, those test writers. They just cash them checks.
Whoa.
What do we got?
I was joking here. One of my dogs has decided to do the reverse sneeze.
Huh?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what I think
don't
it
know
is?
that I know what that is.
It's when they're. It's not dangerous, but it sounds like they're choking. It's basically their palate flips.
Oh.
It's a
Okay.
problem with certain breeds, and then they go, and you're like, "What's going on? Stop it!" But actually, it's nothing. They get a little bit upset by it, but it's okay. You're all
I
right.
thought it meant it. I thought he meant it was farting. Reverse sneeze.
No,
Reverse sneeze. Oh.
yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks, Hope.
I didn't know.
The
I've never heard that.
apology is
Never heard that
hilarious.
There we go. There we go.
Oh.
There he is.
All right. Well, any
Joking
closing
boy?
words of wisdom? Oh, yeah. 1 second. I'm going to grab the pug as well. See if we can get him to sneeze.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Words of wisdom. I always like search the internet and social media for words of wisdom. I saw a good one yesterday. Let me see if I can find it here.
Sit next to me.
Why should we feel anger at the world as if the world would notice? Ah, look at
That's
that
a good
puppy.
one.
I like
Yeah.
that. I like
Yes.
that, John.
Look
I
at the
fear when the
puppies.
markets are slow.
Casey, come here.
Rodney, you want to say anything? Oh, he's shy.
You want nothing to do with it.
Nah. Okay. Yeah, it must be nice to sleep all day.
Nice yawn. Yeah, nice yawn. Yeah.
All
My
right.
elephant's getting jealous.
Is
here.
the
Bernie,
Come on.
ES going higher or lower?
It's a good
All right,
question.
he's over it. He wants to go sleep on the couch.
Yeah, he
Wave
said
bye, Rod. This is boring.
Yes.
What's his name?
Rodney Tuffo.
Rodney.
I named him.
Tough crowd.
I named him after a guy. Says it reminds me of Andre. I named after a guy that I sold Bears tickets to on eBay like 12 years ago.
Here's Lacey.
It's a bit random.
Why? Because his name was so unique, or
Well, because the name, it became a joke with me and my brother that were like Rodney Tuffo. Like we never met this guy, but we're like, man, that's a pretty hard ass name. So we started using it as synonymous with like somebody being a hard ass. They're being a big Rodney Tuffo.
okay, I get it.
It's like Cockney rhyming slang.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this boy here is Bernard Black, named by a character in a British TV show called Black Books.
Ooh.
It was a comedy show about an Irishman that hates humans but loves books.
I know a lot of those Irishmen. That's for sure.
And is always drunk, obviously.
Yes.
Just to go along with the stereotype.
Well, alrighty.
Do you
we're
think there's a
closing.
short here in gold?
I don't think so, because we're getting a little bit too late for a failed
Okay.
auction type setup. I mean, we might have a bit of a sell-off. It's more of a mean reversion type trade, which tends to be
Okay.
a lot slower. It's not a true failed
Okay.
auction, even though they might look similar. But
Okay.
lunch hour, New York lunch hour is always a bit sketchy with reversals. Typically, what tends to
Okay.
happen more often than not is that we either stay where we are or it continues. And then only
Okay.
after 1 p.m. your time, it starts to reverse. So I call that the day range fill. So literally in the last half hour before a COMEX settlement, you'd expect some sort of a reversal.
Okay. All right. Duly noted.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if anyone has any final words, we can do them. Otherwise, we have Nick for a tick in the wings. He's going to be joining Dolby and Hoag. You won't want to miss that. And as mentioned, later in the day, we got Dakota and me going at it for a while. So it'll be fun. Okay. Hoag, you want to take us out here with some words of wisdom?
Sure. Well, I'm just looking forward to spending some time with Nick T. Traders, stay patient. I think that's one of the things that was pretty much a theme of today, and being patient actually paid
I know.
for us today. Dee
Fantastic.
and Marie, always a pleasure. I was honored to be on that picture with you guys.
Even if they did give you Farrah Fawcett hair.
Hey, it's better than
Yeah.
my hair. I mean,
Yeah.
why not? Why
You can
not?
rock it. It's great. Why not? Surfer hair, you know?
Oh my goodness, that was funny. All right, Jack, thank you, and we'll see you all in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah. All right, to all you angels out there, we'll be back just after this break. Have fun.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing TopstepX, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. TopstepX is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. TopstepX is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on TopstepX. That's right, TopstepX is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
All right, welcome everybody to the Power Players segment. I'm very excited today. We've got Nick T, also known as Nick for a
Careful.
Tick, in the chat. This is my first opportunity to really sit down one-on-one or one-on-three to talk to Nick. I'm very excited about this. Nick is currently the number 6 ranked funded trader here at TopStep.
Buddy.
Doing something very exciting with us today. Also with us, as we know him, we love him, Nick Dolby. It's great to have you here, Nick. How's it going?
It's going well. It's good to be on with you, Hoag. Good to be on with you, Dolby. I know you and I have gotten to spend a ton of time together. I feel like just every time I'm on here, but it's nice to get the chance to connect with you, Hoag, and kind of dive into at least my crazy trading day that was at least the early part of the session here. Been a bit of a struggle. I've been on a tear a little bit. Pretty much I was on about a 10-day winning streak of at least about $1,000 in my live account, and that ended unfortunately today. But it's a good reminder of, when you have a streak like that, when you've been doing well, to pay yourself. So that is one thing I'm going to do today, is take a payout.
Well, sorry, it was a rough day today, and I saw you chatting in the chat earlier. You started a little bit earlier than you typically do.
I did. Yeah, I'm not a big pre-market trader. I mean, every once in a while, I will catch, I would say, a part of a news-driven move. I usually just try to go with it. If it's going to rip 200 points off a CPI print or, non-farm payrolls, and I can catch 15, 20 points out of it with a single contract or a couple contracts, so be it. But it's not usually my MO. I typically like to wait at least until the open. And then even then, I don't love always jumping in as the institutions are kind of positioning. You just get whipsawed a little bit. And it's hard to necessarily take a stupid stop out, because you may not be wrong, but it may whipsaw you, especially on the NASDAQ, for 20 to 30 points when realistically your thesis wasn't incorrect. So unfortunately I did that today. If you were watching the early parts of pre-market, we kind of were waterfalling a little bit, and at least from my perspective, I didn't see any news. And so naturally, I was just kind of waiting for buyers to naturally step in the way they typically would as we kind of get some weakness into the open. And unfortunately that strength or that initial buying didn't happen until the opening bell. So I took a couple stop outs and was just unable to kind of dig myself out of my hole. As a reminder, I keep my daily loss limit at $3,000. So for me, tagging that today, I'm done. So there's no shame in that, but a good reminder of, trade the times of days in the markets that you're used to trading or you're comfortable trading. Don't get, out of that situation. You usually are just asking for trouble.
Right. Sure. Well, just to remind you, we do have the keys to the house account. So if something pops up to you, let us know.
Yeah, Dolby, we might have to just YOLO some gasoline, maybe some platinum. I don't know what you're feeling. I'm feeling like maybe we just go after a market I've never even looked at a chart for. Kidding.
Sure. Copper?
Why not? I'm sure MP would be very happy to see us longing a 15 lot of platinum while he's on a beach in the Maldives.
As long as it's a winning trade, he doesn't care.
I guess you're right.
No.
I don't know if we have lean hogs yet, to be honest. I don't think we got the farm stuff. No, it's just financials and currencies. No farms.
I'm waiting for potatoes. I'm a big potato futures trader. Onions, tulips.
Like
we could be the farm that brings back tulips.
That'd be great. That would be great. I could trade like
create a
waffle
new
fries.
bubble and tulips.
I'm bullish.
Exactly. It's been about 100 plus years. I think it's time. We'll bring it back.
Yeah.
We've had NFTs where maybe a little bit of the darker sides of crypto bubbles. Now it's time. Let's bring back flowers.
Bring back, yeah.
We
can
do
it.
Speaking of which, I think we have crypto now on this ladder.
Yeah, micro Bitcoin and Ether, right?
I think so.
Really?
Well, let me type it in.
I didn't even see that.
Maybe not.
You are correct.
It was in here. Coin? No, not yet.
Yeah, Bitcoin and Ether.
Wow.
I'm not seeing it in the In my product list right now, actually. Huh. That's okay. I'm sure it'll come soon enough. Oh. Yep.
MBTK.
MBTK.
Dolby, did you
So
take
I
any
heard you're
trades?
good. Yeah. What? No. I only take trades on screen. So I just sit patiently and just eyeball them and wish.
So you're like
and
the
wish I was taking them.
anti-Finchwit Furu who only takes trades on screen versus all of your trades occurring off screen. Like so many influencers out there in the space.
No, on screen only. That's how I roll. Got to have maximum transparency, maximum pin. It's the name
That's
of the
the way
game.
to do it.
Yeah, I'm not unfamiliar with the whole streaming thing. I believe I was doing that in 2018 on Twitch.
Yeah, I was watching.
You were streaming trading or
just trading on Twitch?
Gaming.
Yeah, in 2018. No, I was streaming trading combines.
Wow.
I was way ahead of the curve. Yeah, way ahead of the curve. Wish I had stuck with it, but I did not. That would have been quite the lucrative move. I saw it. I had the vision. I just couldn't hang in there long enough.
Yeah, you could have been the OG Furu on Twitch.
Oh, would have been the best. Because no one was even streaming on YouTube either. It was crazy.
Yeah,
Twitch was like the
definitely
big streaming
not
platform back
trading. I mean, I don't think I saw a single trader until like the COVID crash started. People actually live streaming options and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
As Wall Street Bets kind of blew up, it was
just
around
before
that time.
Yep. I got out of streaming. This is a quick story. So I used to be a restaurant guy. Did that for like 10 years. And I had to make a choice. Do I keep on trading or do I just get like a real like restaurant job, become a manager and do all that? And I got an email from Topstep. They were hiring customer service reps. And this was about 2020 or 2019, like 3 months before COVID. I get the job at Topstep, customer service rep, and then COVID hits and my restaurant shuts down for a year. And then I work for Topstep and that's it. But I was doing trading in the morning, streaming, and then working at a restaurant at night for like probably 2 years. And I just got probably the best timing I've ever had, ever. But
yeah, that was a good trade.
That was a great trade. I professionalized my passion and I was like, yeah, let's hop into Topstep and do some customer service stuff and get out of the restaurant business. And everyone congratulated me because that's the great escape.
You've been with Topstep so long as I have.
I was customer number 123.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did MP get you a plaque or something that says that? As an anniversary gift?
I think I actually got him a bottle of wine. That's what happened.
You know what? You know what, D-Time? You came in the office one time and gave us all a bottle of wine around the holidays. And I thought that was pretty cool.
I remember that.
I got you one. I got you a one bottle of wine. I wonder what I got you. I had pretty good taste back then. I don't know what I would get you now. Probably some Scotch.
Welch's grape something.
Grape juice. I think I spiked it.
It was Boone's Farm. Yeah, Boone's Farm, or was that Night Train? I don't know. One of the two.
I think I added some vodka to it for you guys. Spiced it up a little bit.
Little kicker.
Nick T, I heard you're gonna take a payout on air. Is that true?
Yeah. So when I don't know. I think Mick mentioned it maybe last week, but I pretty much since the end of April have pretty much been on about a $40,000 tear of pure green. Like I hadn't hit a daily loss limit. I hadn't had a red day in a couple weeks. So having hit that today, it's a reminder for me that to kind of reflect, take a step back, make sure you're paying yourself and keep that positivity versus letting, okay, now I have a red day. Let me let it waterfall as I try to, get that balance back up to where it was. So for me, taking a payout and reminder to everybody, and I will address this too. I am taking a payout today. It's going to be about 15 grand. I had an interesting DM on Instagram, and I'd like to just say this for, I guess, the chat and everyone else out there. I am not on Topstep's payroll whatsoever. I am just a random trader that this team happened to find having success. So I'm not a paid affiliate. I am not, any sort of shill for the company. I am just one of their better traders, I guess, at this time. So there's no incentive for me to come on the air and do this. I just have fun. I enjoy kind of, sharing a little bit about what's made me successful. So to once again prove that this is how I'm paying the bills. It's not from TopStep writing me checks from, making this sort of appearance or for affiliate revenue and things like that. It is purely from my trading. So we're going to continue that front here of how Nick is making mortgage payments is purely by pressing buttons on an ES and NQ DOM as of late. So nothing hidden here. I am purely going to take $15,000 out of my $60,000 live funded trading balance. No XFAs here. I do not have a positive XFA right now. All of it is currently focusing on executions in my live account, which also I think is part of the reason I've been successful as of late. Is I'm not trying to bounce between logins, not trying to bounce between accounts. I am focusing on the one that matters in my perspective, where executions are real, where it's way faster, it's way more difficult. You're not getting ghost fills. You're not able to throw a 15 lot on and actually get a fill during Globex and not move the market the way you can if you were in a live account. So I am doing that today to pay myself to start the month of May off strong, and hopefully I can continue that to get another large payout here as we head into the latter half of the month. So I am submitting this right now.
I think we also need your social security number, your address, and your name.
Well, Dolby, if you haven't already scraped that somewhere from the back end of TopStep, I'd be shocked. You're probably already selling it on the dark web. I'm just going to get an Experian alert here, since TopStep just going to become one of the other organizations that somehow loses track of all of our data every other week. I think AT&T was the newest one that I just got a letter in the mail from, that your stuff may be compromised. Here's a year of credit monitoring on because we're so sorry.
Yeah, right. No, they don't give me access to that stuff. They only give me access to trade reports, which actually might be even more dangerous. I got eyes on
there's
chat.
There's some
Watch
dirt there.
Oh yeah.
I would imagine if you looked at some trade reports for people, there's some skeletons in some closets there, including me, man. I'm guilty of trying to pass combines as quickly as you can sometimes too. So, there's no shame in it. It's just not the best strategy if you want to keep your payouts long-term.
Yeah. Oh, good question in chat from Elaine Robles. Nick, how long did it take you to accumulate that 15K payout?
Yeah, so that was basically half, or a little less than half, of the gains that I've had since about April 22nd. I've pretty much, like I said, I'd been on almost a $40,000 winning streak since the last couple of weeks of April. But in itself, my live account has been active basically since January of this year, when I had my initial XFAs moved over, and I've taken a lot of payouts from it, as well as a number of 50% payouts from my XFAs when they've moved over the few times that's happened the last few months. So realistically, this is a 5-month, active trading balance where I've probably, of that 60K, I probably have taken another, 50 plus out this year, just from, regular payouts, as well as like some XFA payouts. So I think the name of the game at this stage is still pay yourself when it makes sense. For me, I have a very nice cushion that gives me plenty of wiggle room. Once again, I'm not trading with a higher daily loss limit. I like to keep it at 3K just because it keeps me honest. It keeps me, even when I am tilted, which I still have those days, keeps me from doing something really stupid. And I thank Mick for the one time I did ask for an increase. It was after a couple days in a row of some losing streaks, and you asked to up it, because there was a day where I got top tick stopped out, very similar to the house account yesterday, where you were right. It just kind of hung up there, and then nicks your stop by a few ticks, and then rolls against it for 200 points. And I almost wanted to cry that day. So you start asking for, I just need another 500 to 1,000, and that's a recipe for disaster. That's just the tilt talking is a great way to think about it. If you took a walk, came back, you probably don't think that's the best idea in a few hours. So I'm glad and thankful that the risk management department knows things like that and keeps me away from being stupid with myself, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, they're listening. Mick is in the chat saying, "I got you, Nick, for a tick."
Yep.
Yeah.
So sometimes, there's a time and a place, if you have a balance like Dakota and you like slinging a little more size. I mean, I typically try not to ever sling more than 5 lots on the NASDAQ. That there are situations where I've done more than that, but typically me keeping it around 3 is very consistent for the way I trade. You know, I need to get better at scaling in at times because I have a tendency sometimes to be early, take a little heat, but not get stopped out, which is just for my own sanity, not the best, you know, way to trade long term. It's almost better. Let me scale in, even if it moves 10 to 12 points kind of against the initial entry. It's a better way to start building the position when I feel like, you know, a move is coming. But then you might have a day like yesterday where we are just kind of range bound, you know, of a couple points near the highs of the day, like when Andre took the house account short yesterday. And I have a trading buddy who was in the exact same trade for 5 hours yesterday. It was basically short off that 250 mark on NQ, and you know was losing his mind a little bit, just kind of watching it barcode and barcode. But then he finally got the move. So I felt for Andre in the house account as it got nicked there.
I mean, 5 hours is an eternity in NQ. I held the
Exactly.
trading for like 20 minutes
But
and was like,
5
this
hours
is
without getting
taking a long
stopped.
time. Yeah, that's insane.
Right.
During regular trading hours, not during Globex where, yeah, that might happen, but no, like sitting in an RTH trade for 5 hours on NQ with a reasonable, let's call it a 10 to 15 point stop. That's insane.
Yeah. Question in chat from Rockin00TJ. Nick, when do you trade combines and XFAs? Do you trade multiple or copy accounts? You just stick with one at a time?
I would always trade 3, but that's just my style. I also have a weird thing. I've been not backtesting this, but I've been trying to prove this theory out. If you are, let's say, one of those people that wants to trade, you know, try to pass it faster, or you are looking to try to do it with a little more size, whatever, however you trade, that's on you. But I've been trying to get some of my friends that have asked me, you know, what's made me successful with combines. Something I've been trying to, I guess, relay is reminding people the natural bid that the market tends to have. So even you have, in my opinion, a little more wiggle room to be wrong by, let's say, long only combines, like only looking for long trades. You just, I think, have a larger margin for error with your entry, as well as just being right. You know, if you're one of those people that's going to take it to a daily loss limit, or, you know, really push your max drawdown on those combines, if that's your style, I mean, that's the way to do it. But I would recommend doing it with a long only bias in a stupid way, or waiting for an excess low and then trying to get long. It's just, I mean, we've been seeing it since November. It's so hard to hold a short in this market right now. And, you know, this is why when I do it, I'm scalping 20 to 30 points on NQ max, typically on the short side. It's just, you're just asking for it to come back and nick a stop at break even or a stop in profit, versus just sometimes just being long and letting it kind of ride for part of the session. You're usually going to end up right on a long enough time frame. So depending on your sizing and your risk, you may be right regardless of kind of where you entered on the day, just because we see some of those moves.
Yeah.
Nick, you mentioned this streak that you've been on, this tear to the upside. When did it start?
I think I basically, since probably the middle of April, had 2 losing days total.
Wow. That's
so
surprising.
it had been, I mean, I don't have the numbers. I could probably look at the trade report on my live, but I think, you know, my smallest winning day in that span was like $1,000. And then, you know, I think I had 1 or 2 daily loss limits since like April 15th. And that's about it. Everything else has been at least $1,500 plus.
So you've been trading basically from the long side since the 22nd of April.
Actually, with the exception of this past week, I survived being a little bit short biased last week and just seemed to catch the right time of it, where same thing. I was being smart. I got out for my 20 points. I wasn't looking for a 100-point flush like we kind of had yesterday.
Money, take money.
So it's the same thing. I'm a rotational trader. I don't really care long or short, but I'm looking for those exhaustive pushes either way, and then fading that direction when we kind of get an excess, you know, for whatever time period I'm focusing on at that given time. Is, you know, do we see that little bit of an exhaustive push to the upside, to the downside, and then I typically am trying to get in. But I'm still not greedy, even if I do happen to top tick or bottom tick an entry. I'm getting my points and getting out, reevaluating. And I do this typically with 3 contracts, 20 to 30 points. You know, if I can do that twice in a day, that's $2,400. That's a amazing day for me, and I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, I'm really, you know, happy that you're taking this payout. I know you've taken lots of payouts. You're a really good trader, Nick. It just reminds me of you know, some of the bigger traders on the trading floor. You know, they would have a drawdown, or they'd have a real bad day, And when that happened, they would actually take a bunch of money out of their account and go like have a huge dinner or go buy a car or something like that, just to kind of make themselves feel better, and then just come back to the grind the next day. So you don't feel like you have to make all that money back all at once. They would take more out and then work their way back up. You kind of feel like you've taken some of the pressure off the loss you took earlier today by taking that payout and saying, okay, just time to build again.
Yeah, I think so. And I would say it was Friday, after I had a winning day Friday, because I kind of, I ended up just catching a solid trade and then was like, I'm done for the weekend. Nobody wants to turn a green day into a red day on a Friday. I've been trying to keep that logic, but then I was a reflection over the weekend, which was, a red day is going to come. It's just the natural flow of statistics. At the end of the day, no one's going to be hitting every single one of their trade. And even on my best, like I'm hitting in the 70% of my trades, I would say going back to beginning of last year when I really started trading with Topstep. I was, even in combines too, was probably hitting a lot higher of my winning percentage, just kind of overall. And I know just my style of trading, a loser is going to come. So having that mindset was like, hey, the next time I do have a red day, I'm going to pay myself as a reminder of what I have accomplished, of the consistency that I had been on, and almost like a reward to myself, not doing something stupid, being like, I'm just going to, take risk off the table so that I know my bills are paid. It was nothing like that for me today. This is purely just to reward myself, because I had basically, like I said, for the last 2 weeks, I had not had a losing day. I had almost, outside of a few losing trades here and there, it was always, small losses, cutting some losers early versus letting something waterfall to a daily loss limit, or a day like today when I just had a couple bad trades in a row. And, with my style, that happens. If I'm taking, if I have 6 to 15 points of stop loss and I get stopped 3 times in a row, that's it. I'm going to be out for the day. And usually that's a good sign. 3 strikes and you're out for me is a good way to trade. If I'm wrong 3 times in a row, it's time to take a step back on the day and reflect and say, hey, that, you weren't seeing things correctly.
That's my trigger. 3 consecutive losses. Something's wrong.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah,
really,
for me this morning, it was just,
3 times.
you need, this was a good reminder of the reason my 3 stop outs happened is like, no, wait for real buyers to show up and join along with them. Stop trying to be the first person to move the market back up, which is just a dumb mentality to have. Even with, I could trade 15 lots. I still ain't going to move the market. Let's be serious here.
Right.
Yeah, your 1 lot's really going to move things.
Exactly.
Like we're so inconsequential in the markets. We're just like little fish around a shark trying to clean it up or whatever. Take what we can get.
Trade 1 lot. It's the Goldman interns that are watching you.
They're just laughing at me.
Yeah.
They're laughing
I'm looking at you trading
hungover.
This is beautiful. The last 2 weeks
the trick is to be hungover and then trade on a 10-inch monitor while on vacation. I think is the secret.
I think MP's been doing that, but he's hungover on life right now. It seems like.
Yeah. Yep. Anything we like in the markets right now? Someone brought my attention to the YM, and we're kind of at a 30-minute range high, 4-hour range high. We might even be breaking out of the YM. I think like the ES is a little bit more chill. But there could be some cheap shorts there. ES is doing nothing.
We've pretty much just been barcoding on the NASDAQ between yesterday's 30-minute opening range low and the previous day low. So there's no trade here. It's right at the point of control on the day too. So
yeah, there's nothing going on. Wow, it's crazy.
This is like a pure diddle in the middle trade if you really wanted to take an entry right now.
I'm so impressed that you were able to have such a nice winning streak during the last couple of weeks, because the market has been very difficult to trade.
Yeah,
I think earnings, tight volatility.
The logic was I have been better about shutting it down than I have in weeks past. I mean, you can probably go back weeks, a month plus in my trading history. You see a lot of high watermark for me where it's green and it's well over $1,000. And then you see my daily loss limits. I usually was green, up over $1,000 on the day. I have been trying to stop doing that, where if I'm up $1,000 and it's past, let's say the euro close, I have no reason to place another trade. That is a great way to just give it back, go red, have another stop out, and now here we are teetering towards a daily loss limit when I had a solid green day that's really going to allow me to continue to build the balance. So that mindset I've been trying to shift for myself, which is if I'm green and I don't see that A+ setup and we're past euro close, stop. Go outside, touch grass. I'm still unemployed, people. So for me, go do something better with my time. Go stretch, go take the dogs on a long walk, just go touch grass. It's springtime here in Texas. So, that's been helpful. At least it gives me an excuse to just get away from screens for a little bit.
Sure.
But that's what I've been trying to do, is just not give back, not necessarily a great day, but a solid day. I would much rather have even a $500 winner than a $2,000 loser on the day. So even me walking away at a zero balance, a scratch for the day, that is much better to me now. And this is a mentality shift that I've had in the last, I would say, month or so, is just realizing that I had been doing this, looking at my trade report of being like, wow, I really am giving away $3,000 winners to $3,000 losers in the same day, which is just the stupidest $6,000 swing you could ever have.
It's different when you rely on that money. It just totally feels different. It's like I literally just gave up like $2,000. It's like, that's a kind of a problem.
Exactly. When you're really doing it to pay your bills, it's you kind of have to get the greed mindset out of you and know, like I said, a few $100 is a lot better than a $3,000 daily loss limit. So today that sucks, but it's a part of the game. I was never up, so it's not like I broke that rule. I just never had a winning trade today.
Is there anything else that you're kind of doing or thinking about doing? Next time you're up $1,500, you give 500 back. How are you going to take that step away?
Yeah, I've even been doing that. As I'm trying to continue to build after, let's say, a winner, the first one hits for 20 points, I'm up 1,200, and I'm kind of planning to still continue to trade. Is that if I take a stop out, I'm not trying to then get back into a trade in a few minutes. It's okay. You need to really just kind of wait and watch. So I've been trying to, if I hadn't worked out on the day yet, I've been trying to work out pre-market to get myself out of even caring about news, to even bother to try to even catch a portion of it. Just let the market do its thing. Yeah. So I've been trying to work out before the opening bell. But in the events or the days that I don't, it's okay. You need to go take the dogs on a walk, like just something. You take a stop out, get away from screens for an hour, 30 minutes, go eat lunch, go do something that just allows you to take a step back, come back to it with fresh eyes almost, and kind of reevaluate where are we sitting. What's changed? Am I seeing a trade that makes sense to get into, or am I just itching to take a trade?
Yeah. If you're looking for one, you're going to find one.
Oh, you can always find a trade.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of itching, indices are starting to roll a little bit here. I think based off of Fed Williams here, I think he's yapping a bit, but it looks like I got some ranges set up, and we are starting to test some of the lower bounds of the range in pretty much everything, actually. YM could be kind of a juicy short because we're at such a high level. The range is so nice, and it's very, very consolidated up here. So we're getting pretty close to a 30-minute range low. I'm not much of a breakout trader, but there could be some opportunities in the indices in the next 10 minutes.
I haven't looked at the options activity for today since I obviously screwed up my live account today. I haven't cared enough to look at Gamma, but let's see where we are at.
Or it could be a bid. That could be a really cheap long too in the ES if we like 5206. I mean, there's a lot of good places to put a stop that would have to force the market to make a move.
We're pinned between let's see. Largest strike still being like 5180 and 5200 on SPX, which kind of makes sense since we haven't been able to get off of this level.
Ilyu Rose, can you explain Gamma?
Yeah, so basically the Gamma exposure, I'm looking at a histogram of basically options activity, and it's basically just telling me where larger institutions, not necessarily our position, but where these large levels of liquidity are sitting on the options book. So for me right now, like I'm still seeing on a longer time frame. So, not really having an expiration, not 0 day to expiration, the largest the largest put strike is still sitting at SPX 5000. Largest call strike sitting at 5200. So still, as we head into OPEX, which I don't think is next week, maybe the week after, can't think off the top of my head. There's still some downside risk. At least people are positioned for potential downside risk to remain neutral there. But we are, let's see. I mean, we're so close, 5,200. I think that's probably your magnet here for the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got ES testing 5206 right now, which is the bottom of my range. Okay. Sorry, my cat has a cat bed, but you're not in the cat bed, so I'm nervous. Like he's like, I do remember people calling in and being like, "Ooh, ES just broke through 5206." So the downside, we might be catching some offers. A YM broke down.
Ooh, yeah, that was a nice little move there.
Yeah, it was.
And NASDAQ is still within range, but it might follow suit to the downside.
Nick, have you taken advantage of the lockout mechanism?
Yeah, I am locked out of my 3 TopstepX promo combines that I started yesterday. So I'm up about $3,000 in those today in each of them, and so I locked them out before I do something stupid to try to get them for 4,500 for no reason. So that's typically what I would do. I think I had I had my first winner for like 1,500, and then I got another like a little more than 1,000. So I was like, nope, let's not try to push my luck and push that to the 50% consistency rule. Let's lock it out and live to trade another day versus just wasting money on a reset and things like that. These are the same thing. This is mentalities I'm trying to get better at doing versus just trying to pass combines as quickly as I can. Well, it's a work in progress. It's a tough thing, especially when you're active and you don't have, you're like I said, when you're in the mentality that I am, where this is kind of what you're doing full time for work and for money, you get the itches to continue to trade. So it's like, well, I locked those out. Why not buy 3 more? Because why not just continue to do that? Which is just not the best thing to do. So luckily, like I said, I have been trying to just find other things to keep me busy if I have had a good day or if I've had a bad day, so I don't spiral into resets of combines because I have nothing else to do, which is another tilted thing that you may not realize you're doing. If you're buying multiple, you hit a daily loss limit, you buy another one. It's a vicious cycle, especially because you're not even reading trade entries at that point. You're just gambling,
taking stabs.
Yep.
Well, it's a worthy effort, Nick, and I hope nothing but good luck with that effort. But it seems something that we're always working on and always trying to improve on is the ability just to step away when we need to.
Yep.
What do you think of the timeout? We're going to put a timeout on there. We could put you in like timeout for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, something like that.
That would be great for situations. Well, I don't know, because then I would sit there and be like, no, because if I got top tick stopped or whatever, but I still believe in the thesis, I'd be pissed if I had set a parameter, I guess, that was like, it locks me out at 10 minutes after I got stopped, or however you might want to use it as an individual trader. That's a situation where if I was getting shot clocked on it after a stop, like, no, it needs to be a couple hours probably, or it should be after I've hit a certain level of a loss. Like for me, let's say an 150K account, if I was over 1,000 on a loss or hit a negative, minus 1,000 on the day, that's probably a good one to do lock me out for 2 hours. And I'll come back later with a clearer mindset versus, okay, now I'm going to turn that $1,000, loser into a 2,000 or a daily loss limit because I'm tilted after the first stop out. So it's a good way to get away from that. But there's I guess that fine area where, are you tilted or were you a little early and the thesis of the trade is still valid?
Excellent point. Yep.
But these are things where it's like, yeah, it's great to have tools, but this is also mental behavior that we need to all get better at, I think, as traders. Yeah. That it's just like, you shouldn't need a tool to do that. You should just know that I need to walk away. I need to take 10 minutes and,
it's so hard,
go get something to eat. It is. That's the problem.
So
it's
nice.
I'm a big fan of the psychology behind this. And I was watching, I don't know if you know who are big golf fans here, but my wife and I were catching the second season of Full Swing on Netflix last night. We finally threw that on, and I can't remember now. I'm totally blanking on the golfer's name. Anyway, he started working with a mental coach with that game, and some of the things and concepts they were talking about, getting pissed at yourself, and just kind of when you've hit a bad shot and things like that, of just how you can kind of get really down on yourself as a golfer. And I just related to some of the things she was talking about, his basically, therapy coach in that mindset, or sports psychologist coach. It's a similar thing that Jared Tendler talks about in the mental game of trading, and just things that I think we face where, you're going to be wrong sometimes, but if you start kicking yourself and getting pissed and getting angry, it's just, you can snowball so quick. So if you haven't caught that, it was like episode 2 or 3 on the new season of Full Swing, which follows the PGA Tour the way Hard Knocks follows the NFL kind of thing. So if you're a fan of sports documentaries, it's a good one to catch if you are a golf fan. But they dive in a little bit about the mental side of golf, which was an interesting perspective when this is such a mental sport in day trading.
Thanks for the tip. I've been looking for something new to watch.
Yeah, I wrote highly recommended. If you are a golf fan, you will absolutely love it.
I used to be a golf fan. My son's a big golf fan. My father-in-law was a golf pro. He was actually club champion at Cog Hill here in Illinois.
Wow. And the chat is saying the golfer's name was Wyndham Clark. Thank you. I could not think of it off the top of my head.
Wyndham Clark. There you go.
Thanks, chat. You guys are always keeping us honest here.
They know everything.
Well, Nick, I got to tell you, I've really enjoyed the time we've had together. We're getting a little bit short on time. Is there any words of wisdom that you would like to impart upon your fellow traders at this time?
Trade smart out there. I think Dolby said it earlier. This is a very difficult market to trade. I mean, you saw we had a non-news driven, 100-point flush on NQ in the pre-market for, I'm still someone waiting to tell me how or why, who got liquidated, whatever happened. But when you're seeing that type of price action, it's not an easy environment to trade. Even if you have a long only bias and you're going to be right more times than you're wrong, this is not the easiest market to trade. So don't beat yourself up if you're struggling. I think everything comes back to just, following your plan, doing preparation. I'm a big proponent of that. If the only preparation you're doing is the screen time you're getting when you're actively trying to trade, then you're not going to be in this for the long haul. I think the better, most successful traders, like, they have an idea of areas they're going to interact with, the weekend before the market opens for that week, and then you're constantly adapting. So my advice still is, take your time, be patient for your entries, and don't get pissed at yourself when it doesn't work out. You just kind of can snowball, get tilted, and, struggle further from there. So if there's any last bit of advice from me, like I said, it's take it slow and pay yourself when you can. This game is mean to everybody. I said this to Dolby in the chat yesterday. Anyone that's in this game, you must love pain and misery. Otherwise you'd be swing trading.
You're right. It's tough when it's bad. It is really tough, but when it's good, it is really great. It seems to be just kind of two extremes to it. When things are going well, you're really feeling good. When things are going bad, you're really feeling bad. And, Nick, I love the idea that what does that say?
This is my last bit of advice for everybody, and a reminder that the VIX is not real. Just had to throw that out for everybody.
The VIX is not real. So, your advice, Nick, don't carry venom. Don't be mean to yourself. To just take it easy on your inner dialogue is going to be absolutely huge. Preparation. Yes. Prepare. Journal. If you're not ready for the trading day, what are you doing? You don't get to go out for recess if you didn't do your homework. Patience. We talked a lot about patience today, and just to be careful of that anger. If you find yourself tilted, you're probably not going to be doing things really cognitively, and don't go looking for good trades. That was one of the things that we discussed today that I find myself saying a lot to myself and a lot to others. So, Nick, great opportunity to finally get to meet you. Looking forward to meeting face to face one of these days.
Yeah. I look forward to it. Continuing to meet the rest of the Topstep team. It's been awesome to get get some time with you all. Hopefully, some time with you in person, maybe MP in the future. So I look forward to it. I used to come to Chicago a lot, so I don't object to coming out there when it makes sense.
Well, don't come out here without telling us.
No, I will.
Dolby, thank you very much. Any last comments?
No, Nick for a tick. Thank you so much for coming on and taking that sweet payout. Just you have a great story. Just a normal guy, normal trader, managing risk and taking profits. I think we all love to see it, and it's very inspirational to everyone in chat, and even myself. I'm inspired.
Absolutely,
well,
Nick.
Thank you guys. I always love coming on.
Appreciate you coming on.
I think Isaac teased it, but we'll be back together next Friday for Power Hour to close out the week with y'all. So look forward to that. I know everyone gets fired up, at least last time they did when the two of us were on together. Yeah. So it should be a good time to close out the week with Dolby and Andre, hopefully.
That'll be great. All right. Well, thanks again, Nick. Folks, stick around. We got Top Quiz coming up with Jack and Alyssa. Shoulder tap with Jack and Mick. Group coaching with Dolby and David Green. And then KV at 1:00, and Dolby and Jack and Dakota for Power Hour at the end of the day. Stick around. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Nick, thank you again very much.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Good pre-moon, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. Island Jack joined by black background Alyssa. How's it going?
It's going pretty well, Jack. It looks like it's a beautiful day. How are you?
It's a beautiful day in front of my green screen right now, sitting in my office, but I guess we can't all be in the Maldives. Anyway, Top Quiz. We got the link pin there. Remember, answer the questions on your device. If you get 3 or 4 right, you enter into a raffle for, guess what? I've been doing 60 free resets lately because it makes the 3 columns look nicer when we show the winners. So top 5 also get it. And yeah, we're on a 6-second delay. So once again, answer on your device. Alyssa, welcome back to the show. The questions are fair as always today. I think these are very answerable, but I will give hints if you desire them. Sound good?
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'm ready.
All right. So looks like we got a bunch of folks in there. And how about doing 99? I'll ask at some point. I will check out with the powers that be how many. Hey, if it was up to me, I'd give out 500 each day. I just have to make sure that I'm allowed to do that. Okay. Let's get this started right about now. Let's Top Quiz. All right. Off to a good start with the right date. Your first question, Alyssa, is TSA agents in Miami refused to let a man board a flight after they discovered what in his pants? Is it a bag of tiny snakes, a deck of counterfeit Michael Jordan rookie cards, a mummified human hand, or a bottle of wine from 1798?
TikTok did alert me to this one, so I do know what
Go
it
ahead and
is.
say it.
It's a tiny bag of snakes.
Who doesn't have a tiny bag of snakes? It must have been more than 3.5 ounces of tiny snakes that got this guy busted in the most Florida story ever since the time that guy threw an alligator through a Wendy's drive-through window. All
My other
right.
favorite story.
Yeah. KG Dana, S. Super original is what S much stand for. I don't like these one-letter ones. Do something better. Robles. It's my birthday. Woohoo, happy birthday. And True W. Okay. Let's do this. Here we go with question number 2. What does the term margin mean in futures trading? The profit from a futures contract, long-term investment strategy, the minimum deposit to enter a position, or commission paid on transactions?
I'm thinking it is the minimum deposit to enter a position.
It is indeed. I had a bunch of you knew that. That was a question from Coach Robert the Riz Cooney. And let y'all know it.
I don't think I've heard that one.
It's been catching on lately, and the more we say it, the more we can make it catch on.
Okay.
Shroom with a 5. Kahootie Go Fish. Good. Naz dude. Yep. Alyssa, I saw a troubling article the other day. I'm sure it's clickbaity about the words that millennials say that make them seem old to Gen Zers. Where I felt personally attacked was one of them was vibes. And apparently the cool thing to say is type beat. And that's effing stupid. I'm sticking with vibes.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that one, Jack. As somebody right in the in-between year of Gen Z, I do still say vibes. So, and I have not heard of the other one that you just said.
Perfect. Robert the Rizzler. I do like that. Okay. Question 3. Investment banking analysts and associates threatened to strike earlier this week at what large bank? Was that bank Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, or UBS?
I feel like I should probably know. Is it Goldman Sachs? Or no, Bank of America.
You are correct. It was Bank of America. Goldman Sachs would have sent in the Pinkertons if people weren't willing to buy, work 120 hours a week, such as that game. But yeah, it's an unfortunate story. It's in response to like some guy died after working 320-hour weeks.
Oh, well, that's horrible.
Value your health, people. Okay. Inside Trader, Nasdude, Kahootie, Go Fish, Woozy Woo, I am Jack. Could be, but that's not me. Okay. Final question. Let's do it. Island Mike fat fingered into a total of how many ES contracts during fast markets this morning? Was it 3, 5, 20, or 50 ES contracts? The total position that MP ended up in with some
I did
great
not
execution.
get to see this morning. Was it 20? I feel like 20 feels right. 50 feels like that's too much.
It
for a fat
is
finger.
too much. 20. Alyssa, you are perfect on the day. Great show. We got the bond auction coming in a few minutes. So check your orders, right? That's coming in at noon. Important stuff. We're going to take a quick break and be back with the shoulder tap. We might discuss the bond auction as well. Alyssa, 4 for 4. James, let's get that bobblehead. I can't say it. Bobblehead to her on a mantle. So I am Jack in third. Kahootie, Go Fish. And one is Woozy Woo. Fourth and fifth are Skiz. Skiz and Inside Trader. Thanks for playing. We'll announce the winners during Power Hour with Dakota, myself, and Dolby today. We got Patience with KV. We got group coaching with David Green at 12:30. But stick around. We'll take a quick break and be back with some shoulder tapping. Alyssa, namaste. Have a great day. Always great to see you.
Thanks, Jack.
Good afternoon now. Hope you had a happy bond auction. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by risk manager Mick. Mick, how is this Wednesday treating you?
Hey, it's going really well so far, Jack. How's it going with you?
It's going pretty great. The weather's been fantastic besides the FU thunderstorms. Very nice.
Yeah, I saw you even got Rodney on TV today.
I did. We're going to make him a star at some point. I think that dog could book if we could just get him to obey basic commands.
Yeah, I mentioned in the chat, I was like, maybe I'll get Riva on here. But you know what? I've got a dog bed in the office for her. She never lays on it. She's actually laying on it, sleeping right now. So I'm not going to bother her. But maybe at some point in time, if I get a little heated or emotional during the segment, she might get interested and come over and see what's going on. But I don't know. We should dive into it. Oh, before we do, actually, I don't always get a chance to tune in, but I had up in the background Fast Markets when we had Nick for a Tick, Nicholas T on there, and man, I really liked listening to him. He's obviously been on a tear since that April 22nd. It's like a $40,000 winning streak. Happy to see he's paying himself and taking that $15,000 payout. So I really liked that. I liked, thanks for the shout out to Nick. I know he mentioned I didn't expand his daily loss limit for him. And, he was talking about how keeping it at 3,000 is a good thing. And I really liked that. I knew when I heard that I wanted to talk about it a little bit today because, it's a good example of, you don't need to risk a ton of money on a daily basis in order to be profitable. And he puts up really big winning days. So to be capping it at 3,000 and taking, obviously he's been very consistently profitable lately. It's just a really nice thing. So, keeping your losses limited and still having the ability to, take big numbers out of the market. It's a really good thing. I like that a lot. So big shout out to him. I also have a couple other shout outs. We've got Isaac. He's up about 2,700, 2,800 in his live account. I got a shout out to David A, who made 10,000 yesterday in his live account. We've got Kirsty up $2,000. Last I saw, Dakota was up about $1,000. He's making new account balance highs. He's right around the $158,000 mark in his live account. So that's always exciting. I know I haven't been saying that the trading's been going too great on the funded trader side of things lately. We've seen a lot of red on the boards this week, end of the last week. But then today, happy to say, we got a lot of green on the boards, way more green than red. So we've got a lot of traders in the black, as they call it. If you're in the red, you're down. If you're in the black, you're up. Black, green, whatever. Green is money. So good stuff over here. With that, I think we should dive into some of
before
these
we get started, can't not ignore the elephant in the room. I'm seeing in the chat that TopstepX appears to be down. So I'm going to be checking the Slacks here, seeing what's on to see if I can get you guys some answers as soon as we know. This is the first I'm learning of it. Let me see.
Is that multiple confirmations that we're getting?
A lot.
We're getting many chat comments coming in about issues with TopstepX happening right now. I'm going to be in the back end talking with support, see if I can get you guys some answers before the segment is finishing up. Okay.
Real quick, let me try something.
Well, that's not good. I will say that our partners are very good at making adjustments.
Sorry, Mick, to do this. One moment.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, we've got a lot of traders that are on that platform, so this is big impact.
Can anyone try what happens if you try and open it in an incognito window? I can't do it right now. Well, we'll see. Mick, we'll continue, and then JD and I will be searching for any news updates on this.
I mean, we can drop anything we're talking about to give an update when we find some more information on that situation and the status on that. All right. let's pivot back
Let's
to
do
shoulder
it.
tap. Yes, yeah. Do my clear the face. Want to talk about someone who's a familiar name for many that have been with us watching for a while, but probably someone that you haven't heard much about. I think the last time I mentioned this trader was FOMC, or excuse me, it would have been Thursday after the Wednesday FOMC, because I caught them doing something that they got burned on in their live account before. But for those of you who remember, or those of you who don't remember, Hughes, our old live trader from France, who at one point had over $100,000 in their live account through strings of really big winning days. He's back on our radar. Hughes is in an XFA right now. He actually, I caught wind of him last week on FOMC day because he was at the top of the leaderboard. And I'll get into what happened that day. It's something we've seen before on another FOMC day. But I want to talk about his trading. He's in the XFA. He's profitable. He's doing well. But he's kind of up to his old tricks from what we've seen. For those of you that have been following Shoulder Tap for a while, I remember there was one day where Hughes was up $15,000 going into FOMC. And then he was actually flat going into the FOMC statement release. And then he cannonballed it, sold into a rallying market after the number came out. $15,000 day turned into a $3,000 losing day, $15,000 winning day into a $3,000 losing day. Jack, I saw the same shit last Wednesday with him. He was up 13 grand on the day, turned a $13,000 winning day into a $3,000 losing day. So that's obviously one of the areas for improvement here. I think there's an element of gambling in his trading, but he is doing well in this XFA. But I want to say, before I even get into, I'll let our viewers digest the statistics and whatnot. I want to kind of talk about him in this gambling that I see. He's a big swinger. He's someone who always trades his max position sizing. Rarely ever will lighten up and trade smaller. In volatile markets, the best traders will scale down their position sizing. Just because you can trade 15 contracts or 200 contracts doesn't mean that the best traders or the most mature traders are always trading their max leverage. Hughes is doing that. If you are someone who does that, like we've seen with Hughes, from time to time you will find success, but it's going to be short-term success, and I don't think it's going to be long-term success. Now, Hughes was on our radar. He was someone we talked about on a daily basis, half a year ago, months ago, and he hasn't been spoken about. So he had short-term success back then. He's finding short-term success right now. I think he's got a decent eye for the markets, but it's the money management that he's lacking. That's probably the biggest thing here. I mean, any mature trader is not going to be up 15 grand, turning that into a losing day, up 13 grand, turning that into a losing day on an economic release of all things too. So I just wanted to talk about those things. I'll kind of get back to, move away from the shoulder tap here on Hughes and go back to the shout out. He's doing well in this XFA. 75% winning days, 76% winning trades. Where am I here? Still putting up the big days, despite giving back that $13,000 winning day last Wednesday. He's locked in a couple big winning days. Best day so far in this XFA is that $11,300 day. Worst day, daily loss limit. It's when he has losing days, he's hitting the daily loss limit every single time. But it's only been, 8 short days that he's been in this XFA. He's got a pretty hefty account balance in those that short amount of time. Average winning day is about $5,000. Average losing day is, minus 4,500, and that's with a $3,000 daily loss limit. So you can kind of assume, it's pretty obvious that the max leverage is what he's trading because he's getting slippage on that NASDAQ when that daily loss limit threshold is hit and triggers a market order. High percentage of winning trades here. I don't like the risk reward. He's only taken out $265 per contract while he's risking almost double that with $500 in risk per contract on the losers. So, I think it's a pretty clear picture here with Hughes. I'm happy I get to talk about him again. I'm happy he's doing well, as far as an account balance goes. Seems like he's still, coming up short in some areas of his trading. I will say the one thing he's got going for him, and I don't think he's working on this, but it's glaringly obvious what things need to change with his trading. And, I hope he's tuning in right now and hears it again for, the dozenth time. But traders, all these things I've talked about with Hughes, the big swings, trading max position size, some of the bad decisions he's made with the money management, it's really obvious to me what needs to be done to make improvements here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of there's quite a bit of discipline that is involved in making adjustments. Very often, and Jack, you've probably heard this too, people know what they need to do as far as making adjustments to turn their trading around. Maybe less than half of the people that can actually do that and make those changes. I haven't said it in a while, but I think there's like a big separation between doing what you want to do and doing what you need to do. And in order to be as successful as you can be in this tough business that we're in, you have to do what you need to do for your business, your trading business, more so than what you want to do. So I wanted to talk about that. Speaking about, do you have something else to add here?
I have a few thoughts here, but first, as an update, we were learning this while we were live. Saw the TopstepX went down. It seems to be back up now. If you were negatively affected by this, let us know. We always make things right. We will make sure that you don't get screwed by it being down. So I don't have any information yet on what exactly happened, nor would I probably understand it if I did. But I do know that we will make it right. We'll make sure that you don't take a loser for that. And I don't know if you held on to a big winner there, just don't tell us. But we'll make it right. I'll give you more information as we get it, but I'm waiting for that to come in right now.
Yeah, it sounds like we're back up online. I actually think that's kind of a good pause or distraction moving away from Hughes trading card. And before we get to the next one, because I did recall going back to listening to Nick for a Tick on Fast Markets earlier, I saw someone in the chat, and I hope he's still here, Jordan. If you're still in the chat, I saw you ask a question about what happened. You were asking Nick about what his thought process is after hitting a daily loss limit, because Jordan had mentioned in the chat about an hour ago or so, maybe longer, that when he hits his daily loss limit, psychologically he's thinking about swinging big and making it all back the following day, and it's a really common thing that people feel. I mean, if you hit your daily loss limit, you want to get that money back. Anytime you're in a drawdown or you have some loss, the goal is you want to make it back. And for Jordan, my best advice for him would be, Jack, I'd like you to weigh in here too after I kind of speak my piece, because your opinion's very valid here. Instead of thinking about trading big and making back, what you've lost from the previous day, a losing day, it's really important to just focus on finding good trades. Because in the words of Hoag, money is a byproduct of good trades. So if you just look for good trades, that money will come. You don't want to be thinking about taking trades to make money. Make good trades and the money comes. But if you are trading to make $1,000 back, $2,000 back, $3,000 back, chances are you're going to lose that. You're trading out of emotion. You're trading and counting your P&L or your profits. And that's a very slippery slope. I've done that before. If I lost $5,000 one day, there was a point in time where I was trading to make that $5,000 back. And more often than not, I actually would lose another $5,000. So for me, that never worked. But it's like a really common thing that a lot of traders are faced with on a regular basis, trying to make back losses the following day. I will say one last thing before I kick it over to you, Jack. Nobody should be incurring losses that they can't recoup the following day as just being like an average winning day. I talk about it a lot. Don't let your, worst day or your average losing day be any larger than an average winning day. So as long as you're containing your losses to, be a smaller dollar value than what you could take out of the markets on a regular day, that'll help a lot with that psychological piece about, trying to trade big and swing for the fences and recoup the dough. What are your thoughts, Jack?
You're completely right. The psychological issue with it is this, and I'll use an example of how this usually happens. Let's say you're short ES or something, and that's how you blow out on the day. If you come back in the next day and it's higher, and you're like, oh, now it's got to work, you've essentially never exited the trade, right? By trying to make back that money, it's like you never put this trade behind you. So as you said about process, is if you lose 5K in a day, the next day, it doesn't matter that you lost 5K. Now, it may affect what sort of limits you could lose, or you may want to size down or things like that, but you got to be able to put that behind you and definitely not fall into doing like the exact same trade. And I've done that when we were like trading flies and stuff. It's like you'd blow out and you're like, oh my God, now it's even more expensive. Like, this is the deal of the century. It's like, hold your horses. Don't pile back into the same trade with like big size again, trying to get it back. It's just like an extended version of what we describe as the moron trade.
Yeah, you're adding another layer to it, not just focusing on the P&L, but you're also including like a directional bias too. That's something we also fall susceptible to. Yeah, if I liked selling it at 5, now I like selling it at 10.
Yeah. Cut your size. If anything, cut your size.
Cut your size. Yeah. It's but there's a lot of things that you can do to position yourself not to, even be in a situation like that. If you're framing out your risk reward. Something else you'd mentioned, Jack, and just want to touch on it. It's like, we need to be taking every trading day, one trading day at a time. The only thing you bring with you to the next trading day is learnings from previous days. Focus on every individual day just as what it is. It's an individual day. Forget about what happened yesterday. You should not be looking to, make back profits. I know it's nearly impossible to not have that in the back of your mind, but one trade at a time, one trading day at a time. You frame out those trades. If you're framing out your trade and knowing where you're getting out if you're wrong or where you're getting out if you're right, if you do end up being wrong and take a loss, it's that much easier to move on and find another trade opportunity, because at that point you've already been aware of what a potential outcome would be from that losing trade. Oh, if I'm going to risk $800 on this trade, well, I know I'm going to risk $800. I know one of the outcomes could be I lose $800. Oh, you know what? I lost $800. I got stopped out. On to the next one. I already knew it was an outcome that was a potential outcome. And it's just that much easier to move on when you frame things out like that. So long-winded opinion or answer to Jordan's question from earlier, but I wanted to get back to that because I thought it was a really good question, Jordan. And I know you're not alone. I've been there. All of our traders have been there. I think every trader has been there.
Yeah. Well, we got another card here to talk about, or we just...
We do. I'm not trying to kill time here, Jack. Let's pull up Jesus. So Jesus is someone that we've talked about a bit lately. Struggling a little bit in the live account right now. I have some shoulder taps here for Jesus, but I do want to. What caught my eye today was he snapped a 7-day losing streak of $21,000 today by putting up a big winning day. Kind of curious where he's at right now, but Jesus was up about $7,000 earlier. So really happy, that's got to be a nice confidence booster. But yeah, it's a big losing streak that he was on. And he's one of those traders. If you take a look at the trade report, just about every losing day here is a daily loss limit day. And, like Nick T was talking about earlier, Nick for a Tick, he likes that $3,000 daily loss limit. I'm happy Jesus has got it. Jack, he's traded 32 days in his live account. As you can see, as everybody can see, he's down a little bit from where he started. Out of those 32 days, Jack, 25 daily loss limit days of $3,000.
Yeah,
That's kind of staggering. 25 days of $3,000. That's $75,000 in losses on your losing days. And
this is gonna be a wild. This is a wild trading card, I gotta say.
yeah, it is. It is. So I think the metrics kind of speak for themselves. He's losing money. Only 20% winning days. Only 20% winning trades. Best day 14,500. There's a lot of big, juicy days here. Several above the 5-figure mark. There was that $14,000 winning day. End of April, he had 2 back-to-back $10,000 winning days. Let me see. I'm looking at the trade report. I see a $6,500 winning day, $2,900 winning day, and then that $14,500 day was early on. So, kind of typical for what we see for big swingers. They have these massive winning days here and there. But then for the most part, the most of their trading is daily loss limit hits. And again, it's a good thing we got that $3,000 daily loss limit on him. He's someone who hits it very quickly because they go all in, all out on 10 contracts a day, which, if you're not scaling in to sizable positions as they're going in your favor, you're going to have your back up against the wall right out of the gates because, with 10 lots on, $3,000 comes pretty quickly, doesn't it, Jack?
I was gonna say the most shocking part of this card to me is that he's doing 10 lots and not 15 since he's in 150K.
Yeah, and maybe his lucky number is 10.
Some discipline there, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. I took a quick look. I was like, oh, most of these days 10 lots. Not to say that there's not some 15 lots in there. There's a couple days where he's doing 2 lots too. I see one day where he was trading just 2 lots in the NASDAQ, hit his daily loss limit in 3 minutes. Once again, backs up my my stance on it's pretty easy to make or lose $1,000 trading a 1 lot. So I think some things here that Jesus could look at, obviously traded really well in the XFA that got him called up to live. Scaling into positions, scale into that 10 lots. I just mentioned it. He's got a good risk reward. It's a 2-to-1 risk reward. Keep that. Definitely keep that. Maybe be a little bit more selective with the entry location. I think that's something that always helps, especially the bigger you trade, the less room. Oh, speaking of dogs coming on.
Hey, Riva. Hello.
Riva, come up here. Say hello. Say hello. Look at the camera. Look at the camera over there. Okay. No kissing on TV. All right. She got her time in the light, the spotlight. I think, scaling into those positions and finding good trade locations is going to be very important for Jesus to maintain this live account. Their trajectory is going one way here. It's not what we want, but there's been a lot of trading days to, paint this picture for Jesus. Anybody who's got a lot of trading days under their belt and has seen these kind of statistics, you have to stop yourself at some point in time and say, like, what I'm doing is not working, to the tune of losing $800 a day over 32 trading days. You always have to have an intervention with yourself and intervene and get in front of what's not working and make these adjustments. Because I talked about Hughes on the first card. He bled out that live account, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, over a long period of time. I just want to point out that, you could have a massive account balance and, a lot of people feel like, Superman or Superwoman when they've got that, but that money, can go very, very quickly. You take a big payout. And then, what are you left with? I think Hughes, he was over $1,000, took like 60,000 in payouts. I think. Did I say over $1,000 or over $100,000? He had over $100,000 in his account. I think he took like 55, 60,000 in payouts, and then, I think it was not many more than 20 days of just bleeding out that it was all over. And, he
Yeah.
hasn't been on our radar for a while. So always make adjustments, traders, always make adjustments. Jack, I just took a peek at the time. I don't think we're going to have enough time to.
We'll end on this card, but I just want to point out here is that like there's something glaringly obvious here, which is you can't trade 10 lots of NQ with that daily loss limit. And I would just encourage Jesus to either go with, I'd go down to like 5 lots, probably less than that, but at least fewer than 10, and see if that doesn't help with that 21% winning trade number.
Yeah,
Because they will go hand in hand. You're not giving yourself enough room to work 10 lots with the DLL. You were just asking to get hit, even if you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that one day where they lost $3,000 in 3 minutes trading 2 lots. They're benching themselves early and missing a lot of the session. If you spend 3 minutes in one trading session, you're not there to take advantage of the other opportunities. Jack, to even take your last comment about scaling down to the 5 lots even further, I would get even more conservative with that and say, look at this average daily P&L, $800 in losses a day over 32 days. Like I said, the trajectory is going one way. If you're losing money every day, you do not trade with additional size or leverage. You deleverage. He should be trading 1 or 2 lots. And then when he turns it around.
Yeah, it's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
It is, something psychological. I know I've done this before, and I know, other traders will fall into this category. Like, I get it. If you're, losing money, there is the allure there to, trade a little bit bigger to kind of speed up making that money back. If I've been on a losing streak trading 5 lots to the tune of, $20,000. I'm going to just, I think I see the markets well. I'm going to trade 10 lots and I'll make that money back twice as fast. It's not where you want to be. It's not at all where you want to be. When it's not working, scale down the size. It's not easy to do. It's humbling, but it's doing what you have to do for the business, like I was talking about earlier.
All right. Well, Mick, thanks for stopping by and dropping some knowledge. As a reminder, it seems TopstepX is back up. We will make everything right. We will work with you on it. Don't need to make any support tickets or anything yet. We'll be updating later in the day of how we're going to do this, but we always make it right. So this will be no exception. So thanks, Mick. We'll be back right after this break with group coaching with David Green. Hope you stick around. Later.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to group coaching. Got the wonderful and decked out Mr. Green over here. TopstepTV hat, looking sharp. Also looks nice and sunny back there. I can't tell if you're about to ascend into the heavens or if it's just a contrast or something. But you're looking good. We got some questions.
I have a window right next to me. It's freaking 90 degrees down here in Florida. And it's going to get to like 95 this weekend. It's crazy.
Whew. That is real hot. We're not quite there yet in Chicago. But what is hot are these questions that came in.
Cool.
We're going to start.
That's what we're here for. With
Justin Michael. How can I mark supply and demand zones?
Okay. That's a good question. The way I mark supply and demand zones, or support and resistance, right, is with my technical analysis that I have in my charts. That's what I am using to find support and resistance, which is supply and demand. So you have to use some kind of technicals. And if we could share my chart, I can show Nick a couple of things. You have to use some kind of technicals that show you where the supply and the demand zones are, right? Depending on what time frame you're looking at, depending on the time of day and stuff like that. Let's see if we can get my charts up, and then we'll take a look at here.
Yeah. One second, guys. I'll have the charts in just a second.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so to me, supply and demand, technical analysis is about one thing: supply and support and resistance. When I find support on a chart based on one of my technicals, that equals buy. When I find resistance on one of my charts based on technicals, that equals sell or short. So I figure out my demand and supply and demand zones by using my technical analysis.
Yeah.
Just let me know if it's something on my end, Nick, that I screwed up.
I don't know. We'll have to ask JD. He's the man behind the box. I think he's trying to get it.
Yeah, I'm getting. I had it on the wrong. I had it on the wrong feed. Just give me 1 second.
All right, cool.
Yeah, because it says we're sharing.
Maybe I can throw it here. Let me get you a different question that's not chart related, and we can come back to that. So how about this one, Samuel? How can I come to control my emotions? I jump over to trade even though I don't have a good setup and my risk reward is 1-to-1. How can I improve this problem?
That's not an easy thing to do. It's one of the hardest things to do, especially as a beginning trader. I will never make a trade unless my technicals tell me to make a trade. And the only way you get better at that is by doing it. I highly suggest that you keep a journal, right? And again, you got to have some kind of game plan, right? What am I looking for in my setups? Okay.
Right.
You got to have some kind of game plan. And to me, unless something sets up in my game plan, I'm never making a trade. And there are days, guys and girls, where I'll sit for 5.5 hours without making a trade. It happens sometimes, okay? And especially when you're trading futures, I find that the more patient I am, the more rewarded I am when things finally hit my levels. And sometimes when we're trading the futures, it's very difficult to do that. It just is, because a lot of times you just want to push that button to be in a trade, and that's just a recipe for disaster. It absolutely is a recipe for disaster. It just takes time. It takes discipline. It takes patience. And those are the basic things you need to be a successful trader. So I would work on coming up with a system, okay, following that system to a T, not trading unless something technical tells you to trade. That's just the bottom line. That's how you get good at it.
Yeah. And we got your charts back up. If you want to cover how can I mark supply and demand zones was the question.
This is perfect. Okay. So I have several different moving average charts and pivot points that show me what support and what resistance is. I look for a few different kinds of trading setups that I look for. When I have something going up to one of my moving averages, that's a supply zone. When I have going down to one of my moving averages, that's a support zone. I'll give you an example of what we just did, a bond auction, which I tell you guys this every week. Be very, very aware of what's going on economically, right? A lot of people might not have known that we had a bond auction coming out at 130. And if you look at what the futures did, we went down 40 points. That bond auction results were announced. Well, I had a pivot point, which is in my charts. Nick, we can share everything that I put in my charts. I don't have a problem with that. 9, 15, 30, 65, 200 in pivot points, exponential moving averages.
9, 15, 30, 65, 200, and pivot points. So I had an order out here, and the segment before this was great, talking about guys who are struggling and stuff or need to just reset a little bit. This was a level that I knew I was going to buy some NQ, right? But I'm not buying all of it in one shot, okay? That's a recipe for disaster. I had a little feeler order out here to buy one contract. That's what I put out there. If it broke by 10 or 15 points, I'm losing $200 or $300. It's not the end of the world. But confirmed that this was going to hold this level. That's when I got in with my full amount of shares, 10 contracts, okay? And then I would have a nice type stop order if it didn't hold that level. And you can see, in a minute, we spiked up 30 points from there. So it's one of my big levels. Even then, I'm not going in full bore, okay? Because quite frankly, even using your technical analysis, I still don't know which trades are going to work and which ones aren't. But I know by using the technicals that more are going to work than don't. And that's the only edge that I need. As long as now we manage the trade properly, right? Which is just as important. Look, I can fill this room with 100 guys that have this level and they don't know how to do the trade, right? They only do one. They don't wait for confirmation. So just having a line on a chart, I wish it was as simple as that, right? I wish there was something as I could just put orders at every time I had a line on a chart, but there's no such thing. If there was, I wouldn't be here with Nick. I wouldn't be here with anybody. And I'd have my own private island in the Bahamas. That's where I'd be. So it doesn't work. If we look here earlier in the day, a couple of good setups we have. And Nick, my favorite, show you in a minute. You know my favorite one. We rallied all the way up to the 200 EMA and the NQs, which is my strongest moving average. They go in order of strength, 9, 15, 30, 65, 200. Okay, and you can see when we hit my 200 EMA, same thing. I had a limit order out there to sell. Once I got confirmation, I got into a little bigger size, and it went straight down 20 points. And I'm not even making 20 points on this whole thing, guys and girls. I'm very conservative. I'll take some off of 5 points. I'll take some off of 10 points. I'll lower my stop now so I cannot lose money on this trade, and then we'll see how much more we can get out of it. And I think, end up averaging like 15 points on it, which is very important too when you get, I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying nice.
It's very important too when you get into a trade that just because you see some green on your P&L, try and let the trades work out a little bit. Give yourself a little room. That's why if you lock in some profit right away, nervousness out of it, lower your stop over to break even, and see if you can get a little more out of it.
Yeah, I do have a question for you now. So yeah, cool. I got MeWe in chat. What is confirmation?
Confirmation to me is when it hits one of my technicals on my chart. And then when I see it doesn't continue, like here, if this would have just blasted through my 200 EMA, okay, I would have had a little bit on and I would have got stopped out. And again, the 200 EMA is the strongest moving average. Confirmation to me is 30 seconds later when it starts to make this little red bar, that's when I'm going to size up a little bit and then take my profits as it goes down. So, hold on. Okay. Confirmation to me is, and I'm always going to do something on my moving averages. Worst case scenario, if I don't add to it, I'm in the trade. It's okay. And I'll take my profits if that trade works. That's all right. I don't mind having a little bit and being wrong and making money. I'm okay with that, right? And for a lot of people out there that are just starting to trade and just using TopStep, trade one contract at a time. Trade 2 contracts. Let it ride a little bit. You don't have to. People try to get these accounts, which is the apps and the whole segment. I don't know if you were listening before, Nick, but the whole segment was about this. Take your time, guys and girls. There's no time frame, right? I mean, Nick, I could take 100 days if I want to qualify my account.
Take your time.
There's no time frame, right? But I will say it's all about getting some kind of system that works for you. And look, you guys are very lucky that TopStep, they have TV and people are teaching you all day long, and they're very generous with their time, and they want everybody. And it's free, and they want everybody to succeed in this. So certainly, if you're struggling in any way, shape, or form, you should absolutely be taking advantage of that. These guys are on TV all day long, right? And they're there to help you. We don't claim to have the Holy Grail. Nobody does. But I know when I'm looking for one of my trade setups, I'm going to do it every single time it sets up, and it works more often than it doesn't. So if you have a couple of those things going in your favor, net, you should be putting a couple of banana skins in the bank, right? Yep. And not every trade has to be a home run. Nick, this is my favorite. You know the far from moving average trade, right?
Yep, far from moving
This
average.
is my favorite trade. This is my favorite trade. Whenever we're looking at the NQs and we get 30 to 50 points away from our closest moving average, and I get this RSI right around 80 or tickling 80. And what relative strength is, for those of you who don't know, it measures whether a future, a stock, anything is overbought or oversold. So when it gets up near 80, that's telling me that the stock is a little overbought and we should expect a pullback. And when it gets below 20, same thing. You could expect it to rally up from there. So I look for this setup, and the second I see this little red bar, I jump into the trade. My stop simply goes at the high sale of the previous bar, and then we ride it for as long as we can. So once we get in our trade, there's no reason to get out of the entire trade until our charts tell us to. And you can now, all right, let's check it out. So we're having a nice little rally now, right? We made a low of, 43. I have some resistance at 76 on my 200 EMA, right? Do I like that? We'd be going straight up from 48 to 76? Yeah, I would try that small. I'll put a little order in if we get up to 76 quickly. I'll do it in real time.
Since we're kind of on the topic, I got another question here from Hugo. What's your favorite market and session to trade? Is it the NQ and is it the morning session?
That's a great question. I mean, we start looking at the futures at 7:30 in the morning. And if one of our technicals sets up at 7:30 in the morning, I'm going to make that trade. Usually, barring news, the first hour of trading is going to be the best, in my mind. From 9:30 to 11 o'clock is usually going to be the best time to trade. And then 2 to 4 o'clock, but especially, and I'll give you guys a big tip or a little tip. Nick knows this too, the market on close orders. I love to trade the market on close orders. Okay. And for those of you who don't know what that is, you think everyone knows it? I should explain it a little, Nick.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, the first hour of the day, the last 2 hours of the day, okay, are usually the best time to trade. And if you look, guys, this is 11:15. This is 1 o'clock. Look at this mess. Right? You try to trade anything in here, and you have no edge. Yet people sit and try to trade these things all day. There's no movement. Can't do it. It's not, right? So at 2 o'clock, they post the initial market on close orders. What that is there is an imbalance, either on the buy side or the sell side, in some of the stocks that are in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ stocks also. So 2 o'clock, we get the initial. Sometimes you'll get a move off that, usually not that big. 3 o'clock, it's updated, okay? And usually anything over 1 billion shares is significant. If the market on close order is either 1 billion to buy or 1 billion to sell. And then one of the key time frames. So at 3 o'clock, I'll look. And if I got a big imbalance at 3 o'clock, what I will tell you is, if you see something start going up, get on the same side of the trade. If you see it start going down, get on the same side of the trade. Do not fight that 3 o'clock move, because sometimes we get 40, 50-point moves off that. And then at 3:50, we get the final market on close orders. And I guarantee there's a lot of people in here who at 3:50 or 3 o'clock are sitting, and all of a sudden the futures move 30, 40, 50 points, and they have no idea why. Now you know. It's because of the market on close orders at the end of the day.
Can I ask a quick question here? A lot of people want to know, where are you finding the MOC numbers, and where can they find the MOC numbers?
That's a great question. There are a bunch of places to find them, but I only trust one source, and that is Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street. That's what he does for a living. He does it in the morning. He does it in the afternoon. He gets the most accurate numbers that there are. There's a lot of other places you can get it. I don't trust any of them. I can tell you, anyone who's part of our trading room or buys our course and stuff, we make them privy to that. But it's proprietary to what Peter does. But if you just type Google in market on close orders, you'll probably be able to find it somewhere. Right. I just don't always trust those numbers.
Yeah. So I got some more questions here. You're doing a really good job kind of anticipating the next question. So this is from Stanley here. How to identify if the buyers are stepping in or stepping out on today's example of S&P at price 52.16?
SPX, I guess we're assuming?
I think, the ES. I think.
the ES?
Probably, Yeah, ES, S&P. Yeah, since we're doing
I got ES. Here it is. Okay, what are we looking at?
Looking at 5216, how can you identify if buyers are stepping in or stepping out?
I'm trying to think. 52 went up here. Is this where it is? 1045.
Yeah, it looks like about right. Yeah, but that high, 5216. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So again, if we go back 10 minutes ago, right? We were 5206. We went 10 points above our closest moving average. We got the relative strength up to about 75. So here's what you can look at to see if they're running out of steam. What I just talked about was stretched out from the closest moving average, and we got a relative strength of about 75.
Perfect.
That's where I will start looking for a short, because this is the exhaustion now. So that's a great question. This is a perfect example of it, right? We went straight up 10 points in the futures, okay? The RSI got almost to 80. It got a little extended, and that's when we had the pullback. Perfect.
Yeah. That's a great question.
Got this big pullback. Yeah, that is a great question. Very smart. When we got this big pullback, we pulled all the way back to our 30 EMA. So we went from 5217 to 5206, and you see we got a little bounce off the ESs from 5206 up to 50. So a little bounce. In the ESs, guys, this is not the NQs. When I trade the ESs, if I make 2 to 5 points, that's a good trade. You're not going to make 20 or 30 points trading the ESs unless you get into a trend trade and you just ride that sucker for the entire day, right? But ES and NQ are completely different animals. Don't get into the ES thinking you're going to make 10 points every time you do a trade. You're not. For me, if I make between 2 and 5 points when I trade the ES, that's a good trade. If I'm trading the NQs, between 10 and 20, depending on what kind of trade I'm getting in. So I'm a trader, right? I like to get in and out all day long when things set up. And you'd be surprised, even doing a couple of contracts in the ES or the NQs, when it hits levels, that money, it adds up, and it doesn't take very long. You just got to have your patience and discipline. And when you're wrong, admit that you're wrong and get out of the trades. That's all.
Yeah. So another question from Carlos Sosa. We're going to dip back into some trader psychology here. How to deal with tilt. Happen to have a couple good days in and then blow up my account when things don't go my way. It's happening too often.
Yeah, I mean, if that's not the number one thing that traders struggle with, it's number two. Yeah. There's no question about it. Again, this is all about just being consistent. That's what this is all about. I turn my machine off when I hit a certain amount during the day. That's it. I'm done trading. I tell everybody who's ever taken my course, I tell everybody who's in my private trading room, sometimes we're done before the market opens. I'm done. I'm not greedy anymore. I made my $200 or my $100 or whatever that is for you. I'm done. I do not trade anymore. Another thing you can't do is after you have a good couple of days, automatically go from trading 1 contract to 10 contracts. And a lot of people do this. Yeah, they have 2 successful days. I made 500. I made 500 trading 1 and 2 contracts. Well, you trade 10 contracts, and then one bad trade is going to wipe out 2 days of hard work, right? So you don't scale up your trading after 1 or 2 good trading days. This is all about being consistent. That's what this is all about. That the people who last in this, the people who Topstep and Nick profile are the ones that are doing. You look at the good traders and their P&Ls and their trades, it's consistency. They're not making $5,000 one day and losing $15,000 the next day. It's difficult, man. The hardest part of any kind of trading is what's here. This is by far the hardest part. The chart stuff I can teach you. I'll teach a monkey how to read my charts, and he'll know when to make a trade, right? The hardest part is the patience and the discipline. So you just got to do it. It's like you got to. It's almost like AA and GA. You got to give yourself up to the higher power and say, I'm just going to follow my rules every single time I make a trade. Every single time.
You don't want to put on those Icarus wings too early and get fried trying to trade a 10 lot when you're more of a 1 lot or 2 lot trader.
That's it. And here's what I'll often tell people, because it's okay to scale up, but how about doing your journal, right? And having every trade in front of you for the last 7 days or 20 days or 30 days, right? And after 7 days, I traded 1 contract and I did very well, okay? I'm going to trade 2 contracts this week. You can get to 10 contracts. You absolutely can. Obviously, you're going to be risking more and making more. But if you can prove to yourself that you're sticking to whatever rules it is that you have and what system you're using, any kind of trading is scalable. What's the difference in trading if you put 1 lot or 10? There's no difference in what it's going to do. It's not going to make a difference. You're not going to change what the NQs are going to do by doing 1 lot or 10 lots, right? So it's just a matter of doing it at the right time. That's all. It's just a matter of doing it at the right time.
There was a really good quote in one of the Market Wizards books. I forgot who said it, but the quote is, "Every trader gets what they deserve out of the market."
I'm 100. That is a great quote, right?
Yeah, I gotta look that one up again and see who said that.
Yeah, what that means is, guys, that this is also work, right? This is work. There's no such thing as an automated trading system. If there was, nobody would be selling it to you for $49.99. I can tell you that. And I'm not saying you have to. It takes 10 years to learn how to do this. It doesn't. But I can look at a chart and tell you in 5 seconds if there's any trade set up. In 5 seconds, literally. Is there anything to do on this chart? And the NQs now, no, there's absolutely nothing to do in this chart. If I go up to my pivot point, I want to be short. If I go above that, I'll do a double top. If it comes back and tests the lows, maybe I'll do a double bottom. There's nothing to be done right here. We're too close to all the movies. And you can get yourself to that point, but you got to put the time in. Look, I have people who buy our course, okay, and we give a money-back guarantee after 30 days to everyone who do it. The only people who ever ask for their money back are the people who say, "Oh, I tried 1 trade and it didn't work. I tried 2 trades and it didn't work." I don't have a 50-trade journal where I could go back and look and see that it does work. And the same thing with the private trading room. I'll have people that come in, they're gone after a month, and we made money 18 out of the 20 trading days, yet they're not there anymore. So what does that tell me? It tells me that they're not following the rules. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. If you're in a place where, like Topstep, and they're teaching you how to do things and showing you certain setups, and they work, right? If you're not following that plan, then nothing's going to work. So it's work, guys and girls, and you just got to put the time in, and it's work, and it's not easy. And I'm doing this for 35 years, okay? I'm doing this long. I'm sure longer than most people who are listening are born. I can almost guarantee it, I'm sure. I learn new stuff every day, and if you're not willing to learn new stuff, forget about being able to trade. The stuff that I used 30 years ago when I was on the floor of the exchange, if I tried doing that now, I'd lose money every single day, every day. And people come to me all the time that I don't even know, and I'm always willing to listen, always. The only thing I'll ask them is, show me your journal where that worked. Oh, Dave, I added a 90 EMA to my chart. That's great, beautiful. How many trades have you done? How many worked? And how many didn't work? And I'll add stuff all day long. But, I like to leave. It's work. It's work. It's not easy. It's work. It's work.
It is work.
Trade is
we're running. Sorry, we're running out of time a little bit here. Yeah, but go ahead. Finish your thought. I'm going to ask one more question.
This is, for a lot of people that I teach and a lot of people I trade, this is their business, right, Nick? This is what they do for a living, okay?
Oh, yeah.
And there's a shitload of people on Topstep that are doing this for a living. Do you think they fuck around? Pardon my language. I didn't mean to say that.
Okay.
Do you think they're Do you think they're screwing around? They have a system and they're sticking to that system. That's how you make this work. It's a job. It's a career. It's like anything else. It's like, I'm gonna go into an operating room tomorrow and start operating on someone's brain. How do you think that's gonna work out? Probably not too well.
Yeah. Well, speaking
I'm sorry,
of,
I just get passionate. I get passionate about this part of it because this is the easier part of it to fix if you can do it. Go ahead,
yeah,
Nick.
I mean, we love the passion, but we got one more question here. It's a half-hour segment now, but this is from Leo de Promesa. I took some time off after passing my combines on the 19th of the last month just to cool off. Would you recommend traders taking time off trading, and how often?
That is a great question. Absolutely, 1,000%. You need to walk away from this sometimes. Whether you're doing good or bad, it doesn't even matter. That brings me to a great point because we're not breaking bricks here, right? We're not breaking rocks. We're not doing manual labor. But I can tell you at the end of the day, and I'm sure most everybody feels this way, I'm freaking exhausted. I am mentally just wiped out,
Mental capital.
It's exhausting every time you get into a trade, right? It is. I mean, I'm very mechanical, and it's either going to work or it ain't going to work. That's fine. I have my stop loss, whatever it is. But this is still just mentally exhausting. We walk away at lunchtime from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock every day. I don't care what happens when I'm not here. We leave every single Friday. We leave at 12 o'clock. It's enough. The week is over. And yes, it's fine to take a couple of days off or a week off or 2 weeks off. You need it. Absolutely, 100%.
Perfect. David, thank you so much for coming in. Wall Street Global Trading Academy is the firm you are with Peter Tuchman, also one of our favorites, on Mondays and Fridays. I'm going to go ahead and put that link in chat if you want to hear a little bit more about kind of their system, how they teach trading. They have a live chat room as well. The course is also, you said 30-day refund if you don't like it? Full
30-day
refund
money
after
back
30?
guarantee, and it comes with lifetime mentorship. Either of our courses, we get together every Thursday night for almost 2 hours and answer people's questions and go over any questions that they have. Yep, lifetime.
You got any free webinars coming up this month or next month?
Yes, next Wednesday.
Hey, there we go.
Next Wednesday, the 15th. I think we have like 700 people registered already. We do that once a month, everybody. We just get together. We talk about our systems. We show you a bunch of stuff. We talk psychology. We answer questions. That's next Wednesday. They could register at the website.
And
if anyone wants a free trial in my room, also, Nick, last thing, you want a free trial in my room, you can pop my email up there, dgreen927@yahoo.com. Anyone who wants, shoot me an email, and you can come hang out with us for 5 days.
Chat, look at that. Got a free trial. David, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We got to move on to the next segment. That's the fastest half hour of my life, man. That was quick. Too quick. But we'll see you in 2 weeks, and we'll see your buddy on Friday. So thank you so much for coming by. Love the hat. Trade well. And we'll see you in 2. Have a good one.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks for the opportunity.
Not a problem. everybody. Welcome to Patience with KV. And I swear, if I just grew a little bit of a beard, we might be twins. We got the same hat, same glasses. I just don't have that facial hair. Give me like 2 weeks, KV, and we're going to be like indistinguishable. Hoag, I wish I could say the same. I don't look as good as you, but welcome. We got the house account up.
A lot of seasoning here and marbling as well.
I'm going to throw you on the grill if you keep that up. So I got my charts up. We got the house account going. KV, I don't know if you know what the deal is with the house account, but it is a real money live account where we trade size up to 15 contracts. I'm not sure if you've taken any trades today or even this week. I know you don't take a ton of trades, but if you see something you like, we would be more than happy to get behind your trade idea. And how is your week going thus far? We're kind of in the middle of it. So what's your report card thus far?
Yeah, slow week for me. Just coming off of a weekend being pretty sick with the cold and coughing and everything. But markets as well. Yeah, markets as well slowed down a little bit Monday, Tuesday. Today looks like volatility has picked up a little bit more. But Monday and Tuesday was just crazy slow. I mean, usually in the morning volatility, my risk indicators shows around 20 points for NASDAQ lately. Today, and the past few days, it was around 8 points, 9 points. It was like half volatility than we've seen the past few weeks. That could be for a couple of reasons. One, earnings season usually tends to be over during the past. Is almost over. We still have a few companies reporting, but the big ones already over. And then no major economic events this week. I think we're all waiting for CPI data to come out next week. Inflation numbers come out next week. So because we didn't have any major economics either, I think market just took a pause this week. And we've had, I would say, if you look at what's been happening the past 3 days during market session, 80% of the time it's been sideways price action. Similar to what we have today as well. You had that morning run, and then we've been just sitting sideways for a while now, since 11 a.m. So what's that? 3 hours. So it's been 3 hours just doing nothing. Similar yesterday, you had the pop and a drop, and then we had sideways. Similar thing with Monday as well. So you just got to be patient during those sideways moments. Try to stay out of the market, or enter with less size so the pullbacks don't get to you, because there are nasty pullbacks which, if you are in with higher size than usual, it's just gonna get caught up on the chop for no reason. So I would just, if you want to catch a bigger trend, because that's the idea of this week, right? Catching the bigger trends when they appear, just entering with a little bit less size, you're able to hold longer instead of, panicking because you got in 15 contracts.
Speaking of which, that's kind of our MO with the house account.
Speaking of which,
I saw on your chart, you had a big gap on your chart that I didn't have. How are you setting up your charts?
It's regular trading hours, so it's only New York session. It's only New York session. That's the way I like to look for gaps. And today, I'm not sure how the guys in the chat did today, but the first opening push for me caught me off guard. I really did not think we were going to go for it, but it went for the gap fill. The second bounce a little bit more predictable, right? Because you waited for the pullback and you just rode the trend up to the gap fill, so the closing price from yesterday's session. I think that was the most probable trade to take rather than the opening push. But again, if you're someone, because there are traders who just go straight at the open, go for the gap fill, worked out for them today because it would just straight run up from the morning open. And, the opening session is almost the day low today, right? That was the lowest candle of the day, the opening candle. So it was just a gap run today, and it filled the gap, went a little bit higher, and then that was the high of the day. And it's just been nonsense since that point. So at this point, hopefully no one's, being caught on the sideways price action, because it's very easy. It's very easy for you to be able to catch the morning moves. Very easy for you to give back those profits during this type of price action here. Going back to the TopstepX, right? Lockout feature. Lockout, guys. If you are able to catch one or two good moves in this type of price action this morning, which was much, much better than the past 2 days. Lock it out because you can easily give it up here, easily. So let's see how this next 60 minutes go, but looks like we are trying to come back up from the view up area there. The zones that I'm looking at right now is going to be above 200s. I think NASDAQ above 18,200 might be a little bit cleaner for a move to the day high levels. Below 200s, I still consider it in this, sideways price action, which I'm not sure if I'm comfortable in trading with.
With what? With like size or just in general?
Just in general, yeah. I'm not interested in this price action, in this zone right here.
Yeah, it is quite choppy. Someone in chat is saying the Dow is ripping. We could take a look at that. Oh, hell yeah, it is. Hello.
Dow
is catching a crazy bid. What
Yeah,
is going on there? Wow, really nice range trades. Too bad I could not take that trade. But my goodness, really, really nice range in that YM there. Kind of just tested the lows a little bit, little stop run action, and just shot right up. Damn, that would have been a good trade. Hoag, opening range trade. KV is only showing the regular trading hours. Was that something that you were looking at this morning in the NASDAQ?
Because we opened out of the range from yesterday, that's always something that I'm thinking about doing. And in all three, the NASDAQ, the S&P, and the Dow, the opening range, that first minute, is the absolute bottom of the range today. That is how, that's, one of typically my favorite trades. It has really been off lately, but today was a day it would have worked out perfectly. I can show you here in the S&Ps, opening range, we open lower. Opening range is that gold bar right here, the dead low. The market is still continuing to try and push higher. What about the NASDAQ? NASDAQ, here it is. Opening range, dead low. Dow, which is continuing to move up to the upside here. Opening range, the dead low. And the first thing that the Dow did was finish the value area special situation play to the high. NASDAQ did that.
Yeah.
The S&P has not yet done that. Here's the value area play in the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ opened out of range. Opening range, the dead low, trades right to the value high from yesterday. Perfect shot right there, almost to the tick. S&Ps hasn't done it yet, but I have a feeling it might. Opening range is the low of the day, and that typically I'm going to be looking for opportunities for longs on those days. We did, trade into value from yesterday. Value high was 52.23 half. Value low was 52.12. We talked about that level quite a bit this morning. And then, when we couldn't kind of complete the value area special situation play early, the house account, we took a short back down to VWAP, worked out relatively nicely, but I have a feeling that because we did spend some time inside value in the S&Ps, and again, value low is 52.12. The fact that we did kind of open one 30-minute bar up there, I think is probably indicative of eventually at the end of this, by the end of this session, we're probably going to trade the value high in the S&Ps from yesterday, which is 52.23 half.
That's what I'm thinking about too, because I'm looking at the NQ, and I had that 1 hour range low drawn up, and we bounced off of it pretty good. And kind of my points are the halfway point in the range, and then the top of the range. So I could see us going from low to high, which would be 18,234 and a quarter. So that would still be another 40 points from here. Which would be a hell of a trade.
Yeah. And if the NASDAQ does blow the top off, it's going to be maybe following the S&P. If the S&P does finish the value area special situation play, back up to value high from yesterday, right here, 52.23 half, I think you may see the NASDAQ trade above yesterday's range high, which was 18,266.
Whoa, that's even further up. Yeah, that would be. Oh, that would be a juicy trade, Hoag. So, KV, you have your level 18,200 and a quarter. Are you saying that you would look to get bullish over that?
I am looking to see what the reaction will be above the 200 level, right? We could get a pop and then a pullback and then a move higher. And that would be the ideal play in my scenario. So we move past this red box I have here, this resistance zone. We go for the retest. And then if that happens, we could easily touch day high and probably the previous day high as well, which Hope mentioned there, 266 zone, 266 and a quarter. It's the only problem I have right now. It's just, it's a little bit too slow. The volume is not there in terms of candlestick volume. It's not there compared to how it was in the morning session. I would like a little bit of a volume increase to support the push higher, which we're not getting it. The candles are wicky as well, small candlesticks. That's the only thing that throws me off for a follow through to the upside. If you compare the uptrend right here with the morning uptrend, I mean, they don't look whatsoever similar.
Right. Yeah, I do see that. I just added volume to my chart, and it is kind of decreasing. I mean, would you do like a buy stop order to like try to capture an upward move? Or are you looking for like a pullback?
No, I would be looking for a pullback. I'd be looking for a pullback because the thing with today, the pullbacks have been a little bit aggressive. I mean, if you look at these pullbacks all across the lunch hour sessions, even in the morning, the pullbacks were aggressive. So if you entered a little bit late on the uptrend, you could have gotten stopped right before the next move happened. So I'd rather miss a move than enter at the wrong spot and get stopped. So I'd prefer a pullback up to the 200s. That would make it an ideal play. Plus, if you look at the 5-minute right now, it's been a lot of green candles on both ES and the Nasdaq, especially ES from the kind of base that we formed here. I would expect a deeper pullback before we actually run higher. Might not happen, but that's what I would expect this afternoon. Obviously, ES guys much closer to day high because of the Dow, right? I mean, the Dow still holding the gains up there, but Nasdaq is lagging a little bit this afternoon.
Yeah, and YM is really shown some strength. Yeah, YM is in its own world sometimes, and it is displaying that for sure today. For sure.
Yeah, the Boomer Index has the energy today.
Yeah, I know it kind of has had the energy. It's crazy.
It's going for it, and there's room. I mean, at these levels where it's at, I mean, and the uptrend much stronger on the Dow. Look at the candlesticks. You're not getting these candlesticks on Nasdaq.
No, no, you really are not. I mean, I would love to see maybe a pullback down to 18,170.
You trade the Dow, right, Wilby? You trade the Dow quite a few times.
I do. I've been trading a little bit of NQ recently because it's May now, so I kind of switched up a little bit of my strategy. I was trying to do one thing in April and one thing in May. So yeah, I am trying to do a little bit of NQ, and I've had some success with that. It's just a much more volatile market, and it tends to extend ranges much further than other markets do. So it's taken a little bit of an adjustment to get used to that. What's up,
Dobie? Have you abandoned the Dow?
No, I still like it. I still like it. I'm just trying to play with stuff because I like challenges. You know what I mean? It's like everyone's trading the Nasdaq, and I want to have fun too. So I was like, how can I adapt and try to figure this out? And I think I'm getting closer. The big issue I had with Nasdaq is that I love holding positions, and Nasdaq is not an easy market to hold trades in.
It's tough because the pullbacks are aggressive, right? It's not as smooth. It's not as smooth as the other markets. But for me personally, I don't like to hold that much, so that's why I like trading the Nasdaq. I like to be in and out. But for guys that want to capture those bigger trends inside a day, Nasdaq is not the best. Even ES is better.
No. Oh yeah. I mean, Nasdaq is just trying to get your couple $100 and then rinse and repeat, because you could probably even get the same trade 2 or 3 times in the same like 10 minutes just based off of volatility alone. Yeah, let's see if we can get a little pullback here in NASDAQ and maybe nip a trade real quick in the house account, get some excitement, get it warmed up for power hour too.
It's sellers already coming in on NASDAQ here, though, at this zone we talked about, guys. So 190 up to 200, that 10-point zone there. Sellers already coming in at the start of that zone. I mean, it's still a pullback, but there's no strength. I mean, there's no strength from buyers at this point. Looks like we might be getting a deeper pullback, which we talked about. ES as well. Look at the pullback that's happening on ES right now. And the reason is, look at the Dow finally starting to get some sellers there. So what happens in this case is Dow starting to see sellers, NASDAQ already weak. You're going to see a lot of seller pressure on the ES there, which is compromised from stocks on
Be
both
careful.
markets there.
Careful, Dolby. 18190's weekly kickoff high.
18190 is weekly
Yes.
kickoff high?
Yes, and since we've come back down below it, it's been resistance, and it just
interesting.
Just held as resistance now.
Yeah, no, it's been rejecting all lunch hours. So from 11 a.m. New York time, so 10 Central, that's been the resistance area.
Yeah, I even have a 30-minute range high there as well. I'm redoing my charts right now since it's been a minute. And I will redo my levels every now and then. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I know, Nick for a Tick has done a very good job trading recently, and I'm so surprised just because it seems like the volatility has not really been there.
It's not. It's not.
Remember, KV, when a headline would come out with the word AI in it, and the Nasdaq just won like 50 points or 100 points? It's like we are not in those times anymore. Not even close.
It's definitely a different look. It's a different week, right? I wouldn't say, because we've had volatile weeks lately, but this week has just not been it. I mean, there's just
great for range traders.
KV was watching that XLK when all that technology sector.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Dow, right? Today, the strongest sector have been financials. If you look at the XLF chart, it is just nonstop.
Straight up.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to go over that? I kind of like that system that you have there, because you have all those different like indices or like what are they called? Sectors?
Spiders.
Yeah, sectors.
Yeah.
I think that's a really cool chart.
I can share that. Yeah, I can share that. Where is the sharing button here?
Is it that we're just waiting for reports, basically, and that's what's going on? Or is this just news-driven markets?
It's a very, very quiet week from economics. There's nothing going on this week except for Fed speakers. That's it. So it's not like we're expecting any event. It's not like we're expecting any number. There's nothing there. These are the sectors, guys. And if you look at the sectors, right, so we have financials on orange, red is tech sector. So think of it, the NASDAQ. And then we have S&P in the middle, white, and then we have healthcare here in blue. These are the biggest sectors that are compromising the S&P 500. And if you look at it, XLF is on top there. I mean, it had a little pullback here at the opening, but then it's just been nonstop. It's finding some sellers now, but it's been nonstop all day, and hence why you've seen the S&P, right, ES, be much stronger in the pullbacks. I mean, you had a much steeper pullback on the NASDAQ today than the ES, and that's why right now you're much closer to day high on ES, for example, right? Tech sector is up there as well. Healthcare lagged today. It was very, very weak. I think if we could have seen healthcare on the run up today as well, you could have seen the S&P really, really run. It's just XLV, so healthcare was lagging a little bit. It was very weak at the open, and then it has just stayed sideways since then. At this point, since we are still holding up on the Dow, right? You are still holding up on the financials as well. It's only tech sector that's missing, right? If you really could get the NASDAQ to move, maybe that 200 level does it, maybe not, but 200 level is key for me. If you really get NASDAQ to move, ES should break even faster and quicker at the day high, and even go for the previous day high as well, which seems like it's has a lot to go. But if you get the right amount of buyer pressure, it could get hit very quick. I mean, we're at 211 right now. Previous day high is 2. It's just 15 points, right? Obviously, it's not the same 15 points than Nasdaq, but still, it's doable. It's doable with the right amount of volume. And as we talked earlier, that's the only thing that's missing. Volume. Volume is the only thing that's missing right now.
Yeah.
We are getting this move higher again, right? So we got buyers stepping in on
It's
the
a little
financial,
wiggle.
buyers stepping in on the Nasdaq as well. What I do like on financials, though, right? We made a higher low. Low again. So the higher lows, buyers are still dominant there on the financials. Nasdaq is still sideways to me. I mean, I don't want to be biased. I don't want to be biased on Nasdaq because it is still showing that it's neutral for now.
Yeah.
So let's see. I mean, we're getting close to the half an hour. We're getting close to the half an hour candles as well, guys. Just so you know, in 2 minutes, 30-minute candles will be closing. Okay.
Yeah. We had a wiggle on the ladder in the NQ there. I'm kind of curious to see what kind of price action we get in the next five minutes. Typically, when I see that, we get some action. So let's see if this ends up being true. Otherwise, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a short is a great. It seems like kind of high risk right now. I'm not a huge fan of the shorts. Yeah, I know. When you are a range trader, you're looking for big ranges, and the bigger the range, the stronger it is. And we bounced off a 4-hour range low, so I'm thinking we can hit tops.
Yeah, it's difficult for shorts in this market. I only took a trade this morning on the ES, and it was on literally one of the only pullbacks here. So this first pullback, I was able to catch this. So from the rejection of previous day low on ES, but it was so stressful. Just because you're going against the trend. It worked out good, but it's not that A+ setup which you're looking for, because an A+ setup you got to be as calm as possible. And I was like, oh my god, it kept on pulling back and then going lower, going up, going lower. It was just not the best price action. The moves today have been to the upside, so I'd rather try and wait for an opportunity to enter to the upside even at this moment. But just the buyers are not there. Like this morning, they went to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, some volume did come in at the 125-minute mark. I think that's time. So nice little 5-minute range here. So I mean, risk is pretty well defined. Only problem is that we're stuck in the middle of the range, so it is a little bit of a coin flip. But if we were really trying to find a trade to take, I could justify one, and I could find a stop that would be pretty reasonable. I mean, we would just want to get a stop somewhere below 18,170.
That's right. Yeah, I wouldn't do something closer though than 170. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, below 170, that's
below. Yeah,
that's going to be your bottom range.
Yeah. And let's see if we get this breakout. I did see the wiggle in the ladder, so that time will expire at 135 to see if we break out of this 30-minute range that we're kind of in right now. But I would not want to be a buyer up here. I'd actually prefer buying down at like 175 and then having a stop even further down. That's what I would prefer. I'm not much of a momentum trader. Oh, YM just broke new highs as well, according to chat.
Yeah.
So, man, we might be getting a breakout here.
Still.
I mean, how much would be... Like, let's say we put on a 5 lot right now. That'd be too I think that'd be too expensive.
Yeah, are you buying it?
It'd be a buy, yeah. It's just for my system, I'm on the wrong side of the box. We are in the kind of a sell area of the 5-minute range. So it'd be more of like a momentum trade, try to get out of the box. So I would,
I'd rather wait for the momentum outside the box than to preempt it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking longs, but you got to think location.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking about is location.
Yeah,
We don't want to
if you
chase
get in
Ho.
that, yeah, if you get in that trade, obviously you're risking that 20 points, that $2,000 if you have 5 contracts. But you would be betting that you need some really good buyer pressure because you need the continuation above the zone, right? Because 200 is not going to be enough, 210 is not going to be enough. You're looking, to possibly start exiting few contracts, maybe 215 or 230s, because anything lower than that just doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense for the risk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I mean, and if you said said 5 contracts is 20 points, that's way too tight.
$2,000 risk.
$2,000
altogether.
No. Yeah. I mean, I'm not much of a buy stop guy either. I'm sure there is a strategy somewhere.
Apple going for day high retest here, a few cents away, might move the market if Apple really follows through on that day high break. It's getting close to it. Buyer pressure is there in Apple.
I think someone was saying Nvidia was trying to do stuff too.
Yeah, it's
lagging,
right back to settlement.
So what if we put a 5 lot order in at 182? Our stop would be 162. That's not bad. I mean, that's really far away.
Yeah, no. If 162 gets hit, it's definitely
it's all left.
Not a long trade anymore. So that would be a good stop, a good invalidation area.
Thanks, Eduardo. If we were going to do that, if we know where our risk is, I'd be looking for some sort of a pullback closer to that to limit the risk.
How close?
Because again,
what level do you want?
Dolby, we're right up against that 18,190 level again.
We are, I know. But if we get out of it, then I think sky's the limit.
Right?
Right. If
100%. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen.
I personally don't love it, right? Just because what Hook said there. I mean, we are at the top of the range once again, right? So longs would be a similar pullback, which we got, the past few minutes at the 226 pullback, right? At the view up area or New York session. That will make the risk a little bit tighter. Yeah, it's not. I personally don't. It's not an A+ for me.
No, I don't like ranges in the middle of the range. You don't want the Russian dolphin.
Ranges inside of ranges.
You don't want the range inside a range. You want a range on the extremes, and then you can get some really, really juicy entries. So we are kind of pulling back a little bit. I mean, do we want to try to nibble
range trade it? Let's range trade
long? Okay. Well, I would consider then maybe 175 if we can get a decent enough pullback. I mean, midway point is like 182, which I think is a little bit aggressive, but our stop would be in a decent spot. I mean, it'd be at 162. All right, let's just try a 5 lot.
Which way?
Let's see if we bullish. It'd be bullish.
Bullish.
Let's see if we can get.
Bed?
Not yet, but we're gonna. I wonder if we can try. I want to make sure I don't put on too much size. This is what I'm trying to do. Limit by 5, 181 and a quarter. Or I might be able to get further back. I might be able to get 77 3/4. We could try stacking the bids too and do 555.
Why so specific with 77 3/4?
I saw a thing. Hold on. Oh,
why not 78?
So I kind of have this little theory here. There's this candlestick at 126, and that was the bottom kind of the 5-minute range. So I'm curious to see if 177 3/4, the top of that ends up being support. It would be
kind of.
Yeah. Oh man, do you want to hop into a long here?
It's in the middle of the range to me. Looking at the profile, it's diddling in the middle.
So mid. It's so mid.
And there's your range in the middle of the range.
I know. But the 5-minute range is solid.
Patience, Dolby. The
That's true, KB. That is true. That is true. We will wait.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't love it. The way it's looking right now with a pullback, I mean, it's even looking like a double top at this point, right? But again, it's completely neutral, guys. If you were to take the longs, I would still, again, wait for me before a VWAP pullback. We've gotten 2 bounces so far in VWAP there. One at 205, one at 226 New York time. Those bounces are a little bit safer when it comes to risk, right? Because even if it doesn't work out, you're risking not even 10 points. You're risking 7 points, 8 points maximum, because your stop loss would be lower than previous day low. You'd be around 65, right? Your entry is around 72, 65. That's your 7-point risk only. I'd rather prefer that if you are bullish biased at this point, right? But again, it's still neutral. If it makes a higher low here, maybe that could be the start to something. So let's see. Because we got a low, now you're getting a little bit of a higher low if this follows through here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll paper trade it. We'll pretend. Let's pretend we got long.
Let's pretend we got long. Where is the pretend fill point, Dolby?
Let's say we got filled at the halfway. Yeah, let's say we got filled at 180. And our stop is 162.
James says a trade here would be diddle in the middle.
Yes, I'm with him.
It would be. I totally agree, but I am always trying to justify some sort of trade because that's the name of the game. And if I justify a trade, then it makes everyone else have to give their input. See how that works, chat? It's almost like I know what I'm doing.
Apple new day high here. Let's see if that follows through. Market's not reacting that much though, so makes me even more hesitant for the longs if it's not doing much with the Apple day high break.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'll just put paper long 5.
Paper long 5.
I know. I'm sure MP is rolling over in his 10,000 count sheets right now, seeing that we're paper trading a
Okay, so now we're starting to see a little bit of momentum now in the S&Ps. The Dow still putting in new all-time highs. Dolby, I'd rather I don't want to say that, but
say what?
Trading in the middle, just to me, just expands risk. I don't like it, and it probably cost me, some decent trades. But I'd almost rather see this thing go, find some momentum above that 18,190, even above 18,200, to see if we can test that high of the session and the high of yesterday's session. Yeah. I want to see something before I buy this thing.
Yeah.
S&Ps are now holding inside value, at least sometimes, from yesterday. So, if we're going to see the S&Ps rally to 52.23 half, which is value high from yesterday, the high from yesterday is not too far from that. I don't see the long here right in the middle. It's just how I'm built.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not a good trade location. I think the 5-minute is pretty interesting. So, we are getting down to a pretty interesting spot, which would be 18,172.50, right? I mean, here's the thing. The NASDAQ moves so fast. We really have to talk about these trades ahead of time because we're not going to get a fill by talking it out and then pressing the market button. Because if we do, our trade location is going to be garbage.
And that's kind of where I feel here is, in the middle of the day session range, right at the points of control. This is a comfy level where everybody wants to trade. I don't want to trade here. I want to trade where nobody wants to trade, where nobody gets time to trade. It's been here all day.
Yeah. Yeah, I think some people in chat actually did nail that short off of 18,194. And if you did, congratulations. Assuming you took profits. Maybe you don't. Who knows?
Nice.
Yeah.
Maybe we're waiting for a VWAP break.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we can, oh man. So see, the range trader part of me loves this 5-minute range. Really, really likes it.
Well, I mean,
And-
now
and
we're finally near the low of the 5-minute range. That's going to help
Wow.
limit risk.
It would. It really, really would. We'll see how it plays out. We're going to keep the paper long at five lot paper long. We'll see how that ends up playing out. It's like we took a little bit of heat, but now we're back in the green theoretically.
Right.
But it is fun to talk it out. I know. Chat for some reason absolutely hates me trying to provoke a trade here, but it does force us to talk through our ideas, which is why we are all here. So you can still learn about trading even if the idea is wrong, because maybe now you don't like that thing.
I mean, we did get the chance to kind of look at the low end of that 5-minute range, Dolby.
Mm-hmm.
What are you viewing as the low of that 5-minute range? Is it 72.5?
Yeah, 71, 72. I think there's if we're being super picky, 71 evens in the
okay,
NQ.
and then where is the break if we do break out below that? Where does price have to advertise to make that long wrong?
Wrong. I mean, that's tough. Here's why I don't really enjoy NASDAQ all that much, is because NASDAQ can make that, it could make it a lot further down and then still pop back up and in again.
Right.
So it's very, very tricky. It's very, very tricky. That's why, if I am range trading the NASDAQ, I almost prefer, theoretically putting like a buy. I would almost prefer doing like 169 or 168 just to accommodate for that extra little bit of volatility that NASDAQ just has inherently.
In essence, basically VWAP.
Yeah, if that's where it's at. Yeah, for sure.
168.
VWAP. Okay, cool.
Looks like
annotation there.
Looks like Anne Marie is short the Dow at 189 here. Very good, Phil.
Really?
I have a key level.
How the heck does she do that?
Yeah, I have a key level at 185, so very close to that, Phil. If the Dow reverses and pulls back, I mean, with the weakness that's already on the tech sector, S&P should really, really pull back, at least down to
Marie
the
has magic.
Yeah, she has some great trades.
Yeah,
also a fellow range trader.
It's a solid area there. It's a solid area to get short. If you were to get short the Dow, that's the only area there at R2, which I have here. That makes it, a comfortable trade.
Yeah. Was that like a little stop run of something above 39,000? Was that 190?
190, yeah, just a few ticks.
Rolls right back over. Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
I mean, is that the 1 minute chart? Or
yeah 1 minute. Yeah, that's the 1 minute. But yeah, NASDAQ's still in the range, guys. We've been here since 2 p.m. and it's literally at the same price again. It's
I mean, even our paper long idea is even.
It's still there, right?
Hanging out. That's the hard thing too. Like if you do want to get into range trading, is this trade is not invalidated until it breaks out of range and you get stopped out. So you could sit in this trade for half an hour. So if you don't like holding trades, that's the thing. It's like you don't want to get itchy fingers and overmanage the trades, which I've done a lot because it's so tempting.
What's the probability of the price closing around 180 today as well?
Who knows? Probably pretty good. Probably pretty good.
It's the popular play.
I do think we are going to hit 236 though today. At some point in time, I do think we're going to hit 236 and maybe roll back over again and get back within range.
High.
Yep, that would be kind of the high of the day. Yeah. We touched the 4-hour range low. Why not go and touch the 4-hour range high? You could see it happening.
Why not?
Anything's possible. What's going on the 1 minute though? What are we kind of getting? So it's kind of nice actually. So 1 minute is making a series of higher lows, which we love.
It's good. Yeah.
And it is kind of making a series of lower highs. So we call this a wedge pattern. Shout out to JD, who does our charts, our little technical analysis studies, which are fantastic. So very, very tight wedge here in the 1 minute on the NASDAQ. Not a lot of volume, because that's what, KV, you want to see the volume come in, right?
I want to see the volume come in. Like, that's the problem here, right? So if you go in the 5 minute, I like to look at volume more in the 5 minute. I want to see like a U shape here, right? So because that's how it should be. You have increasing volume in the morning, decreases through lunch hours, and I want to see a U-shape recovery of the volume here as well in the afternoon session, right? And I'm not sure if we're gonna get that, right? I mean, yesterday was still pretty low in the afternoon session. Let's see what it does today. But I want to see a U-shaped recovery for volume as well, no matter if this pushes to the upside or breaks to the downside. Because as you said, it's neutral still. You're getting lower highs, higher lows. It's gonna break. Just not sure how long that's gonna take. That's the thing right now.
Right. Yeah, we don't know. I don't see any wiggle in the ladder quite yet. I have a question. This always bothers me with people waiting for volume. Okay, so it seems like when volume comes into market, that is when price really starts to take off. But then aren't you at a disadvantage in price because the movement has already occurred?
Well, you want to look for, I don't like to look for volume on breakouts. I want to look for volume on pullbacks. So what does that mean, right? So, I mean, here does not make much sense because we're just neutral. But what we want to see is similar to like the morning session. So what happened here, right? So I want to see this. I want to see increasing volume on the way up and then a decrease on the pullback. So on the pullback here, look how the volume was just drying up and then it started kind of increasing back up a little bit on the pushes higher. Not the best example here because there's times that it's more evident, but that's kind of the divergences I want to see where we're moving up, but the volume is decreasing. Just looking for those pullbacks because that's the only way, at least personally, I like to tell whether it's a pullback or whether it's a rejection point. If it's a rejection point, even on the pullback, we're going to see increasing volume because it's showing us more sellers in the game. But when we get the pullback and the volume starts to decrease, it's just showing me that, okay, it just might be a short pullback for a little bit of a breathing room for the next move higher. That's the way I like to look for pullbacks because, as you said, Dolby, right? When it volume is already coming in, the price is already breaking out. So
are we on Dolby's chart?
It's just
my chart.
Yeah, let's get it on TVs. He's showing us something here.
Oh, James. Yeah, whoever's on the box needs to switch it over.
So
okay, there we go.
I was just showing, right? So in the opening session, right? So you had increasing volume in the morning, right? A lot of volume here. And then look how volume kind of faded a little bit here on this pullback, right? And then you started to get higher candles on the pushes higher.
Volume comes in.
What I like to see is just these divergences. So for me to understand, and again, it's not going to be 100% correct though, but for me to understand, okay, this price action here, this pullback, is it really a pullback for another move higher, or is it just the top that we're seeing here? In this example, because we saw that volume decrease, I was more confident in catching a bounce play here, right? Because we didn't see seller pressure on these candles. If we would have gotten big candles like we had here, these spikes on this pullback here as well, I would never have looked for a bounce play, right? So that's the way I like to look at the divergences in volume, just to understand, okay, could I be looking for a pullback here play, or does it not make sense? If we get that decrease in volume on the pullbacks, that's where I'm like, okay, where could an area be for me to take a pullback here for another move higher? And it just makes your entry a little bit better because, again, you're not entering at the day high breakouts, which, sometimes like here would have worked out because you had that follow through. But a lot of times you get a day high pop and it pulls back and you just stopped. So it's a very good way to look at those better entry points just by looking at volume. Look at what's happening.
Always look for the pullbacks.
Yeah, I want you to look over now because we have had an increase in volume in the last 5 minutes. We have a little uptrend in volume right there.
A little bit on the 1 minute, a little bit on the 1 minute.
Yeah, see that. What's that mean?
Nothing really, because we're just on the range. Right, so we want to right, we want to point out the trends as well. Right here, there's not much of a trend happening here for me to tell. Okay, buyers were strong here, but then sellers. It's just like literally, it's a Christmas tree. If I flip this, on the right, it's literally like a Christmas tree here. So there's not much going on. The
Might have
volume
to add that pattern to JD's book, the Christmas tree pattern.
Pretty flat. Yeah, it's been pretty flat.
Michael Stent, or if you go to the 1 minute chart on the NQ, like the last 8 bars, there's a little ramp up in volume. That's
yeah,
what we're referring to.
The last few candles here, right? So from 244 all the way to 250.
It's picked up just
a little bit. We're coming into power hour.
It does. It does.
It's crappy. The 5 minute. I mean, the 5 minute is just wiki. It's neutral, right? And again, it's a good waiting zone, right? So wait for it. You don't have to trade this, right? Don't trade it. Wait for it. Wait for the break. Put trend lines if you like to put trend lines, and just wait for a potential break.
Yeah, I mean, I can even draw a tighter box here. We even have a 15 minute. Now we have a 15-minute range too.
Yeah, wait for that zone, guys. I know we have a few more minutes left here until power hour starts. Keep this zone, which I mentioned earlier on the chart, right? So 190 all the way to 200. That's going to be key. If that keeps on rejecting, it's very tough. You're just betting that it might break. There's no confirmation that it's going to break. You're just betting. But without confirmation, I mean, unless you want to enter right somewhere here for a potential bounce play, I'll just enter with less size than usual, because if you haven't, gotten the confirmations which you're looking for, why enter with your normal size anyway?
Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, other thing too about good.
Michael says, do you consider this an uptrend? I mean, this little tiny thing here. No, I mean, it's a full consolidation zone. There's no trend here. Right? That's why you wait for the next trend. You had an uptrend here. Now you have the consolidation period, which is completely normal, right? You have trends, you have consolidation areas, accumulation phases, right? This is completely normal. You just got to wait for it, and it could break up, could break down. You have no indication which way it's going to break as we're talking right now. No indication.
Yeah. Right. And the thing with range trading too is that you want to try to find the biggest range to trade. You don't want to trade the smallest one. So if like a 1 hour range or a half hour range is on your chart, you want to defer to those levels and not try to trade the 5 minute one, because that could be stuck in the middle of something. So now that we have a 15-minute range, or actually maybe even 30-minute range at this point, we would really want to see come in and buy something between 172 and 175. That would be the better one, because that's more appropriate for the range. We are paper long right now. So
right here.
We had some disagreement. Yeah. 18,179 3/4. We had a paper long. We had some disagreement. It was a very ambitious long. So it's kind of in the middle of the range. I would prefer to go long at probably closer to VWAP, to be honest, which is 168.
Yep.
But we put it in there just to have some talking points, for something to talk about and theorize. Get chat going a little bit, raise their heart rates. They've been sleeping. Get them a little agitated. Ooh, got some movement here. Yeah, so this could be the stop run.
Here's the low of the box.
Yep, we're getting down to the low of the box, and this is where range trading becomes difficult, because it looks super scary. But you gotta trust that those range traders are going to come in and pick up price. Ooh, Anne Marie's covering. Should we hop in? Swap sides.
175.
Yeah.
It's going for your stop.
I mean, our stop is still really far away. We're on the other side of VWAP. The market would really have to work. Yeah, our paper stop is at 162.
There were the stops.
Trade idea is still valid for the longs. The demand zone here is still holding. The 170 zone is still holding, unless it breaks now. I mean, again, if you're in a play, there's no reason to sell because of the pullback. Just follow the plane. Just stick to the
Like you said, it
loss.
was a scary long there, but
They're always scary. Scary
Yeah.
shorts. If you're range trading, every position you enter is going to be scary because you're anticipating that other market participants are going to follow through with what they've been doing the last 15, 20 minutes, half an hour. And it's more likely that it will range than it will trend because that's just how the markets are. Ranging is more frequent as a market device. So now we're pushing down 15-minute range low. We're probably going to run stops. And this is where NQ gets a little bit weird, is because it can extend the range and then hop back in very easily.
yeah.
So now we're testing 15-minute range low.
The way it looks to me, if I was going to buy anything, it wouldn't be the NASDAQ today.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we bounced VWAP-ish, right? 168?
Ish, yeah.
And these are what we'd consider scary longs, I would say.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy,
I would agree. The top of that range would be the cheap short. Definitely agree.
Yeah.
If you were bearish, that would have been the cheap short. You had a confluence of a lot of levels: weekly kickoff high, 30-minute range high, 15-minute range high.
Mm-hmm.
But it can like a buyer step in. Good luck if you shorted below 15-minute range low. See, this is where the ranges are kind of cool. Let's see how this plays out. Definitely stop hunting for sure. Because like one tick below the low is the weakest long. And one tick above the high is the weakest short.
Yep. There you go, looking for you.
Yes, they do. Oh my goodness, guys, it's already 2 o'clock. How fast was that?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we just spent 50 minutes talking about a theoretical trade, but it was a great conversation. Chat, don't worry. Nothing happened. We didn't lose any money, but we did have a great conversation. And we can go ahead and delete that. And Power Hour is coming up. So,
oh wow, look at that.
There's
did
your
it roll?
stop.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, look at that. Crazy move. Crazy
It was
move.
fun. It was fun having a conversation on this range, guys. Hopefully it helped you stay flat or, trade less, because the ranges are killing a lot of traders these days. And look at the way it gets bought up right now as well with the wick.
Yep. See, that's the thing with NASDAQ. If you're going to range trade, you really kind of have to anticipate that it is going to extend the range pretty aggressively and hop back in. But we can talk about this more during Power Hour. It's going to be myself. Ooh, Dakota's coming up. I'm sure he's going to have some good ideas. And Jack is going to be hopping with me as well. KB, pleasure to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. And Hoag, I see you all the time.
Pleasure, Dolby. Have fun during Power Hour. Yeah. It's going to be a
we're
fun
a minute
one.
behind. I think it's going to be. Sweet. We'll see ya.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing TopstepX, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. TopstepX is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. TopstepX is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on TopstepX. That's right, TopstepX is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to Power Hour. The house account is up today. Let's see what we can do about that. I'm joined by Dakota, the coach. I believe earlier we said the Utah Stallion, the miner of the West, and Nick
miner.
Dolby's doing a little. I want to hear about that during this because I had not heard that story
Yeah,
before.
seriously.
What story? Now I'm curious.
Somebody said that you had a mining job at one point.
Oh yeah. I worked at a coal mine for about a year and a half, 2 years.
In what capacity?
What?
What do you mean in what capacity?
Well, like, were you managing something or were you down in the coal mines?
Both. I took care of a lot of the inventory there at the warehouse, and sometimes it would require me to go underground and do some of the inventory management.
Wow.
A man
That
of
sounds
many
awesome.
talents.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let's translate.
I mean-
Dakota, you said you're all.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I forgot. I lost my train of thought.
Well, you're coming back. You were about 40% yesterday with the sickness, but you're coming back online. I love it. You mentioned that you're
Yeah,
already
I feel so
long
much better.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been long ES for, I don't know, before I went to lunch, like since like noon. 5203.
Let's take a look here. 5203.
But yeah, I feel so much
Excellent.
better. You can tell in my voice. I still have a bit of a cough. It's probably going to be here to stay for another who knows how long. But I was able to feel good today. Did some house cleaning, get some work done, some chores, and up and moving. So it feels great.
Nice. Well, Dolby's got the key to the house account, which I'm sure you'll all love in chat.
Oh, yeah,
Might
love it.
find something to throw on here.
Oh, Dolby has the
Dolby's
keys to the
already-
house account.
Yes,
I
he
do.
does.
Let's buy NASDAQ, whatever the price is right now. Where are we at? Long NASDAQ is my
118,
vote.
160. Yeah. I think longs are good too. I think longs are good too.
All right, Dolby.
Okay, let me pull up NASDAQ. Let me look and see before I.
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to do it, Dakota, because give me your levels. Give me chat. Give
Well-
us some plays here.
Whatever it is, long. That's what I was looking at. I actually do like these 50s, 50s and 60s here in the NASDAQ. Wow, surprisingly. So you have my charts open. This is a 5-minute chart I have pulled up. So essentially today we've had that. It looks like we had a huge rally since the New York session open. Beautiful pullback right down to like the 140s. And we got a nice little kind of a V shape right here. And we didn't break out. One night, like looks like the 190s was holding as resistance. And so what I'm going to look for is if we could break above these 190s, we might be able to push towards the highs of the day. However, NASDAQ looks like it's making a new higher low right now. And so if we want to talk about risk reward, the probabilities are not amazing, but this looks like a good area that if we were going to get long, we could limit some risk right here at the 160s, put a stop loss, maybe, I don't know. I like 140s as a stop loss and look to see if we could break up into the 190s, see if we could test 200.
Well, let's work on some trade execution. I'm all for it, Dolby. I would say that if we want to do this, we start with a 5 lot.
Yeah. Well, what are you feeling for a stop? I mean, just want to like market a 5 lot?
Buy bid.
Buy bid.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. I don't like market orders. I like buy bid or limit orders.
All right. Here, I'll just put one in here. For 5, you said?
Yeah, because what I'm thinking is you talk about what happened this morning with trying to put on that ES trade, is that if we're ultimately trying to get to like a 10 lot or something like that, I'm fine with, as Dakota said, buying a bid or even doing a market order there if you know you're going to wait for a slightly better position for the rest of it.
I think we might get filled. I'm going to work 64. Oh, man, I don't know if I can get filled in time. I'm just going to walk this up. So it's
What's
a 5
the total
lot
position
Okay,
now?
We're long.
Okay, long 5 at what price?
We're long 5, 18, 166 and a quarter. What are you thinking for a stop?
So I how big of a position are we wanting to get in?
We can do up to 15. We're at 5 right now.
Okay. So my ultimate stop would be below 137, 138.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
That's pretty far down there, 30 points.
So far. That's okay. That's almost $3,000 in risk.
Okay.
That's okay.
For this 5. And so if we start to sell off and we want to build into 15, then just find areas to buy it, right?
Maybe 155s, add another 5 if we can get there.
What's your thoughts
Depends
on
on
that,
how
Jack?
it gets there.
Depends on how it gets there. Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, like that's just the truth with some of these like levels things.
Yeah. Okay. What about targets? We said highs, right? Said 240.
Yeah, the highs of this. You like ranges? It looks like we're in one big range.
Yeah, I do. We are. We're in a big ass range. All right, let's work this 5er, and then let's see if we'll set a target for the high of 4-hour range high, which is going to be around 230s. I think that sounds pretty good.
Yeah. For the long target, 230s, but there's definitely like a 190s, like more immediate target at the high of where we've been seeing a resistance all during the New York session.
Okay. Well, let's talk about adding positions since we're in the 5. Also, this is Dakota's trade idea, chat. So this is not mine.
Hey,
so we're gonna, as a team.
Hey, we're all in this together now.
We're all in this together. Ride or die, chat. So
yep, I'm still holding my ES long. So I'm EF long 5203. I'm gonna hold that for the rest of the power hour. So I'll keep touching base on that. See where we're at.
Okay. And what are we thinking for adding? So we're 5
So do
right
we
now.
want
We
to
can go up
add
to 15.
if it goes against us, or do we want to add if it starts to break out? Because right
Depends.
now, the one, if it gets back and starts breaking like 169, 170, then we could add like right here, right now.
Add another 5.
Yeah, if that is a possibility, right? As we start to break in and as the market starts to go in our favor, pretty much right here, right now, we're getting a little bit of momentum in our favor.
Okay. I got my hand over the buy market, so let's just say 1, Dakota, and I'll smash that buy
Let's do
market
it.
button for 5.
Yeah, I like it.
Added 5 more. We're long 10, 18,167 and a quarter.
Okay. So let's figure out what we want our risk to be. It's still
currently risking
now
about
we're risking
6 grand.
6,000.
Mm-hmm.
And their stop is where?
Below where you suggested, around below 138. We're at 136.50 right now.
Okay, and the risk is 6,000.
Yeah, 6,000.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
and
good
the
movement
target,
so far.
the main target you have is 230, right?
I think that should be the end goal, but I don't know if we hold the whole thing there, because that would be $13,000. That'd be an insane trade.
Yeah.
Holy crap! I think
am
maybe 5
definitely
off it in 195. 5 off 195.
Yeah,
Other 5 off at 220s.
190s. Take off 5, right? And
Okay. Let's do a box there. Profit box.
Yeah, and use your ability to take that off in a zone if we get there.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Well,
we'll do
trading days, I always get
TP1
nervous
that-
about the large blocks. Just you can take a
Yeah.
little off a bit.
Yeah.
More fun that way too.
It is more fun. We like having fun on TV.
Just stack 10 lots right up there.
Yeah. I like getting out with 1 lots. The way I like to get out is just sell 1 at ask as we start to push up. I'm getting out at the ask. Like if I'm, for example, sometimes I'm in like 10 lots and I'll just do 1 at ask. We push a little bit higher, 1 at ask, push a little bit higher, 1 at ask. And for example, like say we get to like 188, I'll sell 1 at ask at 188. 190s, 1111, and I'll close out like half my position that way. As an example, there's so many different ways that we could do this.
There are.
Yeah, trade management is jazz, man.
Good. Yeah, right? It is jazz. Hanging out here. I would love to see us get above this, 171, I think would be really nice. Or 172 would be great. I mean, are we going to consider adding any more if it goes down so we can get our average down, or do we not like that? We have 5 left. No? Okay.
We want 15, right?
Adding to winners.
I'm okay if we add to the. I'm okay with the add to the winners. The next breakouts, like you said, Dobie, like 172 and a half.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm okay if we add or we don't.
I think when this isn't like, I don't think we have this marked as like a 10 alarm must-have trade right now. So I'm kind of fine with the 10 at the moment, but if it keeps on going, I'm more comfortable. I don't think we should, as we used to say in the game, defend the position if it starts going against us with another 5.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, like I'm not 100%. This isn't one where I'm like, oh, this is an amazing trade. Let's do it. This is just a trade where I have a bias, and this looks like a decent buy.
Okay, we're gonna push.
Great momentum so far. Yeah, this is really nice. Really nice so far. Really nice call, Dakota. This was kind of an idea that I had early in the last segment, but we were way too aggressive trading that consolidation. But I did mention that NASDAQ does have a habit of really extending ranges aggressively and then getting back in. So you really have to anticipate those range extensions in the NASDAQ. and that can be very, very difficult to do.
So
meanwhile,
Go ahead, Jack.
I was just gonna say, meanwhile, as an update on my daytime slow markets, I trimmed some, but I am still long a 210's bond spread. Looking to add it.
That's awesome.
Oh, it's great. I locked in $602 and unrealized 150 right now, and it does not move much at all. All right, 180s we're hitting.
Yeah, I like this. I'm starting to like this a lot
this is
more.
great. That's a great
maybe we just hold this to see if we could get a break above the 190s.
Fine with
I'm
me.
okay if you want to close out some, but I'm also even okay if you want to just hold the full 10 lots to see if we break through it.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that we need to,
just like a few, like a little tickling,
like a third, like 3.
Yeah, like 3. I mean,
still 3.
Everyone's just like way into right now, like the slap it all on, slap it all off, and that's just not how I would trade.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with either. This is just looking a lot more better to me right now because we're getting a lot of momentum, and we're like just like that was fast. Like that happened really fast.
Yeah, that was great.
That now became a higher low, and so now the odds of us getting to 200 are even a lot more likely with this type of momentum. Of course, anything can happen, but
what do you want to do with this stop? I don't want to have like we're going to keep a crisis stop, but how would you want to manage this?
Rip the 3 off to start if you haven't.
Okay. I'm going to sell
I can't
3.
see your position on
1, 2, and 3. We have 7 left right now. So we banked about 900.
And see if we could break. Yeah, hold this 7 past 200. Let's see if we can break through these 190s and see 200. I really am liking this momentum. This is the biggest 5-bar candle all day today since the open, right? And we're getting a lot of momentum. A lot of buyers stepping in here. And I forgot about my ES trade.
It's probably doing fine.
Probably doing okay.
I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good there as well.
Yeah. So what about the stop? We have 7 left. We're risking 2,300 right now. You know, just in case shit hits the fan somehow. Do we want to move the stop somewhere or just keep it? I moved it to 18,151.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's fine by me. That's
we'll leave it there.
Right below the next pivot. And I think I just closed out of my ES so I could focus on this house trade.
Awesome.
I'm going to finish my day up $2,700 in my live.
Like a boss.
And let's just manage this and we'll watch the NASDAQ.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we pulled off 3. We did bank some cash, which is fantastic. I can kind of see how much we got there. Maybe I can't. Oh, because the trade's not closed yet. That's why. I don't think. I don't know.
What's the P&L now for the opened?
1982.50. Open P&L is they're about the same, to be honest, or like 19 realized, 19 unrealized. Yeah,
And then the stop is at 51.
Sorry, 151 and a quarter is where the stop is at.
Okay. And so, how much are we risking right now with that stop?
Total 2380.
Oh wow, okay. We're in a good, amazing position.
Yeah, we're in a great spot. We're in a really, really good spot. Like something I want to make sure that we do, like in the long term with the house account, is make sure that our winners are going to be greater than our losers. I don't want to be like putting up 10K losses, which is the max, and only try to make like $4 or $5 grand a day. You know, so I'm glad that you are endorsing us holding this trade, because I do want to see us, hold some of these positions so we can, make 10, 15, 20,000 if we can, you know what I mean? Let the market really work for us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the risk reward, right? Where we don't want to be cutting off the winners short and letting the losers just run through our stop loss. So I'm 100%. We're in an amazing position here, going into the last 38 minutes of power hour, and we do have a great opportunity to hold 7 contracts up past 200.
We do need to track these trades still be like holistically, though. I think something that's messing up our like traditional stats on it is that It's like that trade we got filleted on the other day where we took off 5 as like a little bit of winner to like reduce the size and then took the full loss there. Is some of these like little winners are building up and messing it up. Whereas I think we just got to like count. We've put on 2 trades today. We put on the one this morning and we put on this one. Track those.
Yeah. I think partials are great. I wouldn't even mind taking off maybe 2 more if we get to 190s and then leave 5. I wouldn't be a huge dent in our P&L
Man,
for upside.
let's just see if we could
Hold
break.
Yeah.
Like practice what we preach. Let's be patient.
agree.
We have an opportunity. If we break, we could see a huge boost.
Yeah.
Maybe if we see any type of like reversal, then we could just say, oh, maybe we just peel off some.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have MOC in 7 minutes. That should be pretty interesting. Chat really wants us to go break even. How do you feel about break even, Dakota? Everyone knows my my opinion on it. You're muted.
There needs to be a reason for where we have our stop. And for me, break evens, like I just don't want to lose money, right? Like there's no reason. And the market doesn't care that where your position is and whether you lose money or make money. But your stop loss, in my opinion, needs to be in an area that will invalidate a trade or have some sign that the market is going to be going against you. And so right now we have that pivot in the 50s. And to me, below that pivot, from a pure price action standpoint, is where we should have our stop loss. Any stop loss above that is just like pointless, unless you're trailing it off of like a smaller time frame. But I'm basing it off of a 5-minute chart.
Yeah. But do you ever move? I mean, like if something's way in your favor, do you ever try and lock in some? I'm talking like beyond.
Oh yeah, yeah. So if we switch to my charts, I could show you an example why I like to use multiple charts. So I have a 5-minute chart and I have a 100-tick chart, and yeah, if we have a position at what are we like 168 or something, then over here on the 100-tick chart, you can see here that sometimes I like to trail it. Like say I'll move my stop loss here, I'll move my stop loss here, below these little pivots on a 100-tick chart. So it depends on what I'm trading and how I'm trading.
Right. While this plays out, hashtag Power Hour. We're on X. So at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour. If you like this house account trade, please send us a tweet, a meme, a winning trade, anything you got. I will take it and send it to the producer, and we will show you a picture. But we got some exciting stuff going on right now with the house account. So we're going to focus on this. But please, if you got something, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep on X.
Very good plug there, Nick.
Yeah, you try.
Over here
trying to get that experience. Gotta say, it's a little bit nerve-wracking trading the house account. Personally, I'm not used to trading this much size, but it is good experience. A trade is a trade. This is the same.
Don't
as
think
the
about it,
Sim,
man.
Same as XFA. Exactly. It's all the same stuff.
It's the process.
So
it's all about the process.
My thought for if we were to peel 2 more, if we get to the 190s, I know it could push. We'd still leave the 5, but if nothing gets invalidated and it comes back, we could always throw more pork on.
Oh, we could, yeah. Some bacon. Oh, we got some good
Get
stuff.
any of these, Dakota? The what do they call them? Like the Cepacol cough drop. I'm in the same thing right now with the cough. These things are good. They have like a numbing agent.
I actually have some cough drops, and I probably should go get them. I didn't really cough a lot today until I started talking, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, go grab them. We can entertain ourselves.
All right. Don't close out the position while I'm gone.
Oh, hell no. We're not closing this position.
I'll be right back.
Yes. I always find that when I'm about to go to sleep is when I start coughing. It's like, how come this couldn't happen, 5 hours ago?
I know. Keep your pork dry, someone says. I like that.
Yeah.
Dolby, so where do we peel those 3?
We peeled those 3 at 181.25 and 2 at 181.5. So we're about right where we peeled them off.
Right about there.
Yeah. Is it peeled PEA or PEE? PEE, right?
All right.
Doesn't look right though.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, I like this. I'm actually wanting to get long myself right here for a
Oh my
break.
God, that's how bullish it is. I love it.
That's how bullish I am right now. Meaning, yeah, I'm wanting to actually. I might just get long myself for a break of the 90s. Like we are.
Do it.
That's good, dude. It looks really good.
Anything
This
can
is
happen.
tempting.
Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
You never know.
Disclaimer: this is not financial advice.
But it is tradertainment, though, and I am thoroughly tradertained.
when the market's going in your favor, let it go. Let it run.
Yeah, that was a book. What was that? A Reminiscence of a Stock Operator? I forgot what the quote was, but you know, whatever. It's something to do with like the best trading you can do is just letting your positions run. Let the market work for you. I'm sure someone in chat knows the quote. It's my favorite.
Yeah, essentially you're doing the opposite of what someone in a short position right now is doing. Is they're probably adding right now. They're probably adding. Like, we're at resistance. Let me just add a few more on. Thinking we'll get back down. And then if it keeps breaking out, they're just going to hold on it, and then they're going to hit their daily loss limit. Then they'll be auto liquidated as we're breaking through the 200s.
Yep.
I know because it's happened to me.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
We're going to have to find
It's
the
very
time
easy.
to do. Yeah.
Like the see money, take money approach is very easy to do. It's like I was trading the best outright trader I ever saw, or like he was trading outright curve, and he would everyone would take their positions off, slapping each other in the back because they made all this money, and he'd just still be in it and make 5 times as much money because that takes skill.
Now, don't get me wrong. There is something to that, though, Jack, where you can see money, take money, depending on the market conditions. And sometimes that could be the best. And it's always hindsight till after, like if we sell off now, we're like, man, that was a see money, take money. But we have an opportunity here. The trade setup, this trade setup doesn't come very often where we have a higher high and we have these. This is a beautiful technical setup. Where we've been pushing and trying to get above 190s throughout most of the New York session, and we're making this, higher high. We got in at such an amazing price, and
great price.
We have an opportunity to break through this and be that guy that bought the dip and is going to hold this to a new high of day or above 200s. Which here we go. Let's see if we can get this.
Especially from the long side. I like what Nick was talking about today about how I think everybody wants to get in here and like it's easy to say things are too high and then get short, and everyone thinks they want to be like friggin' Michael Burry. But remember, he was just lucky on time. If it had gone on a month longer, he would have been blown out too. And catching the big down move is very unusual. And that whole movie's about survivor bias. It's about like 5 people that had worked out for it, not everyone else that did that same trade and lost
didn't
their
have
house.
the risk parameters. Yeah. Dakota, do you like ranges?
I'm liking this.
Yeah. I mean, do you look at ranges and see opportunity?
What's that?
So do you look at ranges and see opportunity? I mean, because we've been coiling here for a long time.
Yeah, I do. The opportunity is like if in a range, I look at the direction that I want. For example, we've been in kind of a range, and I was looking for the buy side, so I buy the bottom of the range. But here we are. We're getting ready. We're testing the 90s. We're gaining some momentum. So let's see if we could get a breakout here.
If we can get a breakout above there, I still like peeling just the 2 to leave the dried pork back there. I don't want to do anything to that 5.
Well, let me know when. If we get like a big candle, do you want me to pull off 2 real quick?
Let's just.
I'm
Or
okay
no,
peeling off
let it
2 at
run.
200, maybe
Okay.
200.
Let me just make a level.
But
I'll change this
as
to
we're going up, so 2 at the ask, or like 1 at the ask, then 1 at the ask.
Okay.
As we're getting these little momentum bursts to the upside.
I'm gonna remove this one and this one. Cool. So now I only have the 30-minute ranges up. Yeah, I have 30-minute range high at 18,194. So if we can break that, a 30-minute range on a intraday move is very, very strong. And I definitely agree with you, Dakota, that we could see 18,240. You know, eventually all of the buyers and sellers are going to be done exchanging, and price will have to move eventually to go and find new business.
Yeah, there's no guarantees in the market, but this is as close to what I like to see as close as it gets for me to feel confident that we're breaking up above 200s right now.
Yeah, well, sure as hell is not
I'm
going
not
down.
guaranteeing anything, but this price action just screams at me breaking through 200. Yeah,
because if you were in the short position here, you would feel like extremely nervous.
Yeah,
That's like what
thinking
the
of
other
the
side of the
opposite
trade
side.
feels like. You a pit in your stomach
Exactly.
for short right now, and it might work out, but you're not feeling good about it.
And we're all seeing the same thing, right? Me, you, everyone around the world who's trading this on the 5-minute chart. Like, we've been trying to push above 190s. We haven't been doing it. Here we are. We know shorts are trying to pile up, and as soon as we start to break, squeeze comes, right? All the shorts are going to be battling. And it doesn't mean we can't be wrong, right? We very much could defend the 190s, sell off again, go back into the 80s, maybe the 70s. But it's about probabilities. Right now, I do like our odds and our probabilities to break out because the risk reward where we got in at the 60s, why would we close it out?
Yeah.
No, I agree. And I think
Beautiful
this
position, right?
sell-off here at 194, I think, is just an intraday thing. I don't think it's a long-term situation. This is probably
At
just
some point-
short-term profit taking.
James, at some point, because we're gonna have this trade on hopefully for a while, you can just flash the top quiz winners and let it be known that you can always rewind and see them.
Yeah.
All
we
right,
also
I'll
have
start this
all
up
the
really quick.
hashtag power hour stuff too. We have to show. If you have the memes
There
queued
they
up, we
are.
can run through those too.
I see you
Oh, this
pooping.
sign is a great one. Great.
Curious what that says. Is that Mandarin? Chinese?
You know what? It might say like the worst thing ever, and
Yeah, it
maybe
could be
we'll get
terrible. Who knows?
canceled in
Oh,
Taiwan.
Dobby
I was
Cat made
not
it up
in
there.
the mood to try and go
Love it.
translate us.
We got 2 winners of the same name on
Say
here. Is that
Dolby.
intentional?
You jackass.
So
Yeah.
I'll pick one more and give him an email. That just means the random numbers came out and one of them was the same and I missed it. So that person is D.
See, you gotta like the surprise like a tooth fairy. When you wake up tomorrow, look under your pillow, but don't look under your pillow. Log in to see your email and say, "Hey, did I get something?" I think that's a lot funner.
Kevin says, "I'm the shit. No need to explain," is what that says. I hope he's right.
Yeah, that'd be funny though. Do you want to do the meme stuff too? I think we're kind of chilling out here for a bit. We can run through the
run through
hashtag
it.
power hour stuff. Yeah, let's knock them
Yeah,
out.
we got
We'll
time.
start with some
do like 4 of them.
good old payouts.
Payouts. Love to see it. Ronald banking 4,500 and big one from Pedro, 8,657. So we do live stream all of the payouts in real time in the Discord, which is super cool. And I like showing this because payouts come in all sizes and shapes. You know what I mean? So not everyone is doing $15,000. We got people doing 480, 500, 1,500. I mean, any payout is a great payout. So we want to just make sure traders just take little base hits here and there and take your payouts. It is awesome to see. Make sure you pay yourself.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through it in Discord. Man, there are a ton of payouts, and I'm just looking through
So
it
many.
today. It's like 2-3 pages worth of just payouts, and they're not
Yeah.
small amounts.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, our
that's
traders
awesome.
are really doing it. All right, moving on.
They are.
We got my favorite American Psycho.
138 trading. Nice.
Have you ever listened
so
to
funny.
Jack Johnson?
I want to see.
That was a good one.
Can someone recreate
Hey,
that
there's-
whole scene with his face over?
I
Dude,
found my
we
payout.
get like AI. Oh my god,
Yeah.
if we get MP AI'd into that scene, that would be so good.
I'll see
I
what I
found
can
my
do with it.
payout I requested yesterday. There we go.
We got 2 more memes coming up real quick. One meme and one just cool shot, I guess. Here's the next one from our good friend Carl Hungus.
Oh, meme master.
Of the clone eyes.
Carl Hungus, you've been delivering some high quality memes pretty consistently. That's impressive stuff right there. Photoshop and everything. Thank you so much, Carl.
Good stuff.
You are on a roll.
And the last one,
It really is.
not a meme, but just a really cool setup.
Yeah, love it.
Nice.
What, 90-degree angle on the monitors there. Most importantly, watching Power Hour. That is what we
Nice.
love to see.
Check that foundation
Anything
on
on
the
the
house.
desk? See anything on the desk that looks suspect? No hidden lighters, ashtrays, bowls, nothing. All right.
Oh, that's the
everything's
best.
fine.
I've done. We've caught a few, Dolby, you know this. We get stuff sent to us, and we've caught a few things that we're like, oh, that is not going on.
That shouldn't be on
TV.
that desk. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Make sure you proof your pictures, chat, before you send them in. A little bit of a 5-minute consolidation up here. How are you feeling about it?
I still love it. I still like
Cool.
it. I'm looking for a way to get in. So I kind of secretly hoping we could sell off just a little bit more so I could buy it.
Would we want to add more if we could get down to somewhere?
For the trade that we have on the house account, I'd say no. We're already in a great risk reward. You just kind of just hang out and enjoy it. For everybody who missed it, you just tough luck, right? Like that was the trade for Power Hour, was buying where we did. That was the trade.
Yeah, and I'm going to switch to
Now,
the
as
1-minute
we-
chart here.
As we get closer to MOC, there'll be an increasingly like I just want to peel too.
Yeah, there is an aspect of time because we don't have all day now. We only have 20 minutes
No.
left. And so there is going to become an aspect, like you said, Jack, where it's like, all right, we're getting closer and closer to the close. At some point, we're going to have to close this before the market closes. And that could be an aspect like, you know what, we didn't break because it was too late. Sometimes the market just waits until it closes. As soon as it closes, the next 5 minutes, we rally like 100 points. For earnings or something, but we'll see here. I'm pretty confident that we could try and break before the close.
Yeah, I mean, a good bounce though. Like we took 3 off. It kind of bounced where we took off our initial 3, which is great.
There's a push.
Also, I probably
So maybe
shouldn't be carrying my
Let's say
cat. while I'm
let's say
executing
2 at
house
90,
counters.
Dolby.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same
90?
thing. Is
Okay.
As we get a push up here, maybe close out 2 if we push
There we
up.
go. There's a chance.
Which we're getting a
Or at
push.
188.
You got it?
No, you said 190s. We didn't get the 190s. Do you want to just peel 2
Yep.
now, just cause?
Yeah, I mean we got close enough to. We're talking
Alright.
half ticks. It's like practice.
All right, we're down to 5. So we peeled 2. We're keeping 5 right now. Our total risk is 1780. Our stop is still down at 18,151 and a quarter, but we've cut our size in half. Our total profits now, we think we added about $800 on that. So now our realized P&L is 2782 and unrealized is 1795.
Okay.
So
and now if it pulls
you
back
just
in, we can buy it.
closed your long.
No,
No,
we
we
have
still
5
have 5
running.
on.
We
Okay.
still have 5 on. We're just
Okay.
we closed
I'm
out 2
going
to take some
to-
profits.
I'm getting in a long right here at 187. One long contract on my live account.
And are we still okay with our stop down at 151 with 18 minutes to remaining? Okay.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. So I'm getting in long here. Just one
Love it.
contract, 187.5.
Practice what you preach, right?
Yeah. Like I said, I want to get in long. I'm looking for a breakout. I think we can have it.
I think we're getting it
if
too,
not,
man.
I'll take a loss.
I think we're getting it too. Yeah, and taking a loss is okay. I think sometimes, I was thinking about this last night. It's like, I don't care about losing trades. I care about managing risk. Like, losing trades are going to happen, and that shouldn't prevent you from placing a trade, especially if it's a part of your system. It's much more important to be managing your risk. That's like the most important thing, because losers are going to happen. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
quick bond note, we're getting to the time of day where I have to start trying to leg out of this trade.
Okay.
Because you don't want to, with 15 contracts on it, have it just force liquidate at the end. And these things move very slowly. So I might be sitting on the bid and offer for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm watching the NQ with my heart.
Yeah. And I'm seeing a set of higher lows and lower highs. So we have a little wedge formation kind of happening on the 1 minute here, which could be a platform for a breakout or possibly a breakdown. Should be very interesting to see what happens in the last 17 minutes of Power Hour. Been very, very exciting. Some very cool team trading here. Great initial idea from Dakota. And the markets have been cooperative, to say the least.
Hey, I'm not a party pooper, man. I party.
Yeah, look at that shirt. You can't wear that shirt and
Look at
not
that shirt.
party. Come on, man. Also get my like Hawaiian shirt on. I kind of missed the boat.
Yeah, I'm liking this price action right now. Let's see if we could get the market to go right here, right now.
Should we blow on it? Add a
Right,
third
blow on it.
contract?
Yeah, I think right here, right now. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This is some momentum I'm seeing build.
Yeah, this is nice. This is not relevant anymore. Get rid of that. We still have our 30-minute range high. Yeah, we really want to get over 194. Let's get it to the 200s. That would be excellent. I think shorts would really, really be in trouble if that happened.
Yeah, we touched 190s again. 191.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Scared money does not make money. That is a fact.
All right. Full attention. I'm out of the bonds now.
What'd you get? $20?
Nice. Plus $770 on the day.
Oh, damn. That's pretty good.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I still have no idea how that trade works, but I'm glad.
I'll explain
you're
it,
pulling
but
it
I like.
off.
I'm hesitant to explain it because I don't think it's really feasible unless we open a larger combine.
Is that even like more old man shit than the YM doing what you're doing?
Oh, this is the oldest old man shit.
That's what I figured. Who's trading bonds?
Okay, so we still have 5 contracts. We have 15 minutes left. Let's make a game plan going to these last 15 minutes.
I would agree.
If we don't see any movement, we need to get out of the trade no matter what before the end of the close. So, and we're not really, we've been barcoding here the last
Very hard.
20 minutes. It's
Yeah.
legit an ugly barcode.
Man, I think we're gonna rip though. We're gonna rip somewhere. I just don't know how. It's just can't stay in a range forever. Cannot stay in a range forever.
That is true. It'll all turn to dust eventually. The sun will envelop the earth.
Jack, did you go see the eclipse? Did you drive out and see that?
Did I drive out and see it? No, I just went to my porch. We got like 94% of it. That was enough for me.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Nice. I seen it online.
Wow,
Who needs the
5
sun?
minutes is so it's like there was that movie Dark City. That was cool. That was a weird movie.
They need computer monitors to emit like that UV light every once in a while. Go to the sun.
That'd be
like a
sick.
sun.
That would be kind of sick. Could you imagine just someone tanning in front of their computer monitor with like some like blue light canceling glasses and their faces just beat red.
All right, here we go. Going up, test 90s again. Is
do
this
it.
the break?
I
Getting
think so.
some
MOC. We
momentum.
got 3 minutes to MOC. Something's gonna happen.
Okay. Okay, let's consider. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Let's
There we
go.
go.
Let's keep on pushing. We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold.
Let's look at 200. Let's look at 200. If we get to 200, let's go ahead and close out maybe one or two more.
At 200. Okay.
Yeah, dose.
Yeah, we don't have time. If we had more time, then it's easier to say hold it. But time is now a lot more valuable to us.
Whoa.
Plus, we could
Here
get
we go.
hammered in 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, totally. All right, let's see if this sustains.
Yeah. So we've seen 298 and a half. Just hovering in the 290s.
Yeah. So when you see a move like this where it pierces and comes back down again, does this change your philosophy at all? Or are you still just chilling?
No, not really. Not really. To me, it's the same. And plus, it's the end of the day. Like, we're going to see a lot of volatility. We have 12 more minutes
anyways,
to get out of this. If anything,
the
it was
range
good
is
to me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's that?
So we haven't really gotten out of the range yet. So like the range play is still in play. Like we have not had that big range break on either side. We've tested the upside, really haven't tested the downside yet. So I think range play is still good. ES Delta from Hoagland plus 4,700.
Okay.
We got 1 minute to MOC, so we should probably start seeing some craziness here. Our stop is still at 18,151.
Do you have a sell limit order at 200? So you're going to just use sell ask?
I can put an order in. Do you want me to? For 200?
Yeah, let's see if we can get out on that volatility.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought
we got one in.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I didn't add an extra one. So what do we got? Where's the timer at? 15 seconds to MOC.
Okay. Because we're still in the 90s. We're still in the 90s, which is still good.
5. All right. Let's get physical. Yay.
Big action. No fills yet. No fills yet.
All right. I'd take 2, but we can wait for 200. But like,
let's wait.
You tried to
I wouldn't
push
get
and
nervous
then-
until we get down to like 180.
Eddie, tell us what the MOC is when you get it.
Yes, I will.
Ashby did show the quiz winners. It was around 2:30ish. You can go ahead and rewind the stream and catch that if you'd like to.
All right, not too heavy. MOC imbalance is 165 million to the buy side. Really nothing to write home about. 165 million only.
That is nothing.
Yeah, I'm
wanna
still
see
like, we're holding
billions.
above that zone right now. We're
Yeah.
still holding
Yeah.
into the 90s, 194s, 193s, 94s, 95s. Little big fat nothing. We're still long 5, right?
We're long. Yes, we are. We're still long 5. Our entry is 18,169. Our stop is 151 and a quarter, and we have a take profit of 1 at 18,200.
Okay.
At this point, I would
I would
consider moving
quote-
that stop because we don't have enough time. So I would go ahead. And go down.
Yeah, I would close one out now at like 94. I mean, like 1 or 2 out. Just get out of a couple here in the mid 90s.
I'll close 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, get out at the uptick though, like 190s.
It's too late. I marketed it. We're out.
Or whatever. It works. Because we're almost done for the day. No sense of
We're
holding
very
on to more
close.
risk.
Yeah, we're still retaining 3 contracts here. We've banked 3,600 so far.
Okay. I mean, I still like it. I still like this for a push. We're not really moving too far. We're not selling off, which is good.
Yeah, we're really not.
We've reduced our risk, and we're
Quite
still
a bit.
been in the same spot we've been in for the past 30 minutes.
crazy. Yeah, I would
Well,
not want
we
to
took
see
the
it
only
stick
trade
down
that
to
was
one
available,
piece.
and it worked
Yeah,
out.
and we didn't hesitate too. I think that's one of the important things too. Is it wasn't a ton of deliberation. It's like, hey, we like this level. Let's hop in, and we got a good price. I do feel like too much deliberation, the market can get away from you a little bit. So I am happy that we really, really got in there.
Well, especially when we try and like one bang it with like 15 lots, it feels like in like Hunt for Red October or something with like the 2 keys that you're turning and stuff. It feels like as opposed to like, oh, we like it, just put some
Exactly.
on and then we'll figure it out.
Long 3.
Yep.
7
Yep,
minutes left.
That's it. Yep. Cool, just holding this.
And barcoding still. You have a limit order at 200 still?
I do, just for one though.
Okay.
If we get below 180s, I wouldn't be too happy. I got my finger over the flatten all button here. If need be, in case of, do you want to go to break even? I mean, do we want to do that?
Now we can.
Yep.
Now I would be
Yep.
perfectly fine with just break even.
Okay.
No sense
Let's go to
losing.
break even.
This is one where technicals are no longer much of an importance when you only have like 7 minutes left in the day.
Yeah. Oh, this is I don't know why it's not letting me go over. Oh, wait, what?
Put them in the dome, brother.
Yeah. I was trying to drag it and it wasn't working. What is that? 169. Here. There. Close
All right, it's
that. There we
pushing.
go. Okay. Yeah. Now we're break even ish.
I think it's now where I would just like time stop it. Nope. Push.
Yeah, let's see if we could push
Pick
up
one.
near the end of the close.
Sell one?
Maybe
Okay.
close out of another
Yes.
one once we get back
Yeah.
into the 90s. If we get back into the 90s, maybe just close another one.
Dude, this is acting so weird. Why are you? It's not letting me move this order above my entry for some reason.
I think it's because you use the break even. Maybe just cancel everything and we'll just manage it from the.
I might, yeah. I kind of just want to flatten. I do not like when shit gets weird on the platform.
Don't hit flatten everything unless you have to. Let's see if we can.
Yeah.
Are we still long 3?
We are.
Hey, if we can take one on the next like sort of like uptick, I would do it. I'd start just doing one every
Take one.
2 minutes. Yeah.
I'll sell one more. That's good uptick there.
Yeah, we're
now
going to get to
long
the 90s
two.
again. Yep.
Yeah, now
Let's
we're
see if
long
we can get to
two.
the 90s. Close one if we get to the 90s.
Yeah, I'm for
Sure.
that.
Good old little line there. Here.
Hardly been drinking my Kirkland brand soda. What else can I advertise today?
So now we're up 3,900. Pretty solid.
The Angler Inn in Jackson Hole.
Set stop profit. Is that what I'm trying to do? Yes.
Okay, here
no,
comes
see,
another
it just
push,
bounces
maybe.
right back down again, dude. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, we might get another push. If we
Yeah.
break those 89s, we'll be in the 90s. No, obviously, but
I'll sell one more if we touch 90. All right, there's 90. Sold
Yeah,
one
that's fine.
more. Now we're long
You got one on?
Yep, one on. And we can leave that take profit at 18,200 if we want. See if we just
yeah,
scrape the
yeah,
high.
maybe we see 200 for the close.
Yeah. I mean, you could easily see a little stop run of anyone who's short at like 198 and 3/4.
Yeah. 10 points on the NASDAQ in the last 5 minutes is nothing.
No. God, we've seen so much worse. Dude, I did. Check this out. So I'll close this one, right? I'll drag it up, set stop profit. Cool. And then it just jumps down to the bottom. Y'all see that? And then it's just like not going. What
I'm still long
Thankfully,
my
it's
one
recorded.
contract at 187.
Cool.
So I'm still long my one.
Nice.
230
What
left.
was your entry on that?
187 and a half.
Nice.
I'm playing the 200 mark. I mean, 200 is a nice round, even round number. Yeah.
I think we get that push. I am definitely not
Yeah, I think
refreshing the browser with this on.
We're pushing up. We're getting that break now.
Yeah, I think we're gonna hit it. Cancel it. Break even. Let's see if this works. Nope. Still jumping. Just totally random prices. It's almost like
just
the
push
more I... Yeah, it's weird.
Just use
just get ready to close
use
it.
the dome. Yeah, just get ready.
Yeah. I mean,
We're
I
at
think we're gonna get... We're just gonna get
197s.
taken out anyways. Come on.
198, 199.
Done. What up? Nice.
All right,
5,000.
Cancel all.
Flatten everything. Cancel all. We should be good.
Your name isn't Andre, but
Give us house. Yeah.
What's that up on the house account now?
I don't know what the total is, but for the day, 5,000.
Okay.
It's
so whatever it was before minus 5,000 is that,
or like plus 5,000. I think it was like, I forget what we did yesterday because I was watching in the afternoon, but I want to say that we're up either 6 or 10,000.
Oh, nice. Wow, great
Oh,
call in
no.
the 200s. Round numbers. Damn.
Big round numbers.
Big round numbers. That was some fun trading. That was exciting stuff. Chat, hope you enjoyed that. That was some great call-in by Dakota and the crew.
essentially we bought 160 and sold 200. 160 sold 200.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you know what? Like, I don't hate it. It's all a game of probabilities. Of course, if we had full porked it, that would have been a huge winner. But I think the way we did it was safe enough that I was comfortable with it. And, you know, it's 50-50 whether we got screwed by that MOC. But,
You just,
no,
you
nice
can't
talking
be scared
through it.
about putting on a trade. You know what I mean? That's what risk management is for. Yeah. 181 is where we got. That can't be right. That's where we sold.
All right. Well, that is the end of Fast Markets. Eddie, if you're there.
Had it on mute.
Oh, no worries.
All right, that's going to be it. Dakota, thank you very much for being with us here today. We've got slow markets with you tonight, correct?
Yeah, tonight, myself and Coach Jay. Coach Jay's going to be there, guys.
All right, cool.
We could add that to the title if needed. It's going to be great.
All right, we'll see you there 8 o'clock Central Time here, right here on YouTube. Dolby Time, thank you very much. And of course, Jack, love the shirt in the background. Calypso Jack. I'm taking a look at tomorrow. We did got some numbers of importance here. 7:30. We're going to be having continuing jobless claims, initial jobless claims, and jobless claims itself. That's going to be 7:30 Central Time. We also do have natural gas storage and Thomson Reuters at 10. Scrolling down a little bit here, 4-week, 8-week bill auction at 10:30. And we're going to have a 30-year bond auction at high noon tomorrow. FOMC member Daly will be speaking, and we'll have the Fed balance sheet a little later on that evening. Tomorrow's menu, taking a look at tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Thursday, the 9th. The 9th already. The 9th already, yes, of May here. And join us tomorrow early. Hoag and myself, we're going to fire up the machine at 8 o'clock Central Time. And right after that, we've got Fast Markets with Anne-Marie, Isaac R., Hoag, and Andre. I think that was a request to get Anne-Marie and Isaac on at the same time. Hopefully, you won't miss that. That's going to be pretty good. I enjoyed Deanna and Anne-Marie today, and I hope you enjoyed that also. Tomorrow, Power Players, Andre, Dolby Time, and Jordan S. TopQuiz. Yes, you got me again. So get ready for those questions. We'll have Vanessa with us for TopQuiz. Tomorrow, Shoulder Tap, Andre and Brett. Group coaching, JD and Robert. Yes, you'll be able to ask more of those Top Step questions from JD and Coach Robert. Don't forget also 1 o'clock Pioneering with Brian Shannon, another request that's been asked for. Let's get Brian back on here. We got him back on here. Hoagland Robert will be joining him. And to end the day, Power Hour, Andre Dolby and Max Maserati. Yes, our good friend Max Maserati. And don't forget tonight, 8 o'clock with Dakota. But otherwise, thank you very much for being with us here today. I know we had a lot going on just about everywhere. Great day here. We had some good trading. I hope you did learn something. And before we do go, just remember we had added some things to our TopstepX. We've added the 100 tick chart released. Also, we did have the favorite products. If you do see there in the for the contracts that you got, add your favorites. All right, this way you won't have to search or type them in. They will be on top, and you can easily click on them, and they will open up. Another thing too, we're going to have a fire drill sometime later this week at some point. So remember, be with us here each and every day. So we loved having you here today with us. Hope you loved being here, and I hope you did learn something. So let's get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.